or listen to your argument, or maybe perhaps, hey, let's work in unison. They go on attack mode and say, if you don't agree with me, you're a racist. That's exactly what this op-ed, I read it pretty much, I read it word for word. I didn't read all the graphs, but they said now you're a racist and you're killing black babies if you don't agree with this. That's a ridiculous guilt to put on someone, and it's inaccurate.
Well, and how about the Keystone Group that head by Jake Pollock? I mean, really, the conflict of interest there? I mean, it's insane.
Well, yeah, I called that out, and nobody else. It only took 3 clicks on the internet. It was all people on the way far left, and they delivered this study as if it was independent, and it was anything but. It was a bunch of marks. It was probably, I don't know this for sure, paid for by the SEIU or someone like that, and they delivered you and served to you numbers on how this was beneficial, but it was an inside job and the most inside baseball ever by Jake Pollock, who is a Sarah Innamorato loyalist. They have just floated this out there, the 18-week leave policy. They have now pushed back some public comment and given you a little bit more time. But even the discussion of this has drawn such ire that I thought it would bring people closer together on both sides of the argument. What it's done is the people who have proposed it, it's made them even more distant, and it's made them think that they're right, and it's made them show their true colors even more, that they want nothing to do with reason. They want only things to do with their agenda. Paul's in Saxonburg. Hi, Paul.
Hi, Colin. Anybody who knows anything about economics knows that Allegheny County is on the highway to H2 double toothpicks.
Toothpicks?
Well, I didn't want to say
No, we're good. Yeah.
And the other point I wanted to make about your plan to exit Allegheny County. Have you ever noticed when you were driving up Route 8, as soon as you cross the Allegheny County border into Butler, shortly after there's all kind of development going on because the taxation is lower?
There sure is. Right there before 228, there's that big condo kind of place. There's also a big sort of mall place. There's like an ice cream shop or something in there and all kinds of stores and restaurants. You're right. And it is quite literally just a few steps into Butler County. Yeah, you see that? You see that in Washington County as well. That's the way that it works. I hate to belabor this point. I hate to talk about this. I can't stand it at all. But when you look at it, how do you take an op-ed in the Trib that is written from a place of thumbing your nose at people and saying, the other opinion we don't even want to listen to, we're right, we're digging our heels in, you're wrong, do this or you're racist? Jake's in Carnegie. Hi, Jake.
Real quick, you're right, absolutely right on all points, but this is smoke and mirrors. You know what the big problem is, and they don't want to deal with it because they can't.
It's the pension problem.
That's the $1 billion underfunded pension plan that they need to bring up $100 million a year for the next 30 years. But they do this smoke and mirrors crap to keep people's attention. Look at the big shiny thing in the corner, and let's not talk about the thing that's really important.
No, I'm with you. I'm absolutely with you. Talking about this keeps people off of the pension situation. You're right. And they neither have the acumen nor the plan nor a meshing of both to come up with anything to start to crack what's going on with the pension plan. The letter that Steven Zappala sent out on Friday, I thought was something that should have woke everybody up, and it actually should have merited a response from the county executive. Anything more than what she had said to one of the television networks, and I don't know if you caught that or not, all she could say to one of the television networks was, Steven Zappala has been in office a long time, and he found it convenient finally to go after the county executive because I'm a woman. I can't make that up. That's what I believe it was to Channel 11. That was her only response. Maybe it's because she doesn't have a communications director at this point or is working with an interim one. Who knows? But I found that to be really incredible that the district attorney sent a big 3-page letter and there's still been no counter from the county executive. All right, are you going somewhere? I have a question for you in that vein, because I'm not the biggest sports guy anymore. I just kind of take it in here and there, but it still is somewhere that I think you can't miss. I'll explain in just a little bit. From the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Thanks, Colin. The Parkway West is beginning to fill in. Eastbound traffic slows from approaching the Fort Pitt Tunnel with heavier stop-and-go conditions across the Fort Pitt Bridge into downtown. On the Parkway East, westbound traffic is noticeably heavier than earlier this afternoon. Delays begin through the Oakland area and continue towards downtown, while eastbound traffic remains mostly steady with only isolated slowdowns leaving the city. Route 51 continues to be the slowest inbound route. Northbound traffic is backed up from the South Hills through the Liberty Tunnel and onto the Liberty Bridge, with delays extending towards Crosstown Boulevard. Around downtown, expect heavy traffic on the Fort Pitt Bridge and moderate delays through the Liberty Bridge corridor, with the Fort Duquesne Bridge and North Shore approaches moving well. With AAA traffic, I'm Logan Arblaster on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
In Pittsburgh, Chase is proud to root for the home team because they're our team too. We cheer from the bleachers and on the sidelines. We cheer for gymnasts and quarterbacks. And with more than 25 local Chase branches and 5,000 nationwide, we are right beside you, Pittsburgh. Neighborhood bankers, digital tools, national strength. Chase, make more of what's yours.
JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
When the power goes out, safety is Duquesne Light Company's top priority, and it should be yours too. If you see downed or hanging power lines, stay at least 30 feet away and immediately call DLC's emergency number at 888-393-7100. Call 911 for any emergency medical needs, and keep your refrigerator and freezer doors closed to help preserve food. Report any outages using the free DLC mobile app or at DuquesneLight.com. No internet. Call 888-393-7000.
What do parents think of back to school at Staples, where 24-pack Crayola crayons are just 50 cents?
Staples has folders, notebooks, and pens at great prices.
I'm smiling from ear to ear. It's the most wonderful time.
Mom, I missed the bus of the year.
It's a wonderful time at Staples, where school supplies start at just 25 cents. Staples. That was easy. Visit your local Staples today or shop online and in the app. Ends 9/12. Exclusions apply.
Hi, I'm Dr. Mary Claire Haver, a board-certified OBGYN and menopause specialist. My new podcast, Unpaused, is the place for bold, unfiltered conversations about what it really takes for women to thrive in the second half of life. Every week, I sit down with medical experts, cultural icons, and powerhouse women to talk about what really matters. New episodes drop every Tuesday. Listen to and follow Unpaused with me, Dr. Mary Claire Haver, available now wherever you get your podcasts.
Pirates baseball, tomorrow, on the station that invented baseball on the radio.
Deep to the wall, and it's a record! A Pirate record! Ryan O'Hearn is homered for the third time! 10 runs batted in!
The Bucks face Arizona at 11:40 with a North Shore Tavern leadoff show presented by Keystone Custom Apparel on the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Hey folks, Marty Griffin. I love this company, MediConnect. You know why? Medicare is complicated. How and when do I sign up? How do I avoid penalties? What's it cost? MediConnect is the largest healthcare advisory firm in Western PA, and they get it. Don't make a mistake that could cost you in the future. MediConnect is the real deal. Service, advice doesn't cost you a penny. Let them help select the best Medicare option. Check them out. 888-818-6334. MediConnect.
Been 30, time would have been 30, no, would have been 30, being 30, been 29, if that'll help, been 29,000, being 7, would have been 9,
Get ready to bid on the equipment you need in the Ritchie Brothers Northeast Regional Auction on August 4th. Inventory is housed at locations in Pittsburgh, North Franklin, and Northeast Maryland, with in-person inspections available. Bid on a wide selection of construction and transportation equipment. Don't miss this great opportunity. Visit rbauction.com/Pittsburgh to sign up. Again, that's rbauction.com/Pittsburgh.
Too hot Forgot to cook? Treat the family to an Italian meal that reminds you of Mama's cooking at Monticello's. Find one of Monticello's 6 locations to enjoy an affordable lunch or dinner. The combination of great food, family, or friends is the perfect recipe for an enjoyable night out. Serving over 175 million slices of their delicious pizza since 1981, come home to Monticello's. Your table is waiting. Dine in, take out, or delivery available. Visit monticellos.com.
Earn an accredited MBA in as few as 16 months for about $21K at University of Maryland Global Campus. Explore 10 specializations, including finance, HR, cyber technology, and more. Plus, showcase the value of your MBA with a comprehensive learner record and digitally demonstrate in-demand skills and credentials to employers. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start August 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
If there's one thing you can count on, it's 24/7 protection when you bundle home and auto insurance with Progressive. And if there's 2 things you can count on, it's your smoke detector battery dying at 3 a.m. Not 3 p.m. on a Saturday when you have nothing going on, but in the middle of the night when you're fast asleep.
Oh, come on!
Get 24/7 protection when you bundle home and auto with Progressive. Just one more thing you can count on. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Steelers Nation, are you ready? Don't miss Steelers Fest on Saturday, August 8th at Legion Keener Park in Latrobe. There's live music, mouth-watering food from local vendors, games and inflatables for the kids, Steely McBeam, and the Steel Line Drumline. This is Larry Richard. I'll be there 11 to 1. Then you can meet Steelers legends for autographs 3 to 5. Cap it off with the Saturday night scrimmage at Latrobe Memorial Stadium. Football like you've never experienced it before. It's big, it's bold, it's only in Latrobe.
It's a match made in heaven. Your drive home and Colin Dunlap. Only on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Oh, listen to this. Per WPXI, charges have been filed against Pitt football players Blue Hicks, Zion Ferguson, and Tyreek Robinson for riding dirt bikes recklessly, going through red lights and doing wheelies, and almost hitting pedestrians on June 16th on 5th Avenue. Line up that Honda NIL deal for these guys. Goodness. What do they got going on? We'll talk to Jeff Hathorn about real football coming up. Not that Pitt isn't real football. I didn't mean it like that. I meant this story. But we'll talk to him about the Steelers coming up just past 5 o'clock because he's in Latrobe, or was in Latrobe earlier today. I do want to talk to him about that. And on that note, and I'll grab your calls in a minute. That is still one of the places that's a must-see. Like, if you're on the fence about that, and they're not paying me anything to say this, if you're on the fence about going to Latrobe, to St. Vincent, to take it in, one of the reasons I suggest going is very few teams in the NFL still do this. And it's like going to a high school practice, except it's the Steelers. That never gets old. Now, I wouldn't go sit there every day. I might shoot up once this year, but I've been there before, and especially if you've never been there. It's one of those things you have to see at least once. St. Vincent, it's bucolic is the only word that's used for it, I guess. And just to be that close in that atmosphere, and now I guess they're not going to tackle all that much under McCarthy and camp and not hit all that much, but it still is something that's incredible to see. I saw a picture earlier today of Jack Lambert and John Kolb with free weights. They used to have just right there in the end zone at St. Vincent. And they had a barbell and free weights right there. All, taped up and whatever. And in between drills, they were just over there lifting weights. They were sitting there right on the grass. What a time. But anyway, if you're on the fence about it, get up to St. Vincent. You will not be disappointed. It's a fantastic trip, a fantastic day. Plan accordingly. And again, if you've never gone, it's something you have to do at least once. Mike's in Moon. Hi, Mike.
Hello.
Yes, speak up, please.
Yeah, brother. I was just calling. Everybody's complaining about this, the leave for families about racism. What about Pennsylvania state inspection for poor people? Okay, you got to get your car inspected. Brakes cost you $800 or whatever. Look at all the vehicles from Ohio, from Nebraska. I bought a truck in Oklahoma. Didn't have inspection. Runs fine. Everything's safe. But there's that many more dead people in PA.
What are you talking about?
Ohio?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Well, you were talking about racism on the leave for family leave.
No,
and
I wasn't
right?
talking about that. Kathleen, Madonna, Emmerling, and Alex Rose were talking about that, trying to paint people as racist if they didn't agree with the 18-week leave.
Oh, okay, cool. Because, well, like I'm just saying, if you're talking racism, I think a PA inspection is racist because all poor people can't afford to have their cars in pristine condition. Just something to think about.
I've thought about it, and I think it's dumb, your point.
Thanks, brother. Have a good one.
You too. Appreciate it. Good talk. 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. I am not for overreach, but do you want the side of highways, and even more so, city streets and suburban streets and all kinds of stuff, just littered with broken down vehicles because they're not meant to or not made to keep up a certain threshold year after year? I know that I don't. So again, does there need to be inspection to a certain degree? I don't know. Does it need to be overreach? I don't think so. But to have nothing, I think is flawed. It just is. My gosh. Ugh. Back to St. Vincent real quick. Again, you won't be disappointed. If you make the trip, first of all, sunscreen. Second of all, make sure you bring enough to eat and you bring water. Third, plan on the whole day. It's going to the time, kind of your timeline's going to be laid back more than you think. You'll be standing in a couple lines. You'll be doing this and doing that you didn't account for. Don't plan on going anywhere else. But you got to do it at least once in your life. All right, coming up next, I don't know how to run a grocery outfit, but I'm going to tell you exactly how to not run a grocery outfit. That's coming up at the top of the hour right here, KDK.
When you need to know, depend on the news leader. At home, in your car, or at work. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM, AM 1020, and KDKA-radio.com.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
This July, celebrate red, white, and blue along with beautifully made custom window treatments from Lachina Drapery and Blind Factory. For over 60 years, Lachina has been manufacturing custom draperies in their own Dormont factory, filled with thousands of yards of quality fabrics. Visit Lachina's Dormont or Wexford showrooms, tour their factory, or schedule free shop-at-home service. From measuring to professional installation, Lachina does it all. Call 412-665-4900 or go to lachinadrapery.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Is reviewing life insurance on your to-do list? Now's the perfect time to add it. A friend recently told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I bumped this up on my list and got it done. I called SelectQuote and couldn't believe how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $16 a month. My husband's also 40, and his $500,000 policy was only $18 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day coverage, there was no medical exam required, and we were covered by the time we hung up. Knowing I have this checked off my list feels amazing, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-329-1010. That's 1-800-329-1010. Or go to SelectQuote.com to get your free quote out today. That's 1-800-329-1010. Details on example rate at selectquote.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Partly cloudy and 80 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 4 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander. The investigation into a Peters Township High School sextortion ring has led to another arrest. News Radio KDKA's Tamara Rush has the details.
Aaron White is accused of exchanging sexually explicit messages, photos, and videos with a teenage boy who was already a victim in the Peters Township sextortion case. Police say White is an adult who was identified through messages found during a search of the victim's phone. Investigators say they traced the Snapchat account to a Pennsylvania College of Technology email address. The victim was part of a larger sex trafficking and sextortion operation involving Peters Township High School students and former senior class president Zachariah Myers. White is free on bond and is scheduled for a preliminary hearing in August. Tamira Rush, News Radio KDKA.
State police say a fight between two men living in tents near a Westmoreland County trail led to a stabbing. Happened in woods near Five Star Trail in Hempfield Township. Investigators say 23-year-old Chase Horton of Mount Pleasant allegedly stabbed the victim in the arm after he'd accused the victim of disturbing his tent on Sunday morning. The victim, whose name has not been released, was taken to a nearby hospital. Horton is facing charges including aggravated assault and harassment. A Washington County woman is accused of taking some bad advice from a man she met on TikTok. We have more from News Radio KDKA's David Colorado.
That's because she allegedly agreed to try and deposit a bogus check supposedly from an auto repair shop. Prosecutors say 60-year-old Deborah Shearer received the check from a man she'd met on TikTok and began dating. The plan, Shearer would deposit the check worth nearly $20,000 and then send him the money, and he, in return, would send her a cut. They say she knew the check was fraudulent but agreed to deposit it anyway. Officials say the bank flagged the check as bogus and froze Shearer's account. She's charged with theft by deception. The man who allegedly sent her the check has not been charged yet. David Colorado, News Radio KDKA.
Namdar Realty is going to trial on Monday for criminal charge of creating a public nuisance. The reason? Because of the poor condition of the roads around the property Namdar owns, the Galleria at Pittsburgh Mills. But the trial was postponed after it was announced last week that Namdar had reached an agreement with Fraser Township for paving the long-neglected complex. Jib Live reports milling is scheduled to begin early next week. A new device at the Allegheny County Jail is giving medical staff another tool to monitor vulnerable people in custody around the clock. Deputy Warden of Healthcare Services, Holly Martin, says the jail is now using a device called Overwatch for those with serious medical conditions or going through withdrawal.
So this device will go on your wrist, just like any smartwatch. It'll help monitor some biometrics, for example, heart rate and saturation, and body movement to pick up any abnormalities. We are going to put these on our new arrest population coming into the facility, anybody deemed medically vulnerable.
So the Parkway East is back open. What is next on the big PennDOT schedule? Well, we asked District 11 Executive Jason Zhang.
The next big one is the bathtub. Not nearly as exciting. We're not sliding a new bathtub into place. We're not dropping it out of the sky with a helicopter. We're going to have to build it right down there in that tight little quarters. So that's going to be a challenge. We have a closure for the Parkway next year to get a lot of the paving done.
And he says there's another big project or two coming up, including a full rehab of the West End Bridge, which is under design right now. On Wall Street, the Dow closed up 552 points, the Nasdaq down 43, the S&P 500 up 20 points. KDK Sports, Pirates, and the D-backs again tonight. Game 2 of their 3-game set. First pitch at 6:40. The Steelers are underway in Latrobe for training camp. And Aaron Rodgers has said, without a doubt, this will be his final year in the NFL. KDK Radio News Time, 4:03. Time to visit RomeMonuments.com. Life is a journey to remember. Memorialize that journey. RomeMonuments.com. Right now, it is partly cloudy and 80 degrees in Pittsburgh. KDK AAA traffic and AccuWeather. Together, next.
Hey, it's Pony back to talk about my guys from Comer and Cross. If your garage floor is cracked and stained, you already know that it's making your entire garage look bad, and a bad epoxy job makes it look worse. With one easy call to Comer and Cross, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. You can get a quick estimate for a gleaming new Comer and Cross garage floor that you will love, just like I love mine. A Comer and Cross garage floor, gold standard. It is guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever. In just one day, Comer and Cross will fix all your cracks and pits perfectly. They'll apply the gleaming new Comer and Cross concrete floor you choose. They'll even move your stuff out of the garage for you. Several realtors now say a Comer and Cross garage floor can increase your home's value by up to 10%. With over 2,000 five-star reviews and 50% off installation right now, what are you waiting for? Call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR right now. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, or schedule us at COMERCross.com.
Summer is better together, and nobody does community like Legends Senior Living. As one of Pennsylvania's largest senior living providers, they invite you to fun summer events across Pittsburgh area communities and experience the vibrant lifestyle that awaits. Meet new friends, learn something new, and explore topics that matter to seniors and their families. Enjoy chef-prepared cuisine, meaningful conversation, and the warm hospitality that makes Legends so special. Visit legends.seniorliving.com/PGH to browse summer events, RSVP, and start filling your social calendar.
There we go. Traffic time for just past 4 o'clock. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic. It's all powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Getting reports of an accident at the 2200 block of Noblestown Road in Pittsburgh that is causing delays with several crews on the scene of the accident. On the Parkway West, it's the biggest trouble spot this afternoon. Eastbound traffic on the Parkway West is backed up well before the Fort Pitt Tunnel, with stop-and-go conditions around the Green Tree Hill continuing through the tunnel and across the Fort Pitt Bridge into downtown. The Parkway East is also seeing heavier volume. Westbound traffic slows through South Oakland towards downtown, while eastbound traffic is moving steadily with only isolated pockets of congestion. Route 51 remains heavily congested northbound. Delays stretch from the South Hills through the Liberty Tunnel and the Liberty Bridge, with stop-and-go traffic continuing towards Crosstown Boulevard. With AAA Traffic, I'm Logan Arblaster on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
More clouds and sun for the rest of today and remaining humid with a thunderstorm or two crossing the area. It'll become breezy with time, the high 79. For tonight, partly to mostly cloudy skies, low 63. Changeable skies and becoming breezy tomorrow with a shower, mainly in the afternoon, high 77. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
If you're thinking it, he's saying it. Colin Dunlap on the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right, here we go. Let's for the Drive at 5. Stories driving the news every single day at 5. Brought to you by Service Master Greater Pittsburgh. Demand that yellow van. 1 hour from now, Jeff Hathorn, he joins from Up Camp, Steeler Camp. I said this before. I am not a real smart guy in terms of economics, things like that. But what I can do is research. I can figure it out. I can look it up. I can connect the dots. I can draw some lines between some things. And I did that with this story. And I'll tell you what I think about it after I play it for you. So give a listen as to what I think sounds like one of the most horrible ideas I've ever heard. And I want your input on this, though, at 866-391-1020. Do you think this would work at all? And am I missing something? Give a listen.
In New York City, Mayor Zoran Mamdani says lower prices are coming to the Big Apple, announcing a project to open 5 government-owned grocery stores to offer a 30% discount on produce, meat, and other food staples.
Once a month, our 5 city-run grocery stores will set prices for this core set of goods at 30% below typical retail prices. No exceptions, no gimmicks.
The first grocery store will open in the Bronx by the end of 2027, and the 4 others will follow by the end of his term. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
Thank you, Michelle. Appreciate it. Now, let me take this piece by piece and tell me if I make any sense here at 866-391-1020. Again, I think it's an awful idea. So, 5 city-run, taxpayer-funded grocery stores saying prices would be set at 30% below retail. Now, this would require continuous taxpayer subsidies from my vantage here. Without taxpayers perpetually funding these, they'll collapse because the model isn't viable or sustainable. Just not. You can't be that low in price and be sustainable. So they're taking your tax money to perpetually fund these. Now, there have been other places where they've attempted and they've led to higher costs, stock shortages, and closures. It's redistribution, I think, is probably the right way to put it. It's not a business. On top of it, in just doing a little cursory reading, if you're a bodega somewhere in lower Manhattan, if you're a bodega in Harlem, if you're a bodega in any of the boroughs, what stops you from sending people in each day as soon as this place opens and buy them out, especially on the staples, on all the big stuff, at 30% off the discount, and then reselling them in your place at a markup? What stops you from doing that? That's what they do in some other countries when they try to do this. And they'll be done in like 5 minutes. And then resold the same day at or near market price. And the customer still has to pay that, and they never get the option of buying at that 30%. This would also just absolutely kill privately owned stores. I mean, there's no question there. Now, in looking it up, grocery store margins are like 3 or 4%. So he's going to operate at 26 or 27% loss, plus all the theft. Where's the money going to come from? Oh, yeah, taxpayers, right? Now, all the other grocery stores will close because they can't compete. What kind of business model is this? And who can't see it for what it is? He's shutting down the competition, and it's socialism. There are case studies. And I just looked it up again, cursory. Soviet Union, yeah, that's a good model. Cuba, that happened. India and Venezuela. And you know what the outcomes were in all of those 4 examples? Chronic shortages, empty shelves, multi-hour lines, fingerprint-based rationing, widespread corruption, black markets, which I already went over, poor quality products, the destruction of the agricultural production industry, and you rip up and tear up and get rid of pretty much private sector grocers. Oh, and then starvation because of all of that stuff. You want New York City to look at that? Again, I'm just some dumb kid from Sharpsburg. I don't know anything about this kind of stuff. But I can research and I can look at past examples. Here's what 100% will happen if they have these grocery stores. The government-subsidized grocery stores will open at 30% lower prices. Local grocery stores can't compete. That's step 2. They go out of business. The city stores become a monopoly. They become the only option. There's no competition. The food desert that they acted like they wanted to fix now becomes worse because the yo-yo effect, demand is high, supply is low. Empty shelves abound. And then the city responds because they're handcuffed because they painted themselves in a corner the only way they can with purchase limits, like when there's gasoline shortages and rationing occurs. There's a rush every day. There's hoarding. It looks like Cabbage Patch doll lines. And then, to control this, the city quietly shrinks the basket or lets quality slide. That has to happen because you can't have people going hungry. Blood on the streets in the town of Manhattan. And then there's thinner cuts. There's bad produce, fewer options, all that. And the budget balloons anyway. Because subsidy never shrinks. It only grows. Again, I'm a dummy. I'm not the mayor in New York City. But I'd like to think I'm a decently smart guy who can put some stuff together. That's just what I came up with. It is a terrible idea. It's even a worse idea to utter. It's one of the worst ideas in the world to potentially put into practice. They're still buying the goods at full price and reselling them to New Yorkers. The 30% discount is just subsidized by the government. The people are still paying for it through, guess what? Taxes. You follow me there? Or I don't think I got that wrong. They're still buying them at full price. They're not going up to the farm and the farm goes, wait, you're selling them at 30% off? Oh, yeah, I'll give you a cut. That's not happening. The 30% discount's just subsidized by the government, i.e. you. This Mamdani, out of his mind. Do I have this all right, or am I missing something? 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. Traffic now. PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, thanks, Colin. Getting reports still of the collision with several crews on the scene of the accident on the 2200 block of Noblestown Road in Pittsburgh that is causing delays. Now taking a look at the major roadways on the Parkway West, it's the biggest trouble spot this afternoon. Eastbound traffic is backed up well before the Fort Pitt Tunnel, with stop-and-go conditions continuing through the tunnel and across the Fort Pitt Bridge. On the Parkway East, it's also seeing heavier volumes. Westbound traffic slows through South Oakland towards downtown, while eastbound traffic is moving steadily with only isolated pockets of congestion. Route 51 remains heavily congested northbound. Delays stretch from the South Hills through the Liberty Tunnel and the Liberty Bridge, with stop-and-go traffic continuing towards Crosstown Boulevard. With AAA Traffic, I'm Logan R. Blaster on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to Colin Dunlap on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm back to doing what I love and more, thanks to the Good Feet store.
Do you spend half your day walking or standing while working? If you have foot, knee, or back problems, the Good Feet store wants to help you like we help Tony.
The pain that I experience the most is foot pain from being on my feet all day. You're having to kind of talk to yourself through the whole shift, like, I got this, I can do this. Before, I felt defeated. Now it's like, all right, let's go. I'm ready. Like sunshine coming on.
And how about working more comfortably like Dennis?
Working at an amusement park, it's always on your feet. I just couldn't take it, but I didn't have a choice. I just couldn't believe that putting these arch supports in made that much of a difference that quickly. I could do my job and I could take care of my family. I know what my tomorrow is going to be. It's going to be positive.
You deserve a better life too. Stop in the Good Feet store today. Visit us in Cranberry Township, in Robinson Town Center, in the Waterfront, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, and at goodfeet.com.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Sharing your space with spotted lanternflies and mosquitoes. Fight back with Harmony Organic Insect Control. Nothing is safer. Nothing works better on killing pesky insects, including spiders, bedbugs, ants, roaches, stink bugs, ticks, and many more. Spray Harmony on your pets, clothing, kids, drapes, sofas, and plants. Use Harmony inside and outside. Win the battle of the bugs with Harmony. Now through July 4th, Harmony OIC is 20% off. Visit any participating True Value hardware store or online at harmonyoic.com.
CCAC fall registration is open, and you can still sign up for summer class. Get this. Whether you're a new or existing CCAC student, currently in high school, or enrolled at another university, CCAC summer classes are a win-win. Folks, they're affordable college credits. They can speed up your education or transfer to more than 500 colleges and universities. Visit ccac.edu and start saving a bundle.
Shopping for replacement windows? Metropolitan Window Company elevates your shopping experience.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you'll experience personalized knowledge, expertise, and professionalism from our first visit to your home until our craftsmen complete your installation.
We're the window company that people want in their homes, and our exclusive Infinity by Marvin 100% fiberglass windows are the windows people love.
They're built for life. They are the strongest, longest lasting windows you can buy.
And we have a great selection of colors and finishes. Experience Metropolitan Window Company. Stop by our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Let me tell you something about insurance. When you sign your insurance policy, for some brokers, that's the finish line. Handshake, commission, done. Then you may not hear from them again until it's time for renewal. But your business runs all year, so do the gaps and the risk. So go to supersure.com. If your company has more than 25 employees, whether you're the owner, CFO, or HR manager, it can be too complex to just go buy a policy online. Supersure is the super agency built for you, licensed in every state for your business insurance and employee benefits, all with year-round support for you and your team. At supersure.com, you can access tools like fine print facts. It'll translate your current policy into plain English so you see what's covered and what's not. Plus a business value calculator so you can estimate what your business is worth so you know what actually needs protecting. Go to supersure.com. One super agency, one powerful platform, all your policies in one place. Supersure.com. That's supersure.com. Paid for by Supersure Insurance Agency, LLC, a licensed insurance agency.
And Doug. Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons, and lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. A pretty good day on Wall Street except for chipmaker shares. Stocks ending mostly higher after oil took another plunge on rising hopes for peace talks between the U.S. and Iran. And another strong round of quarterly earnings this morning. The Dow shot up 537 points. That's a 1% gain. The S&P added 16, but the Nasdaq was down 55 points, with chipmaker shares lower on worries about overspending on AI and cheaper AI chips being made in China. Oil today logging its biggest three-day drop in prices since the pandemic back in 2020. It fell another 4.5%, closing just above $79 a barrel. Among the big gainers, shares of Coca-Cola up 5% thanks to strong demand for sodas, and it got a bump from all the exposure it got by being a major sponsor of the FIFA World Cup tournament. And General Dynamics has agreed to build 9 next-generation attack submarines for the Pentagon. I'm Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
It's Colin Dunlap on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Here we are. A couple more minutes. We'll talk to Jeff Hathorn. Well, more than a couple minutes. Top of the hour. We'll talk to Jeff Hathorn. What's going on at Stiller Camp. So there is that. And, man, in all sincerity, I got to mention something later on in the show about that Commercial Street Bridge. And I'm not kidding about it at all. And before this hour's out, sad story about somewhere. There is one place on my bucket list that I want to go. Really, one place. And I'll explain that coming up a little later on. Lou's in Cranberry. Hi, Lou.
Hi, man. Hey, thanks for the call. Look, I'll equate
You called me.
Thanks for accepting the call.
Mm-hmm.
So the deal is that look what happened to Target. Look at the millions of dollars that were stolen. Stop the theft in these grocery stores. Stop the theft. You'll regain millions of dollars, and you can lower prices. If you think that we are going to sit here and have the government take over private business again, we're out of our minds. Stop the theft. How do you do it? You prosecute. You make it stiff. All right? That way you keep your stores whole.
But I don't even think it's about that here. I don't. I was kind of thinking this through in the break just a little bit more. Prices set at 30% below retail price means his idea is that he's subsidizing prices to intentionally lose money, which is taxpayer money. Follow me so far? So let that sink in for a minute. Mamdani would potentially and eventually subsidize prices to intentionally lose taxpayer money. If you apply that economic model to everything the state runs to attempt to destroy capitalism, the only conclusion is state bankruptcy, which seems like it might be his end game and what he wants. Again, they're still buying the goods at full price and reselling them to New Yorkers. It's 30% discount, just subsidized by the government. It's just not going to work. The only thing that works in his favor that he wants is killing the privately owned stores, and that's insanity to everybody except people that are on that way, way, way far left. It's just, again, insanity. It'll lead to higher costs, stock shortages, and closures, but on the front end of it, it'll lead to control, and it'll lead to money being pumped into that New York City government, which is what he wants. Crazy to me. It just is. All right. Do I have a circus story for you? You're going to hear that coming up in just a little bit. Demand the yellow van. Service Master Greater Pittsburgh. When disaster strikes, you demand that yellow van. Could get heavy rains anytime. It's that time of year. It could pour down rain any day, lightning, all that kind of stuff. So what starts as a small leak turns into major water damage and even a bigger headache. When every minute matters, you make the right call. Demand the yellow van. 412-RECOVER. That's the number. 412-RECOVER. The best call to make in the worst situation possible. Again, starts as a small leak and major, major water damage. 24/7, 365, you make that call. Service Master Greater Pittsburgh. 412-RECOVER. That's 412-RECOVER. Traffic now. From the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Thanks, Colin. Getting reports still of the traffic collision on the 2200 block of Noblestown Road in Pittsburgh with several crews on the scene of the accident. Now taking a look at the major roadways, the Parkway East outbound has brake lights from before the Oakland on-ramp. The Parkway West inbound has heavy congestion that's backing you up near Robinson Town Center, and further down, traffic restarts from Green Tree Hill as you head towards the lower level of the Fort Pitt Tunnel. The Parkway West outbound is jammed as you wrap into the bathtub region of the city. Both lanes through the Liberty Tunnel are stacked as well, while Route 28 remains heavily congested inbound from Sharpsburg through Millvale towards the North Shore. With AAA Traffic, I'm Logan Arblaster on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Did you hear? Allstate car insurance now costs even less. So when you bundle with home, you can save even more. Check Allstate first to bundle and save with a new lower auto rate. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings may vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Battles aren't won solely on the field. That's a common misconception. Battles are won within, over enemies of fear, enemies of doubt. In that place where promises are kept. Promises to oneself.
This is a physical training event!
Promises to one's community.
Healthy people move debris out of their house.
Promises to one's country. In the heart of every Marine, you'll find a promise. A promise forever kept. A promise of battles won.
As parents, we have a million things running through our minds.
Playdates, checkups, groceries, laundry, diapers, work, carpool schedules, picture day, swim team, did we mention diapers, birthday parties, meal prep, lost permission slips, dentist appointments, and the dog that still needs to be walked. So it's easy to make a mistake. Oh, I forgot birthday candles. Sit tight, hon, I'll be right back. We say we'd never put our kids in danger by leaving them in the car alone. Oh, wait, since when are candles not on the baking aisle? But never happens. And temperatures as low as 60 degrees can be deadly for children left behind. So always bring them with you, and every time you park the car, stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Partly sunny and 82 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 4:30. I'm Paul Alexander. News brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. 45 years of experience and thousands of five-star reviews. Trust PJ.com. After heated debate, City Council gives final approval to creating a new revitalization district for downtown Pittsburgh. News Radio KDK's David Bolorado has more.
Council approved the creation, which, after a $50 million bond is floated, will create a new district to help redevelop downtown, using revenues captured not only from the Golden Triangle, but also the North Shore and part of the Strip. And that is what's sparking the opposition from council members Kahari Mosley, Barb Warwick, and Deb Gross, who unsuccessfully lobbied for a delay in action to get a legal clarification on the zone boundaries. Bobby Wilson accused Warwick and Gross of using mental gymnastics to oppose the plan, saying they've each misrepresented what the district does.
I can only laugh at what's going on here.
Bob Charlin said the move helps to achieve a major goal.
This is a bill that supports affordable housing downtown. And a vote against this is to vote against affordable projects that we want to see, in our downtown.
Though council's vote signs off on the district as far as the city government is concerned, it still needs to be approved by the Pittsburgh Public Schools and by the county. David Bolorado, News Radio KDKA.
The Commercial Street Bridge replacement project is complete. Now what? PennDOT's District 11 Executive Jason Zhang says the bathtub next on the list.
That's the big story in the spring and sometimes in the winter when that thing floods. It's a total pain. I don't know. I guess it's whatever, call it climate change, but it's been flooding more often. And we decided to put a project together to add to the flood wall height. So we're going to add 5 feet to the flood wall height.
And he says there's a lot of other things in the works, such as another phase to paint the McKees Rocks Bridge. On Wall Street, the Dow closed up 537 points. The NASDAQ down 55. The S&P 500 up 15. KDK Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO Roofing at 412-373-2000. The Steelers are officially underway at their home away from home, St. Vincent College in Latrobe. It will mark the final year of quarterback Aaron Rodgers. KDK Sports Director Jeff Hathorn has more from Latrobe.
Saying there is zero debate and that this is it. Aaron Rodgers confirmed 2026 will be his final season. Rodgers says he likely would have retired after last year until the Steelers hired the coach he first started for, Mike McCarthy.
Track record of success, playoff run, Super Bowl championship, and then just the full circle, seeing each other now where we're at in life. I think I'm the same age that he was when he got hired in Green Bay, so that's a nice full circle moment for both of us.
Training camp practices start on Wednesday at St. Vincent College. With the Steelers in Latrobe, Jeff Hathorn, News Radio KDKA.
Pirates and Arizona D-backs go at it again tonight, 6:40 first pitch at PNC Park. Good news for Marilyn Valdez, who was hit by a pitch in his wrist last evening. No breaks, and he's day-to-day. KDK Radio News Time, 4:32. Our next update at 5. I'm Paul Alexander on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell and Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. But at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited everything for just $35 a line. That's $35 a month for unlimited talk, text, and data. Switch to the carrier ranked #1 in network coverage and customer satisfaction and get unlimited everything for just $35 a month. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit Consumer Cellular online or in-store today. Price includes $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes and fees apply. Data speeds reduced after 35 gigabytes. Rankings done by 2025 ACSI survey.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Traffic here. PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, thanks, Colin. The Parkway West remains the region's primary bottleneck spot. Eastbound traffic is backed up well before the Fort Pitt Tunnel, with stop-and-go conditions continuing through the tunnel, across the Fort Pitt Bridge, and into the downtown interchange. Westbound traffic is moving considerably better, with only minor slowdowns leaving the city. On the Parkway East, it's moderately congested in the westbound direction. Traffic slows through the South Oakland stretch and along the Boulevard of the Allies approach into downtown before improving west of the city. Route 51 continues to experience heavy northbound delays, and traffic is slow through the South Hills, through the Liberty Tunnel and Liberty Bridge, with congestion extending onto Crosstown Boulevard. With AAA Traffic, I'm Logan R. Blaster on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
For the rest of today, clouds and some intervals of sun and humid with a thunderstorm or two. It'll become breezy, high 79. Partly to mostly cloudy tonight, though 63. For tomorrow, variable cloudiness and breezy. A shower around mainly in the afternoon, high 77. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Nate Bargatze.
It's a lot to have two dogs, because you got to open the back door and let two dogs out.
Big Dumb Eyes World Tour. PPG Paints Arena, July 30th and 31st. Tickets available at Ticketmaster.com.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at KennyRoss.com.
Are data centers and artificial intelligence going to destroy us? We'll talk to a guest who says yes. Is data centers and artificial intelligence going to save us? We're going to talk to a guest who says yes. We'll talk to both on the next America at Night with me. I'm McGraw-Milhaven. Plus, our National Park Series continues tonight at 10 on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Now, I know zero about comedians, and I'm sure that guy is really funny if they're promoting him here and he's playing a big show or whatever. Nate Bargatze or whatever. I don't know about comedians. I don't follow any of that stuff. I just hope he's got more in his arsenal than the whole dogs letting them out the back door joke. They should use a better one for the promo, because I understand it's like deadpan and the delivery is kind of the whole thing, but it was like, all right. It's leaving me wanting a whole lot more. Jeff Hathorn, top of the hour. I talked to him about what's going on in Steelerville, and Steelerville this time of year is out in Latrobe. So we'll talk to Jeff in just a little bit. All right, this one, and before this hour's out, I've got one place on my bucket list. I really do. I've been everywhere that I want to go in the world pretty much, except one place. And there's a story emanating from there today that is not a great one. And I just, I got to make it there, and I got to make it happen. And soon. I'm talking like next year. All right. This reminded me, this next story I'm going to tell you about, It reminded me of maybe like, and I don't watch this either, but like WWE or WWF or whatever. And if there's one person, I thought of this. If there's one person I would want to be sitting next to when this happened, it would be Andy Lindbergh. If I could sit next to Andy Lindbergh when this happened, if I could choose anybody in the world, it would be the man who runs our whole operation, Andy Lindbergh, because his reaction would probably be kind of like mine. All right, Dateline, Middletown, New York. A circus performer was accidentally shot in the neck by an arrow during a performance at a county fair in upstate New York. Police and organizers said. It happened Friday night, Orange County Fair, Middletown, northwest of New York City. So, Ana Daza Tavera, 42, and Edwin Cuervo Rangel, 38. They're a married couple. They're from Wisconsin. Well, they were married at the time of this printing. Had been performing their crossbow sharpshooting act when she accidentally struck him in the neck with an arrow as he held up a foam target. Now, Cuervo Rangel, the guy who got shot with the arrow, was airlifted to a hospital in stable condition, and the circus was canceled for the night. Because the least they could do, I guess. Benjamin Jackson, he's the ringmaster at Circus Murcia. He said yesterday, that the fellow who got shot was luckily struck on the side of the neck in a spot with mostly soft tissue and no major blood vessels. He's quoted as saying this: no blood leaking out. There was a little around the hole where the arrow went in, kind of like getting your ear pierced. End quote. Pretty big stuff. Now, the guy who got shot was released from the hospital Saturday after the arrow was safely removed, and he got a couple stitches. He'll need some time to heal before he can resume, but he was walking around, talking, eating, enjoying life. I guess probably not catching any more arrows. Now, they said he's expected to make a full recovery and wanted privacy. The circus put out a statement. Safety has always been our top priority, and we'd like to emphasize that while this was a tragic accident, it is an isolated incident, and there's no danger to the general public. Well, the circus returned to its regular schedule of 3 shows on Saturday, minus the crossbow act, of course, because one half of the crossbow act got a free helicopter ride and was, well, at the hospital. Which gets to this, and this is why I'd want to be sitting next to Andy Lindbergh when this happened, because he's got largely the same sense of humor I do. And it's not funny at all. But like WWE or WWF, if you went to the circus and saw somebody get shot with an arrow in the neck, how would you be able to delineate what was the act and what wasn't? That's where I'd be so confused. You follow me here? You're watching this. Here comes the bearded lady. Here comes the fat guy. Here comes this. Here comes this. Oh, this is a great circus act. So, wait a minute. Here's the crossbow couple. She shoots the bow and arrow. Whoa, did that hit him in the neck? No, it really didn't hit him in the neck. Well, wait. And wouldn't you know, here's Andy Lindbergh. Andy, did you have the same thought when I told this story you did? Where does the act end and where is the real, that's why I'd want to be sitting next to you.
A few moments would pass before you would figure out that it really happened.
It's kind of like when a wrestler gets hurt.
Well, it's funny you bring this story up because there was a wrestling pay-per-view over the weekend where the guy that won used a power drill on the other guy to make him say I quit or something like that. Chris Jericho, who's been wrestling for like 30 plus years, they had him use a power drill to make it look like he was drilling into his opponent's head.
Oh my gosh.
And it was the 1, 2, 3 or whatever, but that's completely fake. Of course, he didn't really do that, but they really pushed the boundaries. But if something like that happens at the circus, or especially WWE, where somebody's legit injured.
Yeah, is there like a code word? What do we do? What I know. I would have not known how to react at this thing.
Because there have been stories several years ago, maybe a decade plus now, where a wrestler died in the ring because he was having an issue.
And they were just like, it's
and
part of the
everyone
show.
was going part of the show. And the guy was having cardiac arrest and died.
Oh my gosh,
And
that's
this
terrible.
was in like South America or somewhere, or Mexico, but it was still crazy because everyone thought that the act was going the way it was, and the guy was a masked wrestler.
At
so
what
they couldn't
point-
tell.
Right. So the shooter and the person who caught the arrow in the neck and not the foam part understood that wasn't part of the act. But you're right. There has to be a time where the audience is just like, oh,
yeah.
look at that.
Yeah, hey. Now, you said the guy's going to be okay?
Yeah, it's what the ringmaster said that, not me.
Yeah, but I just want to, because if that's me, do you have the wherewithal to like turn around and be like, ta-da, where you have like the arrow sticking through your neck?
I don't know if he was impaled or not.
I mean,
that's a lot. First of all, I'm not going to the circus, but if I was going to the circus, that's probably my final trip to the circus.
That's tough. We grew up on the circus. My wife and I loved taking the boys to the circus. Hated when Barnum and Bailey went away.
Yeah.
I think they came back. But yeah, I think especially if you're in like PPG Paints Arena and it just happens in that, like, they don't have it on the Jumbotron or whatever.
The
You're just
elephant
watching
trampled
it.
that little guy. Oh, it's just part of the act.
It's so far away, it doesn't look like it's real too sometimes.
Didn't they used to drop the animals off at like the Amtrak station? They'd walk them up to the Civic Arena.
Yes.
Seriously, because they couldn't get any closer. They were on a train.
You could go behind the Civic Arena after the show and see them walking the animals and elephants out.
Now, if you think you get emails from PETA now, wait till you just announce, just like you did, that you were a big fan of the circus.
Oh, I
You're
know.
gonna be flooded. Your email box is going to be flooded now.
It's a good thing I don't like rodeos because they'd be all over me.
Oh, they're big out. They're out against rodeos.
Oh, remember the city council last year? They were trying to ban the rodeos?
That's right, they were.
Can't remember the last time there was a rodeo here, but okay.
I know. Shit, when has there been a rodeo in the city limits?
I don't know.
Anyhow, I thought this circus story was right up your alley.
I'm glad he's going to be okay, but yeah, that's...
So am I. And here's the thing. Would it be less effective if they used, like, fake arrows? I don't think the audience would know.
I think it's sort of like some sort of code they have with their, like when a tightrope walker is like, we're removing the safety net because he's not doing it. And for some reason, it's more exciting to watch him do it without the safety net.
Well, it's so exciting. They've reached the top of their field. They're playing Middletown, New York, I guess. I don't know. It's just not worth it. It's just not worth it. Anyway, guy is a professional, married to his craft.
Let's see if I want to see if he comes back now.
Real arrows, yes. Thank you. Good stuff. Coming up, one place I want to go to, and it was Delta, a heavy blow today. I got to get into that. Top of the hour, Jeff Hathorn. I want to talk to him from Steeler Camp. So much more to get into. Traffic now. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Thanks, Colin. Taking a look at the major roadways, the Parkway West remains the most congested corridor. Eastbound traffic is backed up well before the Fort Pitt Tunnel with stop-and-go conditions through the tunnel, across the Fort Pitt Bridge, and into the downtown interchange. The Parkway East is also seeing heavier delays than earlier. Westbound traffic slows through the South Oakland stretch and continues into downtown, while eastbound traffic leaving the city is mostly moving at or near normal speeds with only brief pockets of congestion. Route 51 continues to experience significant northbound delays. Traffic is slow approaching the Liberty Tunnel, which is remaining backed up through the tunnel and Liberty Bridge and continues on to Crosstown Boulevard into downtown. Downtown itself is experiencing heavy congestion around the Fort Pitt Bridge, Fort Pitt Boulevard, and the I-579 Crosstown Boulevard approaches. With AAA Traffic, I'm Logan R. Blaster on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Soldiers and Sailors Memorial Hall and Museum recognizes Pennsylvania's combat veterans who have received medals for gallantry. With this Hall of Valor moment, here's the curator of Soldiers and Sailors Memorial Hall and Museum, Michael Kraus.
Private Sterling Morlock of Allegheny County was awarded the Medal of Honor during World War I on October 4th, 1918. When his company was held up by enemy fire, Morlock and 3 other men volunteered to patrol an area in advance of the front line, where they met intense enemy fire. Even though his entire party had been wounded, Morlock cleared 5 machine gun nests and gained complete mastery of the situation until the arrival of his company commander with reinforcements. Morlock rendered first aid to the injured and evacuated them along with 10 German prisoners whom he had captured. Soon his company commander was wounded, and while administering aid, Morlock was severely wounded in the hip, which forced his evacuation.
To nominate a qualifying hero for the Hall of Valor, visit online at soldiersandsailorshall.org.
Precision Pointing and Restoration is pretty much booked for the remainder of the summer, and they have just a few slots available this fall. So here I am again to ask, can your long overdue masonry project really withstand another Pittsburgh polar vortex? Take a look up at your chimney, or better yet, get Precision Pointing out to your home to professionally assess. They guarantee all their work, and they don't require a down payment. Special discounts for vets, seniors, and first responders. BrickPointingPittsburgh.net. Procrastinating ends with a call to Precision Pointing.
Heart disease is the leading cause of death in the United States. So when it comes to your heart, there's no room for compromise. At UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute, innovation, technology, and world-class expertise come together to treat the most complex heart cases, redefining what's possible for patients who need it most. Getting your heart checked can save your life. Schedule your appointment with the region's leader at upmc.com/heart.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, covered by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company.
The super summer savings continue at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, boneless pork country-style ribs are $1.99 a pound. In the produce department, zucchini or yellow squash is $1.29 a pound. In our deli, Coons Garden Fresh taco salads are $7.99 each. And additional savings this week, Dasani water, 24-pack, 16.9-ounce bottles, buy one, get one free.
It's happening now at Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
Here we go. Goldberg, Persky, White, Pioneers in Asbestos Litigation News Desk. A look ahead what's happening top of the hour with Paul. Hello, Paul.
Hello, Colin. One huge PennDOT project is done. What's next? Details coming up top of the hour. Right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Earn an accredited MBA in as few as 16 months for about $21K at University of Maryland Global Campus. Explore 10 specializations, including finance, HR, cyber technology, and more. Plus, showcase the value of your MBA with a comprehensive learner record and digitally demonstrate in-demand skills and credentials to employers. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start August 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
If there's one thing you can count on, it's 24/7 protection when you bundle home and auto insurance with Progressive. And if there's two things you can count on, it's your smoke detector battery dying at 3 a.m. Not 3 p.m. on a Saturday when you have nothing going on, but in the middle of the night when you're fast asleep.
Oh, come on!
Get 24/7 protection when you bundle home and auto with Progressive. Just one more thing you can count on. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Reacting to the stories you're talking about. Colin Dunlap, 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, top of the hour, Jeff Hathorn. Can't wait to talk to him. That's going to be just absolutely fantastic. What's going on at Latrobe? What's happening with the Bucks? Don't forget about the Bucks. So there is that. And also in that 5 o'clock hour, I got to say something in all 100%, no kidding, sincerity about that Commercial Street Bridge. I do want to get into that in the 5 o'clock hour. And maybe we'll dive back into a couple of the stories that we talked about earlier on in the show. Speaking of sports, don't forget, programming note, Pirates baseball tomorrow. So I'll be on just a little bit later. Hang on. I don't know what time it'll be, but you know how it works with those day games. You listen to the game right here, KDK Radio, 100.1 FM, AM 1020, and then I come on after the post game. So there will be that for your business person special, if you will. You have to call it that nowadays. Kind of a sad story and a developing story, and one that'll probably take days to fully unfold, I'm guessing, but this happened a little bit earlier.
A powerful magnitude 7.1 earthquake has struck Kyushu in southwestern Japan. The shallow quake caused violent shaking across a wide area. Reports of injuries and missing people are coming in. Images show collapsed buildings, broken roads, a derailed freight train, and a collapsed factory chimney. At a large shopping mall, dozens are unaccounted for. Rescuers believe many people remain trapped. Strong tremors continue, and officials warn another major quake could strike within a week. Anthony Trotter, ABC News, Tokyo.
Man, that's terrible. It just is. Anytime that there's a natural disaster like that, and then there are a lot of questions, and there's a lot of people missing, and you just awful. But it does bring to light, and it had me thinking today. Japan is absolutely the one place in the world that I want to go to that I haven't been. And it's ranked number 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. There's nowhere else that I haven't been that I want to go to anymore. It's beautiful. At least those are the reports, and anything you can see on YouTube or talk to the people. And the people have respect. The cleanliness is off the charts. And the way people have pride in seemingly everything they do. And also, this appeals to me the most. The way people keep it moving. They're not in your business. You're not in their business. That appeals to me. And I do want to ride the Shinkansen, the high-speed train. Like, that's the bullet train. That's one thing I got to do in my life. So, if anybody has any ins in Japan, especially maybe a discounted rate, let me know, because I want to get there ASAP. And I hope everybody's all right from this earthquake. It just made me think of it today. So, hopefully, it doesn't sound like a great deal, but hopefully it's not as terrible as it sounds at the very beginning of these initial reports. All right, we'll talk to Jeff Hathorn, top of the hour. Can't wait to do that. Find out what's going on with Stillerville, which is in Latrobe right now, and also a little bit of pirate talk as well. We'll talk to Jeff, our sports director. That's after traffic right now. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, thanks, Colin. The Parkway West remains the most congested corridor. Eastbound traffic is backed up well before the Fort Pitt Tunnel, with stop-and-go conditions through the tunnel, across the Fort Pitt Bridge, and into the downtown interchange. Westbound traffic is much lighter than the other areas, with only isolated slowdowns leaving the city. On the Parkway East, it's also heavier with delays than it was earlier. Westbound traffic slows through the South Oakland stretch and continues into downtown. Eastbound traffic leaving the city is mostly moving at or near normal speeds. Route 51 continues to experience significant northbound delays. Traffic is slow approaching the Liberty Tunnel and remains backed up through the tunnel and Liberty Bridge. And it continues to see traffic go onto Crosstown Boulevard into downtown. AAA Traffic, I'm Logan R. Blaster on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
When the weather turns bad, turn to us for the best news, weather, and traffic information from the KDKA Radio Storm Center. Presented by Duquesne Light Company. Larger than light. Online and on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
I have some questions for you, so listen carefully. Are there any disadvantages to feeling great, feeling better physically, being taken off meds because you don't need them anymore, being able to move better, having more energy, not being tired all the time, clothes fitting the first time you try them on, having more confidence, having more self-worth, feeling proud of who you are? Let's make these all a reality. Don't wait. Today's the day. Call me Dr. Shufo from the Weight Loss and Wellness Center at 1-800-900-THIN.
I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. Mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this rush hour ad to keep you calm, which could help your driving. And science says therapy is great for a healthy mindset. So enjoy this 14-second session on us. I think you've done everything right and absolutely nothing wrong. In fact, anything that hasn't gone your way could probably be blamed on your father not being emotionally available because his father wasn't emotionally available, and so on. And now that you're calm and healing, you're probably driving better too.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Too hot to cook? Treat the family to an Italian meal that reminds you of Mama's cooking at Monticello's. Find one of Monticello's 6 locations to enjoy an affordable lunch or dinner. The combination of great food, family, or friends is the perfect recipe for an enjoyable night out. Serving over 175 million slices of their delicious pizza since 1981, come home to Monticello's. Your table is waiting. Dine in, takeout, or delivery available. Visit Monticellos.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
In the United States, a vehicle is stolen every 31 seconds. About as long as this message. Luckily, you can take a few easy steps to protect your car in the same amount of time. Remove your valuables. Roll up your windows. Don't leave your car running unattended. Lock your doors and take your keys or fob. If you have information about a crime, call the police. If you suspect insurance fraud, contact NICB at reportinsurancefraud.org. A public service message from the National Insurance Crime Bureau.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Mostly cloudy and 81 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 5 o'clock. I'm Bob Alexander. After a heated debate, City Council gives final approval to creating a new revitalization district for downtown Pittsburgh. News Radio KDK's David Ballarado has more.
Council approved the creation, which, after a $50 million bond is floated, will create a new district to help redevelop downtown, using revenues captured not only from the Golden Triangle, but also the North Shore and part of the Strip. And that is what's sparking the opposition from council members Kahari Mosley, Barb Warwick, and Deb Gross, who unsuccessfully lobbied for a delay in action to get a legal clarification on the zone boundaries. Bobby Wilson accused Warwick and Gross of using mental gymnastics to oppose the plan, saying they've each misrepresented what the district does.
I can only laugh at what's going on here.
Bob Charlin said the move helps to achieve a major goal.
This is a bill that supports affordable housing downtown. And a vote against this is to vote against affordable projects that we want to see, in our downtown.
Though council's vote signs off on the district as far as the city government is concerned, it still needs to be approved by the Pittsburgh Public Schools and by the county. David Ballarado, News Radio KDKA.
The Commercial Street Bridge replacement project is complete. Now what? PennDOT's District 11 Executive Jason Zhang says the bathtub is next.
That's the big story in the spring and sometimes in the winter when that thing floods. It's a total pain. I don't know. I guess it's whatever, call it climate change, but it's been flooding more often. And we decided to put a project together to add to the flood wall height. So we're going to add 5 feet to the flood wall height.
And he says there's a lot of other things in the works, such as another phase to paint the McKees Rocks Bridge. The investigation into a Peters Township High School sextortion ring has now led to another arrest. News Radio KDK's Tamara Rush has those details.
Aaron White is accused of exchanging sexually explicit messages, photos, and videos with a teenage boy who was already a victim in the Peters Township sextortion case. Police say White is an adult who was identified through messages found during a search of the victim's phone. Investigators say they traced the Snapchat account to a Pennsylvania College of Technology email address. The victim was part of a larger sex trafficking and sextortion operation involving Peters Township High School students and former senior class president Zachariah Myers. White is free on bond and is scheduled for a preliminary hearing in August. Tamara Rush, News Radio KDKA.
eBay has agreed to a multi-million-dollar settlement after some of its employees were found to have harassed and stalked a Massachusetts couple.
eBay and some of the company's former executives have agreed to pay out $56 million to Ina and David Steiner. It comes almost 7 years after several eBay employees attempted to track the couple's movements, even sending them threatening packages like a funeral wreath and a box of spiders. It all goes back to critical things the Steiners had written about the company in their self-published newsletter, E-Commerce Bites. In a statement, eBay says the incident was wrong, reprehensible, and should never have happened. Mike Dubusky, ABC News.
7 eBay employees had already pleaded guilty to criminal charges, with some serving prison time, though no executives were charged. On Wall Street, the Dow closed up 537 points, the Nasdaq down 55, the S&P 500 up 15. KDKA Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO Roofing at 412-373-2000. Pirates in Arizona, Game 2 of their 3-game set tonight over at PNC Park. First pitch at 6:40. And good news for Esmeralyn Valdez, who had to leave last night's game after being struck on the wrist with a pitch. He's not only okay, he's going to be in the starting lineup. KDK Radio News Time 5:03. Right now, partly cloudy and 81 degrees in Pittsburgh. KDK AAA traffic and AccuWeather. Together, next.
I'm back to doing what I love and more. Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Do you spend half your day walking or standing while working? If you have foot, knee, or back problems, the Good Feet store wants to help you like we helped Tony.
Pain that I experience the most is foot pain from being on my feet all day. You're having to kind of talk to yourself through the whole shift, like, I got this, I can do this. Before, I felt defeated. Now it's like, all right, let's go. I'm ready. Like sunshine coming on.
And how about working more comfortably like Dennis?
Working at an amusement park, it's always on your feet. I just couldn't take it, but I didn't have a choice. I just couldn't believe that putting these arch supports in made that much of a difference that quickly. I could do my job and I could take care of my family. I know what my tomorrow is going to be. It's going to be positive.
You deserve a better life, too. Stop in the Good Feet store today. Visit us in Cranberry Township, in Robinson Town Center, in the Waterfront, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, and at goodfeet.com.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Well, it's official. My friends have all switched to Pure Talk because I told them they could save a bunch of money on a super reliable high-speed network with unlimited data. And because they're my friends, they trust me. As for the rest of you, well, Pure Talk understands that even though you might like me, you're not just going to take my word for it, nor should you. For that reason, and for a very limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited plan that normally sells for $65 a month. Think of it like a test drive, a super simple way to save $150 while you kick the tires on Pure Talk's blazing fast network, and a fine way to see for yourself why I switched from Big Wireless, along with a few 100,000 of my closest friends. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and be connected to Pure Talk's friendly U.S. customer service team. Again, dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
There we go. Jeff Hathorn next, our sports director. First, PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, thanks, Colin. Taking a look at the major roadways at 505. The Parkway East outbound has brake lights from before the Oakland on-ramp. Parkway West inbound has heavy congestion that's backing you up near Robinson Town Center. Further down, traffic restarting from Green Tree Hill as you head towards the Fort Pitt Tunnel. On the Parkway West outbound, it's jammed as you wrap into the bathtub region of the city, and both lanes through the Liberty Tunnel are stacked as well. Route 28 remains heavily congested inbound towards the North Shore inbound ramps and Veterans Bridge. With AAA traffic, I'm Logan Arblaster on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Partly to mostly cloudy for tonight. Still can't rule out a stray shower or thunderstorm, low 63. And then clouds and breaks of sun with a couple of showers tomorrow, high 78. A lot of sunshine by Thursday, high near 80. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Warmer weather rolling in. Heavy rain, strong winds, and sudden damage. ServiceMaster Greater Pittsburgh responds immediately, 24/7, 365. Demand the yellow van.
And the yellow van. Call ServiceMaster.
The Drive at 5. The stories driving today's headlines. Brought to you by ServiceMaster of Greater Pittsburgh. When disaster strikes, demand the yellow van. On 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, let's go out to the line. There is a lot going on in the sports world. Our sports director, Jeff Hathorn, he joins right now. Hi, Jeff. How are you?
Colin, just 2 words I want to hear from you. Up camp.
Up camp, yes. Up camp. Visions of Jim Colony up camp with 39-year-old mesh shorts on that he had from UNH and wearing those to walk around campus at night. Yes.
Yes, and maybe, something natural
Yes.
in his hand.
And forgetting about the one in his pocket.
Yes.
Yes. Oh, man. Okay, so take me through this. Mike McCarthy spoke today, amongst other people, and apparently there's going to be a change in the physicality in the way that the Steelers had done something for a couple decades. Am I on to something here?
You are, and you kind of knew once it went out of his mouth that people were going to think, what? They are not going to live tackle.
Wow.
At all. They're going to do some goal line, but things like backs on backers, things that fans really enjoyed, they are not doing that. Here's McCarthy's thoughts. He thinks tackling is as much about teaching the proper technique, getting the footwork, and they're going to spend their time there. And obviously, bottom line here, he doesn't want to see anybody get hurt. And there is a fear of injury from all the tackling. And I will say this to his defense. How often have you watched a Mike Tomlin team, or did you watch a Mike Tomlin team and think, God, they can't tackle? And yet they were probably the most physical team over his tenure of anyone in the NFL. So proof will be how the results are. But yeah, when you come up to camp, you're not going to see not in today's age that you see a ton of it, but you won't see any of it now.
Right. Well, here's the only thing, and I'm not making this case. I'm saying people will. If the Steelers come out of the gate and miss tackles or aren't physical or get run over in week 1 or week 2, whether there's a direct correlation or not, he needs to be ready for fans to make that direct correlation.
Yeah, and I'm sure he's heard enough. I mean, he's worked in 2 passionate fan bases with Green Bay and Dallas that, he knows what the criticism was going to be. And I will say this, he said live tackling. He didn't say they weren't going to be physical. Doesn't mean that they won't block physically, that they won't have drills where there's, some physicality aspect to it. He just doesn't want guys getting taken to the ground. As Narduzzi talks about this with his practices, they call it thud instead of tackle. And thud basically means that they can have the physicality where you're hitting into people. You just don't take them all the way to the ground. You're practicing a technique. You don't finish the play. And I guess we'll find out here if them not finishing the play in practice means they won't finish the play in a game.
Jeff Hathorn, our sports director at Latrobe, joining right now. What's the latest on Joey Porter Jr.?
Yeah, they put him on the PUP list, which is interesting. We don't know exactly what the injury is. There's been talk that it's potentially that his back is sore. I think more his contract is sore. He wants a new contract, and he's not going to practice. And really, if he's holding in or if he's on the physically unable to perform list, either way, he's not practicing. But that was a curious thing, especially after Omar Khan came down and talked to us and said, here are the 2 guys who are injured. It's Dante Kent and Jalen Ramsey. And then 2 hours later, we get a release from the Steelers that they put Joey Porter on the physically unable to perform list. So we don't have more details. We're going to talk to Mike McCarthy tomorrow morning. I mean, maybe it is something that just happened within the span of, the run tests that they had here earlier. But again, I think it's more just a contract thing.
Apparently there's been some crystallization as to not necessarily the depth chart, but at least the reps for quarterbacks during camp. How does that pecking order go?
Yeah, during OTAs and minicamp, it was Will Howard that was running as the 2, and McCarthy announced that it's going to be, Mason Rudolph that's going to be the second quarterback, and then fighting for third. Is to get the starting quarterback ready, and then from there, then they give whatever reps they can. I don't think that means in stone that Mason Rudolph is going to be the backup, but for all those that thought that he wasn't in play, this shows you he's still in play.
could Rudolph or Howard be traded during camp if there's an injury in another camp?
Yes, and I think Rudolph far and away would have more value just because he's played in the NFL. I think it's 28 games, 13 starts. So if you are another team and your quarterback or your backup goes down and you're looking for, some kind of veteran insurance, Mason would be far more valuable than a guy that's never even taken a snap in a preseason game.
Now, there is a change. We're talking to Jeff Hathorn, who has been, I think Jeff is covering his 74th Steeler camp at Latrobe.
I was actually here before they started coming here.
Yes, with one at Pitt Johnstown during the strike years.
Yes.
But anyway, there is a change, though, for fans that are headed out. Things have been shifted, and I guess things are going to get going earlier in the day whenever fans are allowed to get up to camp. Am I right about this?
Yes. Mike McCarthy is very detail-oriented. He wants to keep practice times the same during the season as it will be at camp. And so almost every practice is going to start at 11 o'clock. And remember, the first few practices of camp, due to NFL rules, are heat acclimation practices, meaning they won't practice as long. They're going to go about an hour and a half the first couple of days, and then it'll stretch out to about 2.5 hours after that. But so if you come up the first couple of days and you're like, why don't they even have pads on? That's not a McCarthy thing. That's a rule by the NFL that your first three have to be in this kind of ramp up to what you'd want to do in practice.
So they're going to start at 11. So get there at 3 in the morning instead of 3:30 to line up, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. It will be interesting to see how it affects attendance because, people might work a half day and then come out here. Well, now, unless you're taking a really long lunch, you're pretty much going to have to take the whole day.
No, got it. Great stuff. Jeff, I appreciate it as all. Oh, real quick. The Pirates, any news on the trade front, in particular Ozuna or anybody like that? Have you heard anything?
No, nothing from the trade front, but good news, obviously, with Valdez in that it was just a bruise, and he's in the lineup tonight. And Horwitz has a concussion. Hopefully he'll be back in a couple of days, but nothing yet. I would expect, Colin, that this is going to come with all the teams involved. The big trades, if there are any, are going to come right down at the wire.
Gotcha. Appreciate you jumping on. We'll talk to you a bunch moving forward because now they're up camp. Jeff, I appreciate it. We'll talk soon.
Thanks, Colin.
Absolutely. Jeff Hathorn, our man on the scene, our sports director. And he brought a lot of things into focus in a real short amount of time. I appreciate that, as always, from Jeff. Traffic now. PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Getting reports of an accident at the 300 block of Baldwin Road in Pittsburgh that is causing delays. Now taking a look at the major roadways, Route 28 is experiencing moderate inbound congestion from Troy Hill towards downtown with speeds decreasing near the I-279 interchange. Outbound traffic remains mostly free-flowing. Route 65 is generally moving well, although drivers should expect some slowing approaching the West End Circle, where traffic merges towards the Fort Pitt Bridge and Parkway West. On the Parkway West, it remains the most congested stretch of roadway. Eastbound traffic is backed up well before the Fort Pitt Tunnel, with stop-and-go conditions through the tunnel, across the Fort Pitt Bridge, and into the downtown interchanges. Downtown itself is experiencing heavy congestion around the Fort Pitt Bridge, the Fort Pitt Boulevard, and the I-579 Crosstown Boulevard approaches. The Fort Duquesne Bridge is handling traffic much better than it was earlier, and most North Shore streets remain in good condition. With AAA Traffic, I'm Logan R. Blaster on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
ZipRecruiter. Hey, it's Pony back to talk about my guys from Comer and Cross. If your garage floor is cracked and stained, you already know that it's making your entire garage look bad, and a bad epoxy job makes it look worse. With one easy call to Comer and Cross, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. You can get a quick estimate for a gleaming new Comer and Cross garage floor that you will love, just like I love mine. The Comer and Cross garage floor, gold standard. It is guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever. In just one day, Comer and Cross will fix all your cracks and pits perfectly. They'll apply the gleaming new Comer and Cross concrete floor you choose. They'll even move your stuff out of the garage for you. Several realtors now say a Comer and Cross garage floor can increase your home's value by up to 10%. With over 2,000 five-star reviews and 50% off installation right now, what are you waiting for? Call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR right now. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, or schedule us at COMERcross.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before. We now have more offices, more staff, and more lawyers than any other injury firm in the world. Protecting America, fighting for you.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
You've spent decades building your savings and planning for your future. Now the focus shifts from accumulation to protection, from growth to sustainable income you can depend on. I'm Brian Quaranta, and at Secure Money Advisors, we help retirees build structured retirement plans designed to help protect what they've worked so hard to build and preserve. To learn more, claim your copy of my book, Right Track Your Retirement, at righttrackpittsburgh.com, where your retirement journey begins on the right track.
Every time I've had CertaPro painters do work on my home, I really appreciate their professionalism. They make it worry-free, and it starts with a free estimate, all at the right price. And I love that each CertaPro painter's business is independently owned and operated. Hi, this is Larry Richard. It's the perfect time to reach out, get CertaPro painters to visit your home. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. You'll be so glad you did. Trust CertaPro Painters.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for buying gas. That's right. You can earn cash back with Upside just for buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside, and just last year, I made nearly $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get cash back? If you like extra cash, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you fill your tank. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
All right, I see Paul out there. He's going to bring you up to speed. Goldberg, Persky, White, Pioneers in Asbestos Litigation News Desk. A look ahead what's happening at 5:30. Hi, Paul.
Hey, Colin. 6 people were charged with stealing more than 22,000 tickets worth over $760,000 that were intended for patients. One of them was sentenced today. Details, bottom of the hour, right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Strong communities are built by skilled hands. Hands belonging to Pennsylvania laborers. From highways and bridges to schools, hospitals, and energy projects, union laborers are trained, certified, and committed to getting the job done. The Pennsylvania Laborers District Council is building careers with outstanding training, family-supporting wages, excellent benefits, and a safer future for workers across the Commonwealth. Love them. When quality matters, build with union laborers. Learn more about the Pennsylvania Laborers District Council and the professionals who are building every day.
This is the Bloomberg Money Minute. U.S. home prices continue to go higher, but not as much as they did before. The S&P Cotility Case-Shiller Index for May reports nationwide home prices rose just 1.1% from a year ago. In major cities, the biggest gains in Chicago, up nearly 7%. Las Vegas, though, saw a nearly 2% drop. The U.S. and Iran pausing strikes against each other for 4 days straight now as hopes rise for peace talks to resume. That sent oil sharply lower today, down to around $79 a barrel. And with strong earnings from Boeing, Coca-Cola, JetBlue, and others, the Dow today shot up 537 points, a 1% gain. The S&P was up 16. The Nasdaq, though, down 55 points, with chipmaker shares taking another beating today. And Visa slashing 7% of its workforce. That's about 2,600 jobs, as the credit card issuer faces stiff competition from fintechs and buy now, pay later companies. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
Your drive just got easier. It's Colin Dunlap on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, I want to get back into this letter that was sent between two people. That, to me, is, it's pretty incendiary, but it kind of is, but it's written incredibly well. Is it fair or not? I seem to think it is, and no matter what side you're on, it's wonderful. How about a week from right now? It's going to be the Wiener 100. If you haven't signed up, if you haven't checked it out, if you haven't gone to our website, do so. If you've got a wiener dog, dachshund, we're having a Wiener 100 down where the Wild Things play. So that is next Tuesday. Spaces are filling up fast, though. Check it out. Last year it blew me away how excited these people were. It blew me away the camaraderie they have in this sort of fraternity that wiener dog owners have. It's part of Bark in the Park night at the Wild Things game that night. So be sure to sign up. Check it out. It's on our website. There's 49 different slots. There's 7 races of 7, and you fit into certain parameters and things. So go to our website. 100.1 FM, or excuse me, KDKA-radio.com, 100.1 FM AM 1020, but it's KDKA-radio.com. If you've got a wiener dog or if you're just fans of wiener dogs, and maybe over the course of the next couple days, I'll let you know some of the entrants to this point, but it'll fill up fast if it's not filled up already, so be sure to check that out. Coming up next, a pretty inflammatory, or at least hard-hitting, letter one elected official sent someone else in his state, and I'll tell you what, I kind of like it. We'll get into that in short order. PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, thanks, Colin. Taking a look at the major roadways, the Parkway West remains congested, and the eastbound traffic is backed up well before the Fort Pitt Tunnel with stop-and-go conditions through the tunnel across the Fort Pitt Bridge and into the downtown interchanges. Downtown itself is experiencing heavy congestion around the Fort Pitt Bridge, Fort Pitt Boulevard, and the I-579 Crosstown Boulevard approaches. The Fort Duquesne Bridge is handling traffic much better, while most of the North Shore streets remain in good condition. With AAA traffic, I'm Logan Arblaster, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
It is hot. Yep, summer. You know what that means. Summer sales event at Schultz Ford. Check out all those great locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, Schultz Ford down in Wheeling. And listen, maybe you want to sit in the air conditioner and do your car shopping. That's fine. Right at home, right there in your home office. How about SchultzFord.com? Do that. Then head out to one of those great locations. Customer service cannot be beat. Summer sales event. Get there now. Schultz Ford and SchultzFord.com.
Life's best moments start with perfect choices. For Connie Nowak, it was a trolley ride and a 67-year love story. A life of family, smart decisions, and companionship with Chester the cat. Her retirement choice? The Village at St. Barnabas. Recreation, healthcare, close to family, everything on her list. Plus, it's an exceptional retirement value with a flexible entry process and affordable rates. St. Barnabas Retirement Communities, stbarnabascommunities.com, or call 724-444-5568.
Life-changing is happening every day at UPMC.
I've always had aspirations to serve my community. I enjoy working at Children's Hospital and being around an environment where I make the kids happy and make the kids smile. Not all hospitals have a dedicated police force, but UPMC does, keeping patients and staff safe. I want families to know that when they come to UPMC, we're here for them.
That's life-changing medicine at UPMC.
In the United States, a vehicle is stolen every 31 seconds, about as long as this message. Luckily, you can take a few easy steps to protect your car in the same amount of time. Remove your valuables, roll up your windows, don't leave your car running unattended, lock your doors, and take your keys or fob. If you have information about a crime, call the police. If you suspect insurance fraud, contact NICB at reportinsurancefraud.org. A public service message from the National Insurance Crime Bureau.
The world used to be afraid to say the word AIDS. Now, we speak out.
I just want to raise money to make sure people have dignity for the rest of their life and be able to live a little better.
We thought it was a disease that affected a few. Now we know it affects us all. Every year around the world, we reach hundreds of thousands with testing, prevention, and treatment. But HIV isn't over. More than 150,000 people are living with HIV in the United States, and they don't know it. But while others are cutting back, we are stepping up. When the world looked away, we didn't, and we never will.
Mommy, how come I can't sit in the front seat?
Because I love you and you're just not ready yet.
Putting your kids in the right seat for their age and size is an act of love. Check that your kids are in the right seat at nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Love protects. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Partly sunny and 81 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 5:30. I'm Paul Alexander. News brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. With their famous lifetime warranty on materials and labor, trust PJ.com. A former employee at UPMC Mercy is sentenced to 5 years probation after she was found guilty of stealing tickets that were supposed to go to hospital patients. 65-year-old Ramona Wilkes was convicted today on a number of charges in order to pay more than $57,000 in restitution to Tickets for Kids. Prosecutors say the charity provided the tickets for children served by the hospital, but instead Wilkes and 3 co-conspirators sold them instead, keeping the money for themselves. A total of 6 people were charged with stealing more than 22,000 tickets worth over $760,000 in the scheme. A Washington County woman is accused of taking some bad advice from a man she met on TikTok. We have more from News Radio KDKA's David Ballarado.
That's because she allegedly agreed to try and deposit a bogus check supposedly from an auto repair shop. Prosecutors say 60-year-old Deborah Shearer received the check from a man she'd met on TikTok and began dating. The plan, Shearer would deposit the check worth nearly $20,000 and then send him the money, and he, in return, would send her a cut. They say she knew the check was fraudulent but agreed to deposit it anyway. Officials say the bank flagged the check as bogus and froze Shearer's account. She's charged with theft by deception. The man who allegedly sent her the check has not been charged yet. David Ballarado, News Radio, KDKA.
New technology is now being used inside the Allegheny County Jail to help identify medical emergencies before they become life-threatening. News Radio KDKA's Tamara Rush has the details.
The Allegheny County Jail has started using 100 biometric monitoring devices for incarcerated individuals with complex medical needs, according to Deputy Warden of Healthcare Services, Holly Martin.
We are going to put these on our new arrest population coming into the facility. Anybody deemed medically vulnerable, for example, could be going through withdrawal from substance use, or any other complicated medical conditions like a cardiac condition.
The wrist-worn devices track vital signs including heart rate, blood oxygen levels, and skin temperature, alerting staff to possible medical emergencies. Martin tells KDKA Radio the technology is not replacing staff observation, but serving as another tool to help identify medical distress and speed up emergency response. Tamira Rush, News Radio, KDKA.
On Wall Street, the Dow closed up 537 points. The Nasdaq down 55. The S&P 500 up 15. KDK Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO Roofing at 412-373-2000. No matter how well future Hall of Famer Aaron Rodgers plays this season, it will be his final year in the NFL. KDK Sports Director Jeff Hathorn has more.
There was some growing speculation, especially after receiver DK Metcalf apparently was joking on Tuesday when he said Aaron Rodgers might want to play after 2026. The 42-year-old shut that down quickly, saying this is his final year and there is zero debate.
I thought last year might be it. And then Mike got hired and I talked to the wife and she said, you can do one more year. So I said, well, let's see if it works out. And then it kind of all came together.
Rodgers says he hasn't been nostalgic, rather ready to work. With the Steelers in Latrobe, Jeff Hathor, News Radio KDKA.
Pirates and D-backs again tonight, game 2 of their 3-game set at PNC Park. First pitch, 6:40. Great news for Esmeralyn Valdez. He left the game last night after being struck in the wrist by a pitch. Not only is he okay, he'll be in the lineup tonight. KDK Radio News Time, 5:32. Time to call Metropolitan Windows. Save 20% off their exclusive Infinity from Marvin Fiberglass Windows, 412-655-8411. Our next update at 6 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander on the voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
At the Original Mattress Factory, we make mattress shopping easy. We offer our lowest and best price to everyone, every day, so you can shop when you're ready. We show you exactly what's inside of our mattresses so you can see and feel the quality for yourself to ensure you're getting the best value. And we offer a no-pressure shopping experience. Our team is here to help you find the best mattress for you. It's that easy. Visit an OMF location today to see the Original Mattress Factory difference for yourself.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other law firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and have a 99.7% success rate. They win for you. Car accidents, motorcycle wrecks, tractor-trailer crashes, dog bites, any accident, only 25%. Shenderovich and Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
And Doug. Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons, and lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
All right, here we go. PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDK AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, thanks, Colin. Taking a look at the major roadways around 535 in the Pittsburgh Metro. The Parkway East outbound is still slow through Oakland, but traffic is beginning to loosen past Technology Drive towards the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. The Parkway West outbound remains congested through the Bathtub region, but is starting to improve slightly. With AAA traffic, I'm Logan Arblaster on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
We'll have some clouds around for tonight. There still could be a shower or thunderstorm at a few spots, low 63. Clouds and breaks of sun with a couple of showers around tomorrow, high 78. And more sunshine for Thursday, high 80. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Are data centers and artificial intelligence going to destroy us? We'll talk to a guest who says yes. Is data centers and artificial intelligence going to save us? We're going to talk to a guest who says yes. We'll talk to both on the next America at Night with me, I'm McGraw-Milhaven. Plus, our National Park Series continues tonight at 10 on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right, before we're out of here today, I've joked a little bit about things that happened with that Commercial Street Bridge. Something totally serious that I want to tell you before we're out of here today. And then hopefully I could close up shop for good on the Commercial Street Bridge talk, which, again, I'll get into, but hopefully that'll be the end of it. All right, is this fair or not? For me, I think it's fair. For me, I think it's something that had to happen. And for me, you know what? I think it's something that answers are demanded, and they should come. They absolutely should. So last night, the governor of Kentucky, Andy Beshear, sent a really tersely worded and frank and to-the-point letter to Mitch McConnell and those closest to Mitch McConnell that pretty much I can sort of put into summary with just a couple sentences. It kind of says, is this like Weekend at Bernie's, or are you really alive and kicking and doing everything? I need to know either way You owe it to the people of Kentucky and the country either way. Let me know at your earliest convenience, or we're going to try to get you fired. Thanks. So that's what Andy Beshear sent to the Honorable Mitch McConnell. I'll read a few excerpts. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but it is incredibly well written. I don't know if Beshear wrote it himself, but it definitely came from his office of the governor, Commonwealth of Kentucky. I'm addressing this letter to Senator I'm addressing this letter to Senator McConnell under the assumption that he is capable of reading and responding verbally and not incapacitated by means of consciousness or cognition. Now, that's a hammer first sentence. It just is. I mean, that is a home run of a first sentence by Governor Beshear. It's kind of like, hey, pal, if you can read this, respond. If somebody else is reading it, you've already lost. Second sentence says, if the senator, is unable to respond for either of those or other conditions, consider this letter a demand for his Senate staff to be honest and transparent with the people of Kentucky. I mean, he doesn't really even have to go any further. This is 12 out of 10 already. Beshear continues, it has now been 43 days since news of your hospitalization. During that time, you have cast 0 votes, engaged in no official activities, and aside from 2 photos and corresponding statements, have made no effort to communicate with your Kentucky constituents or the nation. Even the attending physician's written statement did not discuss your actual condition, including whether you could speak, reason, or carry out your duties as senator. I understand anyone's desire for privacy, but when you run for office and serve as one of the state's 2 U.S. senators, you willingly abdicate much of your personal privacy. That's the deal, and we all know it when we run. Then he gets into a little political jargon and nonsense, which is partisan, which he could have actually left out. I think the letter would have been stronger. But he ends with this. As governor of your state, of the state that you serve, I am calling on you to directly and verbally address the people of Kentucky and provide proof of your capacity to serve or resign. I am further sending this letter to Senate Majority Leader John Thune. Per our research, a vacancy in the Senate occurs when a senator dies, resigns, or is expelled by a vote of the Senate itself. If you are unwilling to voluntarily show that you still have the capacity to serve, I will insist Leader Thune fully investigate your condition, report to the American people, and begin the process if warranted. Huh. Man. So I see that as incredibly fair. Beshear pretty much is just asking what all the taxpayers are asking. And for background, we know this. Beshear's a Democrat, Mitch McConnell a Republican. For me, it doesn't matter at all. Because Mitch McConnell's supposed to represent everybody, not just Republicans. And back to Beshear asking what taxpayers are asking, you're elected. And you've disappeared now for a month and a half. Outside of 2 photos, which a lot of people are saying are fake. I don't know if they're fake or not. That's not for me to decide. But you could end this real quick by disseminating a video. That, to me, seems simple. So Beshear is just acting, again, like any taxpayer, logical taxpayer, would act, I think. This isn't too much for me. It hits the bullseye right on the mark. And now it firmly, and this is what Beshear did most effectively, it firmly throws the ball into McConnell's court. And if you're McConnell, you got to act. If you do nothing, it's essentially an admission of guilt. Bill is in Moon. Hi, Bill.
Colin, I've mentioned this before, and I'm going to keep repeating it and beating it to death. Instances like this is why I believe we need a 28th Amendment on the federal level, age limiting our senators, Congress, Vice President, President to no more than 75 prior to the date of swearing in. If they reach 75 before that date, they're not eligible. And if they turn 75,
well, I think we need to limit them to having good cell phone plans. That would help. But I get what you're saying. See, I don't know, though. The cognitive ability of people at 75 varies. some people are all there. Some people aren't there. Some people are very well with it, and some people aren't. And it can go person to person. Is term limits the way to go? I'm not for those either, to be quite honest with you. And here's why. I don't care if you're 90 or if you're 24. I look at it as the person who is eligible for an office. If Americans vote them in, or somebody in your state or your local jurisdiction vote them in, the best person in the office, as virtue of whoever gains the most votes, should get in. So I'm really not for term limits either. I think term limits are kind of un-American outside of the top office of the land, because that's in the Constitution. And this nonsense about Trump trying to run again, total nonsense. No way in the world should that be allowed to happen. No way in the world can that happen. No way in the world should anybody let that happen. And he needs to be stopped even mentioning that. But with Mitch McConnell, this is, unfortunately, he got voted in. So he was the best guy for the office, they thought. But Bashir brings up a great point. If you're incapacitated, you owe it to people, or your office does, to be frank and forward with people. And all you got to do is answer that you're not incapacitated. So when you bring up an age threshold, or we bring up term limits or whatever, I don't necessarily think I'm for either one of those. It's at this level right now, and at this point right now with Mitch McConnell, it's just a case of honesty. And that's a tough stretch for a lot of politicians, but that's all he's asking for from the McConnell camp. There are people, if McConnell isn't lucid, or if he's not somebody who is able to, if he's incapacitated by any means right now, there are people that are certainly, and it's people multiple, who are covering for him. And they're just as guilty in a sense, or maybe even more, than he is. All right, before we're out of here today, one more quick thing about the Commercial Street Bridge. I just got to, and this is in all sincerity, I'll tell you about that before we're out of here. Let's hit traffic right now. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, thanks, Colin. The Parkway West remains the region's worst bottleneck. Eastbound traffic is backed up well before the Fort Pitt Tunnel, with stop-and-go conditions continuing through the tunnel across the Fort Pitt Bridge and into downtown. The Parkway East continues to see moderate to heavy westbound congestion from South Oakland into downtown. Traffic is slow approaching the Boulevard of the Allies interchange and remains congested through the crosstown area. Route 51 remains heavily congested northbound. Traffic is backed up approaching the Liberty Tunnel and continues slowly through the tunnel and the Liberty Bridge and remains congested onto Crosstown Boulevard entering downtown. With AAA Traffic, I'm Logan R. Blaster, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to Colin Dunlap on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
You've spent decades building your savings and planning for your future. Now the focus shifts from accumulation to protection, from growth to sustainable income you can depend on. I'm Brian Quaranta, and at Secure Money Advisors, we help retirees build structured retirement plans designed to help protect what they've worked so hard to build and preserve. To learn more, claim your copy of my book, Right Track Your Retirement, at righttrackpittsburgh.com, where your retirement journey begins on the right track.
Steelers Nation, are you ready? Don't miss Steelers Fest on Saturday, August 8th at Legion Keener Park in Latrobe. There's live music, mouth-watering food from local vendors, games and inflatables for the kids, Steely McBeam and the Steel Line Drum Line. This is Larry Richard. I'll be there 11 to 1. Then you can meet Steelers legends for autographs 3 to 5. Cap it off with the Saturday night scrimmage at Latrobe Memorial Stadium. Football like you've never experienced it before. It's big. It's bold. It's only in Latrobe.
For almost 40 years, Rugby Realty has been a leading real estate company in the heart of Pittsburgh. They specialize in the operation and leasing of iconic office buildings. One Oxford Center, Frick Building, and the Coppers Building. Rugby Realty is leading the effort of converting historic office buildings into luxury apartments and hotels, including the Gulf Tower in 933 Penn Avenue and 4 Allegheny Center on the north side. Thank you, Rugby Realty, for supporting Pittsburgh Public Schools annual backpack campaign.
What do parents think of back to school at Staples, where supplies start at just 25 cents?
Staples has the latest laptops with up to 40% savings.
I may hug the cashier.
So embarrassing.
It's the most wonderful time of the year.
It's a wonderful time at Staples with up to 40% off select tech. Staples.
That was easy.
Visit Staples today or shop online and in the app. Ends 9/12. Exclusions apply.
Pirates baseball tomorrow on the station that invented baseball on the radio.
Deep to the wall, and it's a record! A Pirate record! Brian O'Hearn is homered for the third time. 10 runs batted in.
The Bucks face Arizona at 11:40 with a North Shore Tavern leadoff show presented by Keystone Custom Apparel on the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Earn an accredited MBA in as few as 16 months for about $21K at University of Maryland Global Campus. Explore 10 specializations, including finance, HR, cyber technology, and more. Plus, showcase the value of your MBA with a comprehensive learner record and digitally demonstrate in-demand skills and credentials to employers. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start August 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
If there's one thing you can count on, it's 24/7 protection when you bundle home and auto insurance with Progressive. And if there's two things you can count on, it's your smoke detector battery dying at 3 a.m. Not 3 p.m. on a Saturday when you have nothing going on, but in the middle of the night when you're fast asleep.
Oh, come on!
Get 24/7 protection when you bundle home and auto with Progressive. Just one more thing you can count on. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Heart disease is the leading cause of death in the United States. So when it comes to your heart, there's no room for compromise. At UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute, innovation, technology, and world-class expertise come together to treat the most complex heart cases, redefining what's possible for patients who need it most. Getting your heart checked can save your life. Schedule your appointment with the region's leader at upmc.com/heart.
All right, there's Paul. He's ready to go. Goldberg, Persky, White, Pioneers and Asbestos Litigation News Desk. A look ahead to see what he has happening. Hi, Paul.
Colin, police on the scene of a shooting in Penn Hills. We'll tell you what we know top of the hour right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Pittsburgh's very own board-certified and licensed hypnotherapist Dan Vitchoff of the PA Hypnosis Center is here to help you. He has helped train U.S. Olympic team members control their brains, stay relaxed, focused, and in control, giving them the edge for the gold. He's recognized by many organizations around the world as one of the top hypnotherapists anywhere. He has gotten over 3,000 people to give up cigarettes for good in the last 22 years. He's helped folks even who've tried gastric bypass to lose weight. He can help you and give you a 98% success guarantee. Call 724-934-8446. That's Dan Vitchoff, the PA Hypnosis Center. Mention KDKA and get $50 off any program. But call for a free consultation today, 724-934-8446. The PA Hypnosis Center with Dan Vitchoff. Make that call today, 724-934-8446.
You've heard the news. Now, talk about it with Colin Dunlap on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
All right, programming note, Pirate Baseball tomorrow, day game. So I'll be on after that. Also, I heard in one of Paul's stories that a woman got sentenced or whatever for ripping off tickets for kids. That's a great organization. I actually know the people who started that originally, and it's an unbelievable concept, a great concept, where they take unused tickets from teams and organizations and different things and distribute them to other organizations and nonprofits and places like that, or schools, kids that wouldn't otherwise get the opportunity to go to games. So you're the lowest of the low. I mean that. The lowest of the low if you steal from kids that are on their way, or organizations that are on their way to a ball game or a show or something like that, or the zoo, whatever it may be, to sort of brighten their day because they can't otherwise afford it. So whatever happens to that person who had stolen from Tickets for Kids or tickets intended for Tickets for Kids, just enough bad can't happen to them. Honestly, it's just the lowest of the low. All right, so this was yesterday. Tamira filed this at about this time yesterday. Give a listen.
Governor Josh Shapiro and state officials made the announcement that the Parkway East will reopen Monday night, more than a week ahead of schedule. But PennDOT District 11 Executive Jason Zhang described the opening process extensively to KDKA Radio.
Looking at around 8 o'clock, we're trying to beat the rain. So there's some storms that are supposed to move in later. So I think really the goal is to get the paint lines down before the rain hits. Yeah, so eastbound will open rather quickly because it's really just a matter of removing some of the channelizers outside in front of the tunnel. But the inbound side, the westbound's a little more complicated.
The new Commercial Street Bridge is 846 feet long, 85 feet tall, and weighs more than 22 million pounds. Reporting from the new Commercial Street Bridge, I'm Tamira Resch on News Radio 1020 KDKA.
Couple things. I'm glad Tamira yesterday talked to Jason Zhang because he should have been the guy running the show. To me, the governor sort of hijacked that thing in somebody else's moment, but politicians do that. It wasn't his time, wasn't his place, but he sure made it. Jumped in front of the camera. It was odd to me. It just was. Second of all, the two things I marvel at with that Commercial Street Bridge. One, they described it as when they slid it into place, that it was only off by 1/8 of an inch. And their plus-minus ratio was way more than that. That's real incredible engineering. It just is. But even before they slid it into place, the other thing that I marvel at is the new bridge was 9 feet away from the old bridge when they detonated it. And they designed a way, whenever they blew up the old bridge, that the new bridge didn't sustain any damage. Think of that. Just think about all the artillery or whatever that it takes to blow a bridge up, and something 9 feet away didn't get any collateral damage. What just an engineering marvel. Great on them. Fantastic. And now it just becomes a regular bridge you drive over. All right, after Pirate Baseball tomorrow, I'll talk to you. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Thanks, Colin. Traffic remains heavy across the Pittsburgh metro as the evening rush continues. The biggest delays are on the Parkway West, where inbound traffic is backed up before the Fort Pitt Tunnel, with stop-and-go conditions through the tunnel and across the Fort Pitt Bridge into downtown. The Parkway East is also slow westbound from South Oakland into downtown, while Route 51 remains heavily congested through the Liberty Tunnel and onto the Liberty Bridge. I-279 and Route 28 are seeing moderate inbound delays approaching the North Shore. With AAA Traffic, I'm Logan Arblaster on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's the little things. The information you need. People you know. The little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 20% and get financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
As parents, we have a million things running through our minds. Playdates, checkups, groceries, laundry, diapers, work, carpool schedules, picture day, swim team, did we mention diapers, birthday parties, meal prep, lost permission slips, dentist appointments, and the dog that still needs to be walked. So it's easy to make a mistake. Oh, I forgot birthday candles. Sit tight, hon, I'll be right back. We say we'd never put our kids in danger by leaving them in the car alone. Oh, wait, since when are candles not on the baking aisle? But never happens. And temperatures as low as 60 degrees can be deadly for children left behind. So always bring them with you, and every time you park the car, stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
They came from every corner of the country, from small towns and big cities. But they all shared one thing in common. They belonged to a family called Marines, a tough and determined few dedicated to protecting everything we hold sacred. And still, they come. Celebrate the history of those proud few who have earned the title Marine.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
My retired friends are going back to work. I'm worried Social Security won't be enough. BenefitsCheckup.org connected me to $1,000 a month for food and medicine. It's free. Visit BenefitsCheckup.org today.
Supported by the U.S. Administration for Community Living.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Partly sunny and 81 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 6 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander. News brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. Home improvements with no interest financing if you need it. Trust PJ.com. Allegheny County homicide detectives are on the scene of an apparent shooting in Penn Hills. KDKA TV's Jennifer Barrasso was there.
Preliminary information is that this is all happening at Barra Vista Drive here in Penn Hills. There was some type of CPR attempted. 2 people inside of a vehicle with gunshot wounds. They were taken out of the vehicle, tried CPR, but for some reason that vehicle hit part of that house. And at this point, both 2 people have been declared dead.
We'll continue to update you as we get more information. After a heated debate, City Council gives final approval to creating a new revitalization district for downtown Pittsburgh. News Radio KDK's David Bottlerado has more.
Council approved the creation, which, after a $50 million bond is floated, will create a new district to help redevelop downtown, using revenues captured not only from the Golden Triangle, but also the North Shore and part of the Strip. And that is what's sparking the opposition from council members Kahari Mosley, Barb Warwick, and Deb Gross, who unsuccessfully lobbied for a delay in action to get a legal clarification on the zone boundaries. Bobby Wilson accused Warwick and Gross of using mental gymnastics to oppose the plan, saying they've each misrepresented what the district does.
I can only laugh at what's going on here.
Bob Charlin said the move helps to achieve a major goal.
This is a bill that supports affordable housing downtown. And a vote against this is to vote against affordable projects that we want to see, in our downtown.
Though council's vote signs off on the district as far as the city government is concerned, it still needs to be approved by the Pittsburgh Public Schools and by the county. David Bottlerado, News Radio KDKA.
The Commercial Street Bridge replacement project is complete. Now what? PennDOT's District 11 executive Jason Zhang says the bathtub is next.
That's the big story in the spring and sometimes in the winter when that thing floods. It's a total pain.
I don't know, I guess it's whatever, call it climate change, but it's been flooding more often. And we decided to put a project together to add to the flood wall height. So we're going to add 5 feet to the flood wall height.
He also says there's a lot of other things in the works, such as another phase to paint the McKees Rocks Bridge. Penn Hills man arrested for ramming his car into the security gate at FBI headquarters on the south side last September pleaded guilty Monday to charges in federal court. 47-year-old Donald Henson was sentenced to time served plus 3 years of supervised release and must pay about $30,000 in restitution. When agents interviewed Henson after the incident, he told them he believed a monitoring device was embedded in his throat and a man was living under his house. The Air Force veteran's attorney says his client was suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder and depression. Namdar Realty was going to trial Monday for a criminal charge of creating a public nuisance. The reason? Because of the poor condition of the roads around the property Namdar owns, the Galleria at Pittsburgh Mills. But the trial was postponed after it was announced last week that Namdar had reached an agreement with Fraser Township to pave the long-neglected complex. Chip Live reports milling is scheduled to begin early next week. On Wall Street, the Dow closed up 537 points. The Nasdaq down 55. The S&P 500 up 15 points. KDKA Sports, Pirates, and the Arizona Diamondbacks one more time tonight. Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO Roofing at 412-373-2000. First pitch just about 40 minutes from now. And great news for Esmeralyn Valdez. He was hit by a pitch last evening, had to leave the game. Not only is he okay, he'll be in the lineup tonight. KDK Radio News Time, 6:03. Time to call Dina Schmidt and Michael Coleman at One Health Benefits, 724-799-8873 for health insurance that can save you thousands. Right now in Pittsburgh, partly sunny and 81 degrees. KDK AAA traffic and AccuWeather together next.
My boy JK in Oakmont does it again. This new joint, Twin Burrow Bar and Grill, just over the viaduct, Verona. Insane smash burgers, milkshakes, hot dogs, lobster roll, brisket, chicken sandwiches. I ate there with my family, blew me away. Adult slushies, you've never seen anything like it. The place is brand new, Twin Burrow Bar and Grill in Verona. It's amazing. Check it out.
This is Carlos, owner of Greater Pitt Tree Service. If you have any concerns about any trees on your property, call Greater Pitt Tree Service, 412-884-TREE. We have an A+ rating on the Better Business Bureau. To serve your needs best, we have an ISA-certified arborist on staff. We have 32 years experience, 412-884-TREE. We will be your best choice for tree work. Greater Pitt Tree Service, 412-884-TREE. And remember, we did your neighbor's tree.
KDKA traffic on the 5s.
All right, our Tuesday is officially underway, and it's 6:05 from the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. KDKA AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Here is Logan.
All right, thanks, Rob. The Parkway East outbound is still slow past Oakland, but traffic is steadily improving towards the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. The Parkway West outbound remains heavy, but is beginning to loosen across the Bathtub region. And with AAA traffic, I'm Logan Arblaster, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Partly to mostly cloudy for tonight. Still can't rule out a stray shower or thunderstorm, low 63. And then clouds and breaks of sun with a couple of showers tomorrow, high 78. A lot of sunshine by Thursday, high near 80. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
You know the feeling. That rush when you reach that goal. Make somebody brag a little back home. That's success. And at University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why UMGC offers an accredited skills-based education that helps move your career forward. We'll teach you how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science, plus build your skills in leadership, communication, and critical thinking. Explore more than 100 degrees and certificates in business, cybersecurity, healthcare, and more. With affordable and online programs, you can unlock new opportunities to help you succeed again. At UMGC, success is yours for the taking and the making, and nothing should keep you from it, especially not an application fee. Apply now and we'll waive your application fee. Classes start August 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell and Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Hear about it, then talk about it. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, lots of stuff to cover before we get out of here at 10 o'clock tonight, so let's get going. Your Pratt Pack, welcome to the show. Though questions remain about the legality of the controversial multi-million-dollar plan to revitalize downtown Pittsburgh, City Council members today approved the development blueprint in a rare split vote. For weeks, some council members and city residents have pushed back against the creation of a transit revitalization investment into this golden triangle that we all know and love. It's called TRID, which stands for Transit Revitalization Investment District. As it's known amongst development groups and legislators, it's supposed to help spur new development downtown while also putting money into transit and our infrastructure. Now, the tax diversion will require the city to take out a $50 million bond, of which only $10 million will go towards transit upgrades. The remainder will go to projects like office and residential conversions. Let me just tell you, this is a brilliant idea, okay? It has to happen. And I will commend the city government, and we will talk to Rachel Heisler, who just is a big part of that city government and the future. Look, Pittsburgh, you just can't sit still. You just can't continue to complain about we've got issues. Things aren't working out. We need to do this. We need to do that. Why don't we have more police officers? Why don't we have more people in downtown? What about business? Is it going to return? What about retail? Will it grow? This is how you do it. It's all about curb appeal. You have to do something. And here's the best part of all of this. Youth. I've been talking about youth with the mayor, with Rachel Heisler, council members. It's youth. They will be here to see this thing unfold. And listen, I got to tell you, if I could hire Rachel Heisler to do my checkbook and my banking, I would do it. I have never seen anybody who was all in on getting to the bottom line. And Corey, before he became mayor, was the controller in Allegheny County. There will be no misappropriation of funds. There will be no mismanagement. Every single cent, even though the penny may not matter anymore to the U.S. Mint, it does to this current regime. Look, I'm tired of just saying slap a coat of paint on it, because you know as well as I do, painting is one thing, but when you got to do it every year and you basically have the same thing staring you in the face, you're not doing what you need to do. Look, when I think of all of the money that has been spent, all of the money that has been wasted, all of the money that I wish we could get back, guess what? It's all wishful thinking. But this is thinking about the big picture. So float the bond, get it done, and get to work. And as Corey's father used to say, let's red up Pittsburgh. I love it. So a judge today sentenced a teenager who killed 2 students and 2 teachers in a shooting at a high school in Georgia to serve life in prison without the possibility of parole. This man, 16 years of age, had pleaded guilty Friday to 55 counts, including murder in the September 4, 2024 shooting at the school about 45 miles northeast of Atlanta. He was just 14 at the time of the incident. Borough County Superior Court Judge Nicholas Prime handed down the sentence after hearing from the family members of those killed and victims, as well as investigators and forensic psychologists who evaluated Gray, a youth detention center counselor, and Gray's grandmother. The minimum penalty for murder in Georgia is life without the possibility of parole. That left Borough County Superior Court Judge Nicholas Prime with the decision of whether Gray should ever be eligible for parole. He decided that the teen should head to prison for life. Look, crime and punishment. But believe me, this type of violence has to stop. We're going to be talking a lot about what's happening right here in this place that we call home. Not only this incident that we're following in Penn Hills right now, but other things that have been happening too. And I'm going to tell you in just a couple of moments about a then 18-year-old who committed a crime and took a 21-year-old's life. He's been charged in this murder, all for $80 and a quarter ounce of drugs, weed. There is no respect for human life in this country. How anyone 14 years of age could even have the thought process of doing something as heinous as this is beyond belief. But guess what? I believe all of it because it's a part of our daily life. I mean, I'm getting on the air tonight, all set, plugging in, lighting the lamp, and I look up on KDKA, and I'm listening to Paul break the story at 6, possibility of 2 people dead in Penn Hills. I mean, don't we get a break from this stuff? Can't we find a way to just figure it out? And believe me, they're doing their due diligence when it comes to mental illness. Psychologists and psychiatrists, defense experts. We're training teachers in classrooms. We actually in Beaver County are going to be doing a drill in a nearby school district in the next few days about the possibility of an active shooter. I mean, everyone's doing what they need to do, but it's not enough. And these type of heinous crimes just don't stop. And I feel so bad for the victim, surely, or victims, you bet, but the family members who have to spend the rest of their time on this earth every single time a birthday rolls around, a holiday, or a picture, they have to relive it. When are we going to just act like civilized citizens? This is absolutely just such a crushing, crushing story, day after day after day. All right. You can always listen to us at 100.1 FM, AM 1020 KDK, or on the Odyssey app, AUDACY. But you can also watch us online with the KDK video stream presented by Metropolitan Window Company. Just go to kdkradio.com and click on Watch KDK Radio Livestream, where now you can subscribe to our YouTube channel if you happen to see everything happening in the studios. Don't forget NASCO Roofing instant access to our shows. Just a click away. Email us at instantacces@kdkradio.com. And if you know someone in your community who's done something extraordinary in the past year, nominate them now, kdkradio.com, to be honored at this year's Larry's Hometown Heroes event. 6:15. From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDK AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Here's Logan.
Thanks, Rob. The Parkway East outbound remains slow through Oakland, but most major backups are beginning to thin out across the region. The Parkway West outbound is improving gradually through downtown approaches and with AAA traffic. I'm Logan Arblaster on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
This summer, your passport isn't required. Welcome to Summer in Tokyo at P.F. Chang's. Inspired by the color and energy of Tokyo's vibrant sushi scene, these limited-time creations bring bold flavors in every bite. Discover new sushi rolls, steak tataki, and lobster and prawn fried rice inspired by one of the world's most exciting food destinations. Cruise through Tokyo, one roll at a time aboard our sushi boat with wave after sushi wave of unforgettable taste. Summer in Tokyo at P.F. Chang's. Your journey to Tokyo starts here.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Retirement, it's almost here. Are you ready? Well, join Kurt Kanodik and Ethan Lane of Accurate Solutions Group for your retirement blueprint. Let Kurt and Ethan help you plan for your retirement dreams. Don't miss your retirement blueprint, Sundays at 10. Investment advisory services offered through ASG Investment Management, LLC.
Time to get that painting project done that you've been putting off by calling CertaPro Painters. Hi, this is Larry Richard. My first experience more than a decade ago started with a free estimate. They got that done quickly and left the place beautifully cleaned up after a great professional job. And each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated. That makes all the difference in the world. You're talking to the owner. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C.
The super summer savings continue at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, boneless chicken tenders are $1.99 a pound. In the produce department, fresh sweet blueberries, 1-pint packages, 2 for $4. In our deli, plain or garlic Eckrich bologna is $3.99 a pound. And additional savings this week, selected varieties of Stone Ridge Creamery ice cream, 48-ounce cartons, $2.99 each.
At Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
At UPMC Hillman Cancer Center, we believe cancer care shouldn't just be good enough. It should be life-changing. As the region's only National Cancer Institute designated comprehensive cancer center, we provide groundbreaking treatments and innovative clinical trials with renowned cancer specialists and a compassionate support system for patients and their families. Discover more at upmchillman.com/lifechanging.
Summer is better together, and nobody does community like Legends Senior Living. As one of Pennsylvania's largest senior living providers, they invite you to fun summer events across Pittsburgh area communities and experience the vibrant lifestyle that awaits. Meet new friends, learn something new, and explore topics that matter to seniors and their families. Enjoy chef-prepared cuisine, meaningful conversation, and the warm hospitality that makes Legends so special. Visit legends.seniorliving.com/PGH to browse summer events, RSVP, and start filling your social calendar.
Amazon Business. Unlock smart business buying with fast, free delivery on millions of items and practical AI innovations that automate repetitive tasks. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
All right, coming up on 20 inside the hour from the Goldberg, Persky, and White Pioneers and Asbestos Litigation News Desk, let's say good evening to Paul Alexander. Paul?
Rob, still trying to get more details about the shooting that has taken place in Penn Hills. Details coming up bottom of the hour. Right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
All right, Bloomberg Money Minute time, Bloomberg Radio, KDKA Radio.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Apple wants to control your whole home. Taking aim at Google Nest and Amazon Alexa, Apple will launch a line of new devices and software for the smart home market later this year, including a hub with the new Siri AI assistant and a new TV set-top box. The U.S. and Iran pausing strikes against each other for the last 4 days as hopes rise for peace talks to resume. That sent oil sharply lower, closing at $79.26 a barrel, offsetting another sell-off in chip makers. The Dow today shooting up 537 points, a 1% gain. The S&P added 16, but the Nasdaq was down 55. An earnings beat after the closing bell from Ford, which raised its full-year outlook thanks to blowout sales of high-priced Broncos, Explorers, and other SUVs. And Amazon Prime Video inking a deal to live stream NHL playoff games and some Wednesday night games during the regular season in Canada, where hockey is king. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
93.7 The Fan, 100.1 FM, AM 1020 KDK, and WAMO 107.3 are partnering to support Pittsburgh public school students for the school year by providing stuffed backpacks for the Pittsburgh Public Back to School event presented by Target Freight Management. You can support by purchasing backpacks or dropping off at a location near you. For details, visit kdkradio.com. Brought to you by Rugby Realty and Pittsburgh Regional Transit. So I'm listening to that Bloomberg Money Minute report, and I'm thinking to myself, how can a country that has two shining stars, Amazon and Apple, be $38 trillion in debt? I mean, and Apple, by the way, is now a $1 trillion company. And we have Elon Musk of Tesla and SpaceX fame, who is now, on paper anyway, the very first trillionaire in the world, and he happens to be from this country. It's just crazy. But do you ever sit and think? Do you ever just sit and think, especially if you're a baby boomer like me, Where would we be if Microsoft, Apple, Google, Facebook, X, all these incredible brands that generate big cash flow and jobs, and SpaceX and Blue Origin, where would we be in this country? We would truly be bankrupt as a nation. And every time I hear a story like that, I hear people saying, I'm going to call him, and money is wrong, and greed is wrong. It's the root of all evil. It's the devil himself. I just cannot believe why so many people do not like the fact that there are people that actually get it right. Every time I see that logo for Amazon, here's what I think of. Somebody's getting a good paycheck. Somebody is actually making money. And in Churchill, that great community, if they would have simply given Amazon the green light, they would have filled up a dead piece of real estate that's been empty since 1975. That's 51 years. You do the math. I know they're talking about purposing it and developing it, and they're going to do all of these wonderful things. But I'm going to tell you right now, Amazon comes to my community, I may run for office, okay? I may run for office. If I hear that Amazon is actually going to put one of those facilities in my place that is Beaver County, I'm in. I'm all in. Look, we have some blighted property in Beaver County that needs to be taken down and removed, and whatever rubble is left behind, buried. We need to start adding more jobs. We need to start creating. And I got to tell you something. They can power everything in my home. And whatever they want to do, take it over. Listen, I find all this technology amazing. I just find it fascinating. I can't get enough of it. And believe me, someone that's got as many TVs as I do, and an iPad, and 2 different phones, I do a lot of social media stuff. It's the wave of the future. I mean, we have a YouTube channel that you can watch right now, KDK, to see exactly what I'm doing. You can go to the Metropolitan Window video screen, click on KDK Watch, KDK Live, KDK Radio live stream, and you can see what I'm doing right now, all my colleagues as well. If you would have told me when I started here in the 80s, when we found it fascinating just because of the airwaves and how much wattage we had, 50,000 watts, I could get calls from Canada, that was amazing. But now, because of streaming and everything else, people can download. They can get the Odyssey app, which is one of the coolest features out there. And it's a free app. I'm telling you, we should be grateful for the technology. And as long as people are making the big bucks, it's really cool. And listen, if you're a hockey fan, and I am a hockey fan, and I have a little bit of Canadian blood in my veins, that story about Amazon, that's cool. Hey, look, it's the wave of the future. The only thing that I don't like about sports being really streamed as it is in many cases, Peacock and Paramount Plus and Amazon and Netflix, you can't channel surf because I have the attention span of a gnat, okay? When my eyes blink, I'm already thinking about the next project or the next event or something I want to learn about. But other than that, I don't have a problem. It's the only vice that I really have. My guilty pleasure is I love the streaming services. And some of the podcasting that these people are doing, and obviously what we're doing here at Odyssey, hey, it's interesting. It's unique. It's who we are. Why Talk Radio is moving the meter now more than ever. And I'm getting calls from people from all walks of life and all ages. It's fascinating. Time stands still for nobody. And anytime you hear Amazon or Apple in the news and they're creating and generating, it's a good thing. Listen, the iPhone, how far that has come. I mean, I go back to the BlackBerry days. Remember that? I mean, that's like Neanderthal. That's prehistoric stuff now. But the Apple Watch, I look every day. I see just about everybody I encounter now. I don't have one, but everybody I encounter now has an Apple Watch. And they're basically doing the old Dick Tracy thing, speaking into their watch. It's cool. It's awesome. And when you think about the malls that are suffering in this region, a few places are keeping them upright. And one, I know for a fact because I still visit it on a regular basis, AT&T. I mean, they not only do all these incredible things with what you walk around that computer in your hand, but they have brick and mortar stores that people go into, like the good old days, right? The showroom. And you've got people, especially young people, because of the knowledge in the way of technology, that are working at these places, making 6 figures. Where when I was young, you were making good money, but most people that were making good money were working at the mill at the end of Main Street. The mill may be gone, never to return, but technology is here to stay, and it will be the part of everything we do every day, including Nippon U.S. Steel making steel. You can take that to the bank. All right, stay tuned. Paul has got the news coming up, and then we're going to tell you about a lifeguard who the president wants to give a big pat on the back. I don't know if you've seen the video or not. Amazing stuff. A real hero. We'll talk about it in a little bit. Stay with us.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
When it comes to family law, a lot has changed in recent years, so assumptions can be costly. If you see or sense a change coming in your family life that could have legal implications, it's important to know where you stand. Getting good legal advice early is never a bad idea. I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. If you or anyone you know is facing a family law issue, start with a consultation. Visit CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
My retired friends are going back to work. I'm worried Social Security won't be enough. BenefitsCheckup.org connected me to $1,000 a month for food and medicine. It's free. Visit BenefitsCheckup.org today.
Supported by the U.S. Administration for Community Living.
While you sleep, there are people you've never met who are working hard to make your morning. People who get up at ungodly hours to make sure you get the information you want. People who dedicate their lives to make yours better while you sleep. These people come together during the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert, 5:30 to 10 in the morning, to make sure you have the best news, traffic, and weather to start your day. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Partly sunny and 80 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 6:30. I'm Paul Alexander. Allegheny County Medical Examiner's personnel have been called to the scene of a shooting this afternoon at West Bear Vista Drive in Penn Hills. The street is close to the Verona border and close to the Rosedale neighborhood. Media has been kept far away from the shooting scene. Details not immediately released. Allegheny County police had arrived earlier. A resident of nearby Elliott Street said he had heard 4 gunshots. Former employee at UPMC Mercy is sentenced to 5 years probation after she was found guilty of stealing tickets that were supposed to go to hospital patients. 65-year-old Ramona Wilkes was convicted today on a number of charges and ordered to pay more than $57,000 in restitution to Tickets for Kids. Prosecutors say the charity provided the tickets for children served by the hospital, but instead Wilkes and 3 co-conspirators sold them instead, keeping the money for themselves. A total of 6 people were charged with stealing more than 22,000 tickets worth over $760,000. Washington County woman is accused of taking some bad advice from a man she met on TikTok. We have more from News Radio KDKA's David Ballarado.
That's because she allegedly agreed to try and deposit a bogus check supposedly from an auto repair shop. Prosecutors say 60-year-old Deborah Shearer received the check from a man she'd met on TikTok and began dating. The plan, Shearer would deposit the check worth nearly $20,000 and then send him the money, and he, in return, would send her a cut. They say she knew the check was fraudulent but agreed to deposit it anyway. Officials say the bank flagged the check as bogus and froze Shearer's account. She's charged with theft by deception. The man who allegedly sent her the check has not been charged yet. David Ballarado, News Radio, KDKA.
On Wall Street, the Dow closed up 537 points. The NASDAQ down 55. The S&P 500 up 15. KDKA Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO Roofing at 412-373-2000. The Steelers are officially underway at their home away from home, St. Vincent College in Latrobe. It will mark the final year for quarterback Aaron Rodgers. KDKA Sports Director Jeff Hathorn has more from Latrobe.
Saying there is zero debate and that this is it. Aaron Rodgers confirmed 2026 will be his final season. Rodgers says he likely would have retired after last year until the Steelers hired the coach he first started for, Mike McCarthy.
Track record of success, playoff run, Super Bowl championship, and then just the full circle, seeing each other now where we're at in life. I think I'm the same age that he was when he got hired in Green Bay, so that's a nice full circle moment for both of us.
Training camp practices start on Wednesday at St. Vincent College. With the Steelers in Latrobe, Jeff Hathorn, News Radio KDKA.
Moments away from first pitch at PNC Park, Game 2 between the Pirates and the visiting Diamondbacks. Also good news for Esmeralyn Valdez. He was hit by a pitch in last evening's game, was forced to leave the game. X-rays were negative. He's not only okay, he's in tonight's starting lineup. KDK Radio News Time, 6:32. Our next update at 7. I'm Paul Alexander and the voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Tech, sponsored by Ethos.
Instacart is acquiring an Israeli computer vision company to help its shoppers improve their accuracy when filling customer orders. The Financial Times reports that Instacart is acquiring Arpalis, which has developed technology that allows quick video scans of store shelves to identify individual items with more than 95% accuracy, overcoming low Wi-Fi and thousands of visually similar products. I'm Jason Brooks.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hey, it's Pony back to talk about my guys from Comer and Cross. If your garage floor is cracked and stained, you already know that it's making your entire garage look bad, and a bad epoxy job makes it look worse. With one easy call to Comer and Cross, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. You can get a quick estimate for a gleaming new Comer and Cross garage floor that you will love, just like I love mine. A Comer and Cross garage floor, gold standard. It is guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever. In just one day, Comer and Cross will fix all your cracks and pits perfectly. They'll apply the gleaming new Comer and Cross concrete floor you choose. They'll even move your stuff out of the garage for you. Several realtors now say a Comer and Cross garage floor can increase your home's value by up to 10%. With over 2,000 five-star reviews and 50% off installation right now, what are you waiting for? Call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR right now. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, or schedule us at comercross.com.
Earn an accredited MBA in as few as 16 months for about $21K at University of Maryland Global Campus. Explore 10 specializations, including finance, HR, cyber technology, and more. Plus, showcase the value of your MBA with a comprehensive learner record and digitally demonstrate in-demand skills and credentials to employers. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start August 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
If there's one thing you can count on, it's 24/7 protection when you bundle home and auto insurance with Progressive. And if there's two things you can count on, it's your smoke detector battery dying at 3 a.m. Not 3 p.m. on a Saturday when you have nothing going on, but in the middle of the night when you're fast asleep.
Oh, come on!
Get 24/7 protection when you bundle home and auto with Progressive. Just one more thing you can count on. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
KDKA traffic on the 5.
6:35 from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. KDKA AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Here's Logan Armblaster. Logan.
All right, thanks, Rob. Taking a look at the major roadways at 6:35, lingering delays remain on the Parkway East and Route 28 outbound, but most major roadways are beginning to recover heading into the evening. With AAA traffic, I'm Logan Arblaster on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
We'll have some clouds around for tonight. There still could be a shower or thunderstorm at a few spots, low 63. Clouds and breaks of sun with a couple of showers around tomorrow, high 78. And more sunshine for Thursday, high 80. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at KennyRoss.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Are data centers and artificial intelligence going to destroy us? We'll talk to a guest who says yes. Is data centers and artificial intelligence going to save us? We're going to talk to a guest who says yes. We'll talk to both on the next America at Night with me. I'm McGraw Millhaven. Plus, our National Park Series continues tonight at 10 on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right, we'll be waiting for that after I am done tonight at 10. And by the way, Pittsburgh Business Times has a really good article about the data centers, in particular, what was the price tag for the one in nearby Beaver County. So we're going to continue to talk about these data centers, believe me, and they're not going away anytime soon. All right, now, I saw this in the Post-Gazette yesterday, a picture of Jack Lambert back in the day at Steelers camp. And listen, when the Steelers go to camp, it's front page news everywhere, right? And tomorrow practice begins and thousands will be heading to Latrobe, as we all have at one time or another, right? Well, I thought maybe you just might need to know why they were the team of the 70s and why they were so tough. So coming up tonight, a grizzled sports veteran, many years with the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette, Bob Dvorak, will join me on the Metropolitan Window video screen. We're going to talk to him tonight about what it was like back in the Super 70s covering the Steelers and what the Emperor did, Chuck Noll, to get them ready for the season. I got to tell you, you're going to be blown away. And then tomorrow night, from Milk and Honey Sports Entertainment, you know him from the Coons Market Black and Gold Sunday Show, with the first day of camp that will be behind us by the time we hit the airwaves tomorrow night. We're going to be joined by Greg Diulis at 9 o'clock tomorrow night. And also, with the trade deadline fast approaching, this is the big series for the Pirates against Arizona. We got the game on KDK Radio tomorrow. They're on the Fan tonight. What about the possibility of maybe the Pirates going all in? So, interesting stuff. Look, when it's football season, everything kind of takes a back seat. But this is like the first year in a long time that the Pirates are as relevant as they are. So it's pretty cool what's happening in the world of sports. So we'll take a step back in time tonight with Bob Dvorak and also get you caught up as far as what you need to know as the Steelers are underway at training camp. I was watching a little bit of a press conference or just a Q&A session with Aaron Rodgers, who was talking about some of the things that he does to take care of himself and why he believed that he healed so quickly from the Achilles injury. He was talking about laser therapy. We talk about that stuff all the time with Dr. Don Spalla from the Allegheny Health Physical Medicine, and he was talking about red light therapy. We talk about that a lot. So very interesting stuff. If you get a chance, you may want to seek that out and listen to what Aaron has to say. A lot of holistic stuff. So hopefully he's happy and healthy and we can actually get some wins. And then DK Metcalf, the guy's pretty cool, man. I like the guy a lot. He was talking about how he drove in this time and how he went to Walmart up in Latrobe. Just went into Walmart, hanging out with the folks, and got to meet some Steeler fans and people. And you could tell the guy's kind of falling in love with the landscape of Pennsylvania. And let me tell you, Westmoreland County, the gateway to the West as it is known. If you really want to get a good taste of what Western Pennsylvania is all about, go out to Westmoreland County and visit, St. Vincent and Latrobe, and watch the Steelers, and, just go out and enjoy yourself. Now, this is something I saw CBS Evening News, ABC News, NBC. They were all airing it over the last couple of days. And I was really pleased to see this story, and I wanted to take time to talk about it. President Trump, look, he's got kids, he's got grandkids, and he may be rough around the edges at times. We don't talk about him that much anymore because it seems like it's a broken record, right? But this is a really cool story, and this is why I like the guy, okay? I have a lot of respect for him. President Trump announces he is bringing this heroic young lifeguard to the White House to award him the nation's highest civilian honor. A brave 16-year-old lifeguard named Ryder risked his own life to save a 10-year-old boy who was swept into the massive waves at Seabright Beach in Santa Cruz, California, refusing to let go despite being repeatedly pulled beneath the surf. Witnesses say the dramatic rescue lasted several minutes, with another lifeguard eventually helping bring the child safely back to shore, where he was treated by paramedics and reunited with his family. I kind of get choked up on that story. I got kids, and I got to tell you, that Ryder, that kid, give him all the praise, bring him to the White House, pat him on the back, high five him, give him a hug, Mr. President. Because that's the stuff that gives me hope in the civilization that we call America. It's a place that we are all members of that same race, which is the human race. And I've said many times, when you pick up a child, I don't care if that child is Native American, African American, white, black, red, yellow, doesn't matter. What do you see in that child's eyes but a reflection of you? And when you hear of a story like that, and I'm sure the parents were witnessing this whole thing, and seeing it and wondering if they were going to get their child back. And believe me, things like that happen so quickly. I don't know if you've ever been in that undertow, if you will. I have twice in my life. Once at Geneva on the lake, and my buddy and I kind of went out too far trying to get to this sand barge. And it was the most frightening thing I've ever experienced in my life. But because of my parents having a little bit of brain power, they used to make us, when we went to Geneva on the lake, wear those orange life jackets that my grandfather got at one of his trash and treasure stores, and it saved my life. And then when I did the polar plunge back in the day, when we actually used to jump into the Allegheny, and the fire department, firemen, they took care of me. They had me, tethered to a rope. But I jumped into the Allegheny, and the Allegheny basically took me away. And I'm a pretty good swimmer, although, I was much older when I did the polar plunge. But I'm going to tell you right now, the water can be a very scary thing very quickly. And when I was watching that footage, you think of your own children, very scary stuff. But Ryder, 16 years of age, saved that 10-year-old child's life. And I thought that was very... See, this is what a lot of people don't understand about this guy. He can get tough, just like every father and grandfather and business partner, but down deep, he cares about people, and he looks at the big picture, and he does things like this that really, even though you disagree with the guy a lot, it's hard to not like him, because that 16-year-old will remember this the rest of his life, and because of his heroics, that 10-year-old is going to be around for, hopefully, God willing, a very long time to come. So good story there. All right, 6:45. From the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Here's Logan.
Thanks, Rob. Taking a look at the major roadways for the last time in the Pittsburgh Metro, the afternoon rush is fully broken up, with residual slowdowns only that remain on the Parkway West around Green Tree Hill, but traffic is steadily improving overall. With AAA Traffic, I'm Logan Arblaster on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
New to Medicare, get covered with MediConnect. Listen Wednesdays around 1:40 to hear Lance O'Brien of MediConnect help you navigate the Medicare process. Simply great, unbiased information to get you the best healthcare coverage. Get covered with MediConnect. Medicare made simple.
Hey folks, Marty here for Salem's Market and Grill in the Strip. It's grilling season for the best burgers and lamb chops. I'm telling you, Salem's is the joint. The lamb chops are marinated to perfection with unbeatable flavor. And if you want juicy, mouth-watering burgers, you just gotta go to Salem's. All their meats are from locally sourced farms. Check out their entire menu at salemsmarketgrill.com. 2923 Penn Avenue in the Strip. Trust me, it's worth the trip to Salem.
And Doug.
Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons. And lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Need to order food for your workplace?
Yep.
That's a rhetorical question. Who are you?
Oh, I'm May, an admin who loves EasyCater.
Well, may I continue? I'm the voice of EasyCater. And don't you have work?
Actually, EasyCater saves me so much time ordering food for the office, I thought I'd take a minute to spread the word.
Well, this is a 30-second spot, and we're halfway through, so...
Right. EasyCater gives you a huge variety of restaurants to feed your workplace. Any group size, any budget, anytime, anywhere. How's that?
You trying to take my gig?
Start an order at easycater.com.
What's going on here?
What do parents think of back to school at Staples, where 24-pack Crayola crayons are just 50 cents?
Staples has folders, notebooks, and pens at great prices.
I'm smiling from ear to ear. It's the most wonderful time.
Mom, I missed the bus of the year.
It's a wonderful time at Staples, where school supplies start at just 25 cents. Staples. That was easy. Visit your local Staples today or shop online and in the app. Ends 9/12. Exclusions apply.
Amazon Business. Discover smart business buying where unmatched selection meets AI-driven tools to simplify complex processes so you can focus on what matters most. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
From the Goldberg, Persky, and White Pioneers and Asbestos Litigation News Desk, once again, here's Paul Alexander.
Rob, a woman's in trouble for trusting someone on TikTok. Details coming up. Top of the hour right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
All right, Paul. Right now, though, it's time for another Bloomberg Money Minute Report. Bloomberg Radio on KDKA Radio.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. The Trump administration now plans to end a subsidy program to health insurers that held down premiums for Medicare drug plans, according to the Wall Street Journal. That means a lot of seniors should expect to pay a lot more for their meds next year. After a pause in hostilities between the U.S. and Iran for 4 straight days, hopes are rising for a resumption of peace talks. That sent oil down to $79 a barrel today, which on Wall Street helped offset another sell-off in chipmaker stocks. Add in strong earnings this morning from Boeing, Coca-Cola, JetBlue, more strong earnings after the bell from Visa and from Ford. And the Dow today was up 537 points, 1% higher. The S&P added 16, but the Nasdaq was down 55. And a Saudi prince has taken a $130 million stake in the luxury EV maker Lucid. That's about 5% of the company's shares. It's a much-needed lifeline for the struggling automaker, which just last week denied rumors of a possible bankruptcy filing. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Wouldn't it be nice, but we write a check for like $100 million plus just to have a piece of a company? Here, just put this to good use. Love those Bloomberg Money Minute reports. Okay, so we're going to end on an entertainment note, all right? Maybe a couple of them, but one that just jumped out at me. So, look, most guys, they like the Rocky thing. They like the action stuff, you know, Clint Eastwood, which, by the way, I just found this out. How many of you remember Jeremiah Johnson, which starred Robert Redford? One of my favorite movies of all time, okay? I guess he was not the first choice for the movie. Clint Eastwood was, but he turned it down. But obviously, the early 70s, he was doing another character by the name of Dirty Harry. So he did okay for himself. But I love rom-coms. I do. I'm a softie at heart. I love these crazy rom-coms that they've been making for years, coming of age from my youth to where I am today. And I'm a fan of Jennifer Lopez. I have been for a very long time. She just completed a residency in Las Vegas. And she has a new rom-com out called Office Romance, which I've not had a chance to see because I've been too busy. But I watched about a half hour of it today. And I'm thinking, man, she looks great. She's got to be, 57, 58 now. She's been doing this since she was a fly girl on In Living Color, and I absolutely loved In Living Color. Still nothing but belly laughs every time I'm scrolling, and they'll have those little clips out there, right? Well, I'm thinking, man, she's still got it. And I'm thinking, but now, I question why I can't keep, a marriage together. But then there are people like her could probably relate to me, and I could probably relate to her. And I'm thinking, boy, this is the longest she's been single in a long time. So what do I see tonight? Back in 2014, she was doing this show called American Idol. So that's over 10 years ago. And one of her fast becoming friends at that time was a guy who's also a performer who happens to be her same age by the name of Keith Urban. And you may know him from recently getting divorced from Nicole Kidman. Now there's word that these two have got something bubbling up. I mean, come on now, Keith. You go from Nicole Kidman to Jennifer Lopez? Are you kidding me? But it's a fact. And here's the whole thing in a nutshell. The movie that really made her famous was that NASCAR flick that she did with her future husband, Tom Cruise. So I understand Tom Cruise is now in the works, not to date her, but they're going to make a sequel to that NASCAR movie. I mean, you realize what Hollywood's doing here, don't you? Instead of basically coming up with new content because they can't keep up with these streaming services, which are debuting movies like Paramount Plus and Peacock and all of them, HBO Max, Netflix, they're all doing it. Amazon now owns MGM and that entire library. They're going to be in the process of choosing the next James Bond, which is just mind-boggling. And you're going to have James Bond video games. You're going to have all sorts of stuff, right? Which I hope that character lives on forever. Big part of my youth. I still love it to this day. But they're just doing sequels. He's got another Top Gun coming out. And this movie, Digger, that he has coming out in the fall, it's getting rave reviews. And he does not look like himself at all. Gained some weight, prosthetics, the whole works. And there's an Oscar buzz for Tom Cruise. So let me just say this. I think Tom Cruise is awesome. But I think he needs to get some more stunt people out there, especially in these Mission Impossible movies, which I'm sure he's going to do another one of those, too. I mean, the guy's over 60 years old. It's incredible what he does. But he can act, too. A lot of, good-looking guy, action hero, but the guy can act, too. This series, Reacher, which is the 4 seasons coming up, Alan Richardson on Prime, which I can't wait. Love it, love it, love it. It really was a movie that was filmed here in Pittsburgh when Tom Cruise played that part. But now Tom Cruise's company, Skydance, is basically producing and the creative force behind Reacher, which has been on Amazon. But Cruise was great in that movie, Reacher, that they did here in Pittsburgh. I thought it was great. That strip district scene in which he got into a fight with like 5 guys. He was awesome. But that's what Hollywood's doing now, because what has happened, it's very simple. You have these streaming services that are making the money from people like me who subscribe, and they give you all sorts of content, but they don't need to have a big DC or Marvel box office hit to keep the lights on. They don't. So every once in a while, instead of, bringing in the big star power, they can actually do one of these movies that's like a rom-com or a sci-fi movie or something that would be like back in the golden days of Hollywood, when the studios like Columbia, MGM, Warner Brothers, 20th Century, when they were making basically all the content like the streaming services are now, they could make It's a Wonderful Life, right? They could do those type of movies. But, man, I got to tell you, when I saw that about Jennifer Lopez and Keith Urban, so Ben Affleck, Alex Rodriguez, and Keith Urban, I don't know. Done okay for herself, has she not? And her first husband is still a superstar in Latin America making hit records. Pretty cool stuff. All right, let me tell you what's happening tonight. Coming up next hour, it'll be Dr. Sean Ritchie, Tri-State Neuropathy Center, a best of edition. So if you know anybody dealing with neuropathy, please have them stay tuned for that show. We're going to give you a special offer, as we always do, so please stay tuned for that. That's coming up right after Paul checks the news at 7. And then at 8 o'clock, we're going to have City Controller Rachel Heisler with us tonight. We're going to be talking about all sorts of things. And, we've been talking about this pension situation in Allegheny County. Pittsburgh's dealt with stuff like that. They're dealing with, some money that is desperately needed. But the thing about Rachel, she's been out in front of this stuff a long time. And Corey and company are really taking charge, trying to get things straightened out. And I like what they're talking about doing in the Golden Triangle. So Rachel's going to be here, spend a little bit of time with me tonight. Then we're going to get into some open talk. We have a lot of local stuff I want to dive into today. But also, because Steeler training camp, they're there. Practice, the first one is tomorrow. We're going to kind of take you back in time when those football players would show up with their gear under one arm and a giant fan under the other arm. But what Chuck Noll used to put them through day after day after day at that place in Latrobe is a little bit more different than what they do today. I couldn't believe that people were complaining because Mike McCarthy wants to start practice at 11 a.m. I mean, come on, guys. You need your beauty sleep? What are you talking about here, okay? But wait till you hear what Chuck Noll used to do. So we're going to have Bob Dvorak stop by tonight after ABC News at 9. We got a busy night just underway until 10 o'clock. Your Pratt Pack on KDKA. Paul's coming up next with the news. Stay with us.
Every Tuesday morning at 7:20, listen for Inside Independence Health, a look at all things healthcare with the experts from Independence Health System. It's brought to you by Independence Health System. Expert care here. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, covered by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company.
I'm John Morgan. There are many reasons to hire Morgan & Morgan for your injury case. Reason number 3. First, all lawyers are not the same. If my family had an injury case and I couldn't hire us, there are only about 3 to 4% of the lawyers out there that I would hire. And here's why. Most of them rarely, if ever, go to trial. They just take the last best offer. Hell, you can do that yourself. Do this. If you're looking for a lawyer, Google Morgan & Morgan results and see what comes up. It may shock you. Then Google the firm you're thinking of hiring and do the same. That may shock you as well. We became the largest injury firm in the world for a reason. We won a lot. $30 billion and counting. Morgan & Morgan. Or thepeople.com. Who would I hire? I'd hire us.
Morgan & Morgan, 603 Stanwyck Street, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable scent boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppables beads to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness so you can smell unstoppable.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. But at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited everything for just $35 a line. That's $35 a month for unlimited talk, text, and data. Switch to the carrier ranked #1 in network coverage and customer satisfaction and get unlimited everything for just $35 a month. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit Consumer Cellular online or in-store today. Price includes $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. Taxes and fees apply. Data speeds reduced after 35 gigabytes. Rankings done by 2025 ACSI survey.
My retired friends are going back to work. I'm worried Social Security won't be enough. BenefitsCheckup.org connected me to $1,000 a month for food and medicine. It's free. Visit BenefitsCheckup.org today.
Supported by the U.S. Administration for Community Living.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Partly sunny and 79 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 7 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander. News brought to you by P.J. Fitzpatrick for your home's window, siding, doors, and bath. TrustPJ.com. Allegheny County Medical Examiner's personnel have been called to the scene of a shooting this afternoon on West Bear Vista Drive in Penn Hills. The street is close to the Verona border and close to the Rosedale neighborhood. The media has been kept away from the shooting scene. Details not immediately released. Allegheny County Police had arrived a bit earlier. A resident nearby said that she had heard 4 gunshots. City Council votes 6-3 to approve creating a new revitalization district for downtown Pittsburgh. The key argument by those opposing the plan: the district includes capturing tax revenue from not just downtown, but also parts of the Strip District and the North Shore. 2 community groups asked council to hold off, but Councilmember Bobby Wilson said those groups opposing bike lanes and paid sick leave.
Anyone who agrees with them, to hold this,
for this vote is only trying to, you don't align with them ever, and you're just trying to use this as one of the ways to stall the vote.
The county and the Pittsburgh Public Schools must also sign off on creating the new district. A former employee at UPMC Mercy is sentenced to 5 years probation after she was found guilty of stealing tickets that were supposed to go to hospital patients. 65-year-old Ramona Wilkes was convicted today on a number of charges and ordered to pay more than $57,000 in restitution to Tickets for Kids. Prosecutors say the charity provided the tickets for children served by the hospital, but instead Wilkes and 3 co-conspirators sold them instead, keeping the money for themselves. A total of 6 people were charged with stealing more than 22,000 tickets worth over $760,000. A Little Debbie distributor's paperwork was anything but sweet, leading to fraud charges in Washington County. News Radio KDKA's Tamira Rush has those details.
Investigators say James Powell of Valley Grove, West Virginia, allegedly created fake delivery invoices showing Little Debbie products had been delivered to stores when they had not. Police say he also allegedly forged employee signatures to make the deliveries appear legitimate, allowing him to collect commission payments through the company's billing system. Investigators say the alleged scheme involved Shop and Save, Giant Eagle, and Walmart locations, with Stewart Snacks reimbursing retailers and the manufacturer for more than $17,000 in losses. Powell was taken into custody in West Virginia and is awaiting extradition to Washington County, where he will face the charges. Tamira Rush, News Radio, KDKA.
KDKA Sports, top half of the second inning over at PNC Park. The Diamondbacks have jumped out to a 1-0 lead over the Pirates at PNC Park. Well, no matter how well the future Hall of Famer Aaron Rodgers plays this year, it will be his final year. KDKA Sports Director Jeff Hathorn has more from Latrobe.
There was some growing speculation, especially after receiver DK Metcalf apparently was joking on Tuesday when he said Aaron Rodgers might want to play after 2026. The 42-year-old shut that down quickly, saying this is his final year and there is zero debate.
I thought last year might be it. And then Mike got hired and I talked to the wife and she said, you can do one more year. So I said, well, let's see if it works out. And then it kind of all came together.
Rodgers says he hasn't been nostalgic, rather ready to work. With the Steelers in Latrobe, Jeff Hathorn, News Radio KDKA.
Right now in Pittsburgh, partly sunny and 79 degrees. I'm Paul Alexander. Our next update at 7:30 on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to My Computer Career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu. My Computer Career, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary. Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2026 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Hello, KDKA listeners. This is Carlos, owner of Greater Pitt Tree Service. If you have any concerns about any trees on your property, call Greater Pitt Tree Service, 412-884-TREE. We have an A-plus rating on the Better Business Bureau. To serve your needs best, we have an ISA-certified arborist on staff. We have 32 years experience, 412-884-TREE. We will be your best choice for tree work. Greater Pitt Tree Service, 412-884-TREE. And remember, we did your neighbor's tree.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
ZipRecruiter.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Partly to mostly cloudy for tonight. Still can't rule out a stray shower or thunderstorm, low 63. And then clouds and breaks of sun with a couple of showers tomorrow, high 78. A lot of sunshine by Thursday, high near 80. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Join Beth Andrews for the Net Worth Financial Hour Saturdays at 1 to get the news and information you need to make your retirement dream a reality. That's the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews, Saturdays at 1. Net Worth Advisors, LLC is a registered investment advisor.
The following is a rebroadcast.
The following is paid for by Tri-State Neuropathy Centers. Information on the program is intended solely to further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information aired on the following program.
These are the people, the movers and shakers, the businesses, the people you know in your community who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
They are the Tri-State's leader when it comes to helping people with neuropathy. Tri-State Neuropathy, MaryDanston.com. Once again, it's time for another hour of information that can give you hope. And if you know someone who is dealing with neuropathy, please let them know right now that Dr. Sean Ritchie is on the air. So here he is to start another hour on KDKA for this Sunday morning. Dr. Sean Ritchie from the Tri-State Neuropathy Centers, Wexford, Monroeville, Washington, Altoona, Weirton, and Morgantown, West Virginia. Good morning, Doc. How are you?
I'm doing wonderful. How are you?
Spectacular. Good to have you here again. So we want to remind everyone, one of the largest neuropathy centers in the country with the most experience, successfully treating over 15,000 neuropathy patients, mostly powerful and non-invasive FDA-approved technology on the market today. That's what we're going to be talking about. And they are 100% devoted to treating peripheral neuropathy only and are the experts in the industry. And here is that phone number, 724-940-9000. You can call during the hour, 724-940-9000. And remember, the first consultation, examination, and treatment is free. We have a wonderful success story with Tom coming up in our third segment, but we have a lot to get to, including, as we begin, everything as far as why they are ahead of the rest, and they are always ahead of the curve. So, Doc, let's talk about the growth of your practice and why you are the leader here in the Tri-State, and it's also sweeping across different parts of the country. What makes Tri-State Neuropathy Centers so special? Go ahead.
Well, I appreciate that, and good morning to you. Yeah, it's 13 years. 13 years we've been doing this, and you and I have been talking for probably over a decade. And one of the things with neuropathy, it's a devastating disease, and it steals people's lives, and they are out there with no hope. They are thinking that there's nothing that can be done. And so when we first started in 2013, hearing these stories that people were going through and what they've tried and what they've been told was the first thing. That's the first battle. Whenever somebody comes to us, we've treated over 15,000 people, and almost every single one of those patients gets 50 to 100% better. So our track record is really good, but the experience of knowing who is a good candidate is one of the most important things that we can do. We turn people away all the time. We treated over 15,000, but we literally have probably seen maybe 26,000 people that have come through our office, and we haven't been able to treat them because they just didn't have neuropathy. So first and foremost, we've got to diagnose them. Some people know they have it. Some people, I had a lady come in and she said she's been suffering for 15 years with peripheral neuropathy and looking for an answer. Within 5 minutes, we knew that she wasn't a candidate. So, but we did have some good direction for her. That's a good part about it. When people come in to visit us, that first consultation is free, as you mentioned. That's where we get to decide whether you're a candidate. Secondly, we were one of the first 10 people in this whole country, let alone world, treating neuropathy with this technology. Obviously, it's a proven success, and we have the most powerful technology on the market today. Nobody else has it in the area. And not only has technology gotten better, and we'll dive into it and I can explain how it works, but we've added things. There's one main thing that we do, but when we can add different things and different components to our program, we have been able to elevate our results tremendously. And that's what we're super proud of. We've grown from one office, we're up to the tri-state area. We're able to reach out to a lot of people, and the technology is non-invasive, so there's no surgeries. And the best part is these people that are out there who have been suffering, they know what I'm talking about. There's no medication. And most people get put on a gabapentin that tries to mask it. And almost everybody that's on it tells me it doesn't work. So being able to get a person in, make sure that they are truly diagnosed with neuropathy, and get them started with a program that is actually FDA approved and proven to work is the most important thing. And we've been able to help over 15,000 people with it.
The amazing thing what you do for people as far as psychologically is concerned, and we'll hear from Tom coming up in a little bit, once they start to get some relief, and it doesn't even have to be a huge amount of relief, but once they start to get relief, they get the confidence to start moving again. And when they start moving again and doing things that they really have missed or need to do, it gives them the self-confidence. So this really does a lot, not only to help with neuropathy, but to one's whole being, especially what's going on mentally with them, correct?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Aside from the symptoms that you get from it, what a person goes through and how it steals things that they love to do is just incredible. I had a gentleman that came in, he was very, very, very successful businessman, had an overall health assessment of himself, had nothing wrong with him, mid-50s, just living life, had kids and 3 children and travel and just living life large. All of a sudden gets a call when he was on vacation from his doctor that said he was there were some tests that came back a little odd. So they did some diving in. Turns out he had multiple myeloma. I had to go through all these chemo treatments, and he's doing great with that. His very last treatment of chemo, he got diagnosed, or he got that neuropathy. So he had gone through all the medical, given all the gabapentins, trying all these different things with them, but they all said that they can't do anything about it. So he did his own research and ended up finding us, came in, and one of the things he told me, he said, Sean, he said, cancer, I beat it. And I won. He goes, but if I'd known what this would have done and put me in, he had burning, stabbing, electric shocks, couldn't go to appointments, couldn't go to work. He just sat there. He'd go to dinner. All he could wear was Crocs. He said, I'd kick my shoes off at a restaurant and sit there barefoot. It was incredibly demoralizing for him. So we ended up taking him through the treatment and got him better. Got him almost 100% better. I haven't seen him in years. And he's doing really good. But to think that guy, Jeff, if he would have not seen us or found us, where would he be today? Where would he go? Because neuropathy is a progressive disease. And that's when I sit there and look at all these people we've had on the show, like Tom will be on. If they didn't find us and they didn't go through the program and believe that there was nothing that could be done and let it get worse and worse and get bedridden, maybe get amputations, it just blows my mind where people can end up being if they don't find us.
I want to remind everyone, by acting today, you can prevent your neuropathy from getting worse with a drug-free, painless, non-invasive, and FDA-approved treatment program that will help you get back to enjoying all the activities you love. And we do this every time he drops by. We're going to give you the first consultation, examination, and treatment absolutely free. 724-940-9000. 724-940-9000. You can call right now. Leave your information. They will get back to you first business day, and you qualify for that first consultation, examination, and treatment free. Call right now. 724-940-9000. Wexford, Monroeville, Washington, Altoona, Weirton, and Morgantown, West Virginia. MaryDanston.com. Find out more there. When we come back, we'll talk about what neuropathy is. But, Doc, as we get ready to go to break, we can never take enough time to salute the people who work with you in your offices. Each and every one of them are truly a blessing, are they not?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's one thing I really love about our office. We're very open. It's not a very rigid type environment. We come in, everything is very heartfelt. We get to know all of our patients. We get to talk to them about their grandkids. And as we start to get them better, it's always fun to hear what they're doing now, like having them getting back on a bicycle, hiking through the woods or getting back golfing. It's just really exciting to hear that, when you hear somebody's success stories, it gets us ramped up, and it's just a really good environment. The ladies that work for us are just very heartfelt.
All right, again, remember, 724-940-9000, 724-940-9000. First consultation, examination, and treatment is free. Call now. They're located in Wexford, Monroeville, Washington, Altoona, Weirton, and Morgantown, West Virginia. And remember, it's Dr. Sean Ritchie. Tri-State Neuropathy Centers, MaryDanston.com, Wexford, Monroeville, Washington, Altoona, Weirton, and Morgantown, West Virginia. We'll be right back.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Ready to start thinking like Wall Street without leaving Main Street? Tune in Sunday mornings at 6:30 for a slice of advice with Kelton Burgess, right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Hey, it's Marty, folks. So much about summer I love. Long days, barbecues, evenings on the patio. You know how the air conditioning's running overtime. You know what you need? Windows, folks. The best windows. Universal Windows Direct. Right now, buy 4, get 4 free. 48 months of zero interest financing, same as cash. Handcrafted for your home. Universal Windows Direct, 412-545-6003. Universal Windows Direct, the best.
If you dread dealing with your insurance more than you dread yard work, with a swarm of hungry mosquitoes buzzing around, then you might have insuranoia. You should have NJM Insurance. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders.
Support St. Anthony school programs and help students with special needs achieve their full potential through inclusive education, therapy services, and job skills development. Serving students ages 5 to 21 with Down syndrome, autism, and other intellectual disabilities. Find them within select Catholic schools in the Pittsburgh area, including a post-secondary program at Duquesne University. For over 70 years, St. Anthony school programs have empowered students of all faiths to live independently and contribute meaningfully to society. Learn more or donate at stanthonykids.org.
The Pittsburgh Speaker Series at Heinz Hall, presented by University of Pittsburgh, announces its 26-27 season. 7 evenings to deepen your understanding of the world around you, featuring Anderson Cooper, former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, historian Anne Applebaum, financial journalist Andrew Ross Sorkin, and former NASA Administrator Charles Bolden. The series is sponsored by News Radio KDKA and the Spanos Group of Raymond James. Tickets on sale now at pittsburghspeakers.org.
The super summer savings continue at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, boneless pork country-style ribs are $1.99 a pound. In the produce department, zucchini or yellow squash is $1.29 a pound. In our deli, Coons Garden Fresh taco salads are $7.99 each. And additional savings this week, Dasani water, 24-pack, 16.9-ounce bottles, buy one, get one free.
It's happening now at Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, back with Dr. Sean Ritchie, Tri-State Neuropathy Centers, Wexford, Monroeville, Washington, Altoona, Weirton, and Morgantown, West Virginia. MaryDanston.com, 724-940-9000. First consultation, examination, and treatment free. All right, Doc, let's talk about what neuropathy is. Go ahead.
Yes, it's a devastating disease that affects over 30 million people. A lot of people that get this feel like they are alone because when they go to talk to their doctors about it, they kind of give them the cold shoulder almost. They just kind of listen, but don't give them any answers. But peripheral neuropathy, it's a death and destruction of your sensory nerves. These things reside in your skin. When you say peripheral, that's at the end. So it's the feet, the hands. And what happens when these nerves start to get damaged, it starts generally in your toes, and maybe even one toe. Then it kind of rolls across, and then it kind of works its way back. That's a small nerve fiber beginning to get damaged, and it works its to the ball of the foot, to the arch, to the heel, and it can literally crawl up to your knee, and that's where it stops. If you get a large nerve fiber like a sciatic pain, that likes to work its way down. So small nerve fibers, peripheral neuropathy likes to work their way back. Fingers, they like to get numb, trouble holding things. I get a lot of people that tell me they drop a lot of stuff when they have neuropathy in their hands. So when these nerves get damaged, First thing is a numbing kind of sensation, and it's generally bilateral, meaning both feet. The numbing is almost like your toes feel like they're swollen or something, just not feeling right, just not attached to your feet. Then as it works its way back, it gets into the ball of the foot. They say that it feels like something's in there, like a bunched up socks, or like my foot's swollen. I got this pad on the bottom. It'll say like a vice feeling. Those are the beginning stages of neuropathy. And then it rolls into the other stuff. I like to call them the a la carte symptoms, because not everybody gets them, but generally it progresses. The pins and needles, the tingling feeling that you get. Then it rolls into the bad stuff, the burning, the electric shock, the stabbing pain that hits you out of nowhere, makes you jump and yelp. Then you get these cramps, and a lot of this stuff likes to be a little bit more intense at night. And that makes a lot of sense as we talk about our technology and how it works. Your heart's slowing down. These nerves are starving for oxygen and nutrients, and they're not getting them. And that's why at night, when your heart slows down, you're getting less blood flow down there. So your symptoms like to elevate. Now here it goes, affecting your sleep. These people, I had a lady, Wendy, that came in, and she said, I can set my alarm to it, that within an hour of me falling asleep, I'm up. And I got to walk around for 2 to 3 hours just to get it to settle down, to go back to sleep again for that another hour. Can you imagine living like that? I just can't, to know that I'm going to go to bed and in an hour I get woken up with a cattle prod hitting my foot with burning pain, and I got to walk around for 2 hours. That's just like a devastating fate. And then you live the rest of the days exhausted. But yeah, and then all of a sudden with the numbness, you have balance issues. People have trouble feeling car pedals. And that's kind of how it progresses. Now, the worst part about this, when I started 13 years ago, everything that I just described to you, I knew. But the one thing that I didn't know is that it's progressive. It's just a matter of how fast is it going to progress. Eventually it rolls to, canes, walkers, maybe even wheelchairs. And some people actually go to the point of actually getting amputated toes, feet, and they say about 30 million people suffer with this. So this isn't something lightly to tread on. I always tell people, as soon as you know that you have it, or you think you have it, that is the time to take care of it, because otherwise you're just going to wait, go through all these testing, EMGs, blood work, Dopplers, and they're going to come back and tell you that, yep, you got it. And here's your gabapentin that just tries to mask it, a medication trying to dim your nerve conduction down. But we have a solution that works, and it's been over the years, we've actually added new components to our program. So it really is a very well thought out plan, and everybody that comes in and goes through that initial consultation will get a customized plan that's best for them. But the most important part is that you get to take the technology home. It's designed to help to regenerate the nerves, and we can explain that and how that works. But with all these people suffering, these people think they're alone, and maybe you don't even hear much about it. But when you think of the 4 main things that cause neuropathy, it's the 4 things you get when you get older. Diabetes, type 2 diabetes. Our food that we have isn't always the best. So diabetics can get neuropathy. People that go through chemo, like I talked about Jeff's story, chemotherapy can cause it. People with really bad backs, maybe stenosis, disc problems, surgeries, those people can get it. And then certain medications, one in particular is a cholesterol medicine. We call it a statin drug. Those can cause it. In fact, Mary Danston, our website, is about a woman who was 45 years old and was given a statin medication. The day that she started taking it was the day that she started getting it. She got so bad. I was 12 years, was barely walk, couldn't feel anything. When she walked into her office, she was one of my first patients in 2014. She literally had to hold on to the wall as she walked through. She just couldn't feel her feet, and she ended up getting 100% better. And I'm still friends with her today. She worked for me for a while. She has retired, but she is still living without neuropathy from 57, and that was in 2014. So here it is. What's that? 12 years she's lived without neuropathy. I always think, just like I said earlier, Rob, like what if she didn't find us? What if she wasn't able to meet up and go through our program? she literally would be in a wheelchair. So that's what I always tell everybody. Don't chase things. Don't do medications. Quit doing research on the internet and buying vitamins and contraptions. We have the answer. We have a prescription grade system that's designed to actually regenerate the nerves, and it works.
What people need to understand, too, just so we can clarify this, not everybody has neuropathy. They come to you and you simply say, we can help you or we can help you. So it's not like everybody who comes through the door and you do that thorough exam that you accept as one of your next clients or patients. So we just want to make everybody aware that you do turn people away because they don't all have neuropathy, right?
Every day that somebody comes in, I mean, the exam that we do, the first part is we go through a lengthy health history, like a consultation. When did this begin? How did it begin? What's your health history? And if it's all making sense, it sounds like neuropathy, not like plantar fasciitis or an arthritic. People come in, it's like achy, throbby. It's deep rooted. When I get on my feet, it hurts, and I get off of them, put my feet up, it feels better. That's more probably arthritis, we can kind of already just from the conversation roll it out. But then we dive into a test. It's an orthopedic exam. It's easy. It takes about 5 minutes. And we actually activate the sensory nerves with different things. They feel hot, cold, sharp. So we activate those to see how much you're feeling. That gives us the answer. And then the second part of that exam, we do a thermal reading. And that tells us the environment that those nerves are sitting in. If I can see that there's, poor permeability, is going to show in this thermal reading. So I know that there's no way those nerves can survive. After I see that you have degraded sensory nerves, and then I see that the permeability of your capillaries aren't firing real well, I can tell you that there's no way that they could get better.
All right. So tell the folks a little bit about Tom. We'll come back and you'll have a chance to talk to him, our success story.
Yeah, Tom's a wonderful guy. His son had heard about us and said, I've been hearing some really good stories. And as everybody does, Tom had been doing a lot of research, and there's a million things out there, but he's decided to go with us. He came down, he traveled a good distance to get down to see us from out towards Du Bois, Pennsylvania. And he's doing absolutely wonderful, super excited. I'm not going to steal any of his thunder, but he'll tell you what he wasn't able to do and what he's able to do today.
All right. Many people suffering from neuropathy's debilitating symptoms give up hope and regaining their lives as traditional treatments have been disappointing. There is hope. Tri-State Neuropathy Centers have been successfully treating and helping neuropathy sufferers since 2013. The professionals at Tri-State Neuropathy Centers understand full well how to help people with neuropathy. They have treated over 15,000 patients who have suffered from, neuropathy, and they have had 90% patient satisfaction rate. 90%. They have become one of the largest and most respected peripheral neuropathy centers in the country, but particularly here in the tri-state. And you need to find out why they've become one of the largest and most successful neuropathy treatment practices in this country, because if you're dealing with it, they can help. And this is the offer that we have on the table. So as we go to break, you should be picking up the phone, leaving a number and your first and last name, and they will get back to you first business day. 724-940-9000. 724-940-9000. The first consultation, examination, and treatment free. First consultation, examination, and treatment free. 724-940-9000. 724-940-9000. Tri-State Neuropathy Centers, Wexford, Monroeville, Washington, Altoona, Weirton, and Morgantown, West Virginia. You'll meet Tom, another success story, moments away on KDKA.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Partly cloudy and 77 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 7:30. I'm Paul Alexander. A former employee at UPMC Mercy is sentenced to 5 years probation after she was found guilty of stealing tickets that were supposed to go to hospital patients. 65-year-old Ramona Wilkes was convicted today on a number of charges in order to pay more than $57,000 in restitution to Tickets for Kids. Prosecutors say the charity provided the tickets for children served by the hospital, but instead Wilkes and 3 co-conspirators sold them instead keeping the money for themselves. A total of 6 people were charged with stealing more than 22,000 tickets worth over $760,000. A Washington County woman is accused of taking some bad advice from a man she met on TikTok. We have more from News Radio KDKA's David Bolorado.
That's because she allegedly agreed to try and deposit a bogus check supposedly from an auto repair shop. Prosecutors say 60-year-old Deborah Shearer received the check from a man she'd met on TikTok and began dating. The plan, Shearer would deposit the check worth nearly $20,000 and then send him the money, and he, in return, would send her a cut. They say she knew the check was fraudulent but agreed to deposit it anyway. Officials say the bank flagged the check as bogus and froze Shearer's account. She's charged with theft by deception. The man who allegedly sent her the check has not been charged yet. David Bolorado, News Radio KDKA.
New technology is now being used inside the Allegheny County Jail to help identify medical emergencies before they become life-threatening. News Radio KDKA's Tamira Rush has the details.
The Allegheny County Jail has started using 100 biometric monitoring devices for incarcerated individuals with complex medical needs, according to Deputy Warden of Healthcare Services, Holly Martin.
We are going to put these on our new arrest population coming into the facility. Anybody deemed medically vulnerable, for example, could be going through withdrawal from substance use, or any other complicated medical conditions like a cardiac condition.
The wrist-worn devices track vital signs including heart rate, blood oxygen levels, and skin temperature, alerting staff to possible medical emergencies. Martin tells KDKA Radio the technology is not replacing staff observation, but serving as another tool to help identify medical distress and speed up emergency response. Tamira Rush, News Radio, KDKA.
KDK Sports, not a good start for the Pirates. Middle of the third inning. Right now, the Diamondbacks lead the Bucks by the score of 4-0 over at PNC Park. KDK Radio News Time, 7:32. Our next update is 8 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Earn an accredited MBA in as few as 16 months for about $21K at University of Maryland Global Campus. Explore 10 specializations, including finance, HR, cyber technology, and more. Plus, showcase the value of your MBA with a comprehensive learner record and digitally demonstrate in-demand skills and credentials to employers. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start August 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
If there's one thing you can count on, it's 24/7 protection when you bundle home and auto insurance with Progressive. And if there's two things you can count on, it's your smoke detector battery dying at 3 a.m. Not 3 p.m. on a Saturday when you have nothing going on, but in the middle of the night when you're fast asleep.
Oh, come on!
Get 24/7 protection when you bundle home and auto with Progressive. Just one more thing you can count on. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
ZipRecruiter. When it comes to family law, a lot has changed in recent years, so assumptions can be costly. If you see or sense a change coming in your family life that could have legal implications, it's important to know where you stand. Getting good legal advice early is never a bad idea. I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. If you or anyone you know is facing a family law issue, start with a consultation. Visit CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
Summer is better together, and nobody does community like Legends Senior Living. As one of Pennsylvania's largest senior living providers, they invite you to fun summer events across Pittsburgh area communities and experience the vibrant lifestyle that awaits. Meet new friends, learn something new, and explore topics that matter to seniors and their families. Enjoy chef-prepared cuisine, meaningful conversation, and the warm hospitality that makes Legends so special. Visit legends.seniorliving.com/PGH. page to browse summer events, RSVP, and start filling your social calendar.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
We'll have some clouds around for tonight. There still could be a shower or thunderstorm at a few spots, low 63. Clouds and breaks of sun with a couple of showers around tomorrow, high 78. And more sunshine for Thursday, high 80. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Celebrate the month of July with Zero Res and get 3 rooms of carpet cleaned starting at just $129 and get your air ducts cleaned for $5.99 per unit. Book online at ZeroResPGH.com and take advantage of the savings today. Pittsburgh's very own board-certified and licensed hypnotherapist Dan Vitchoff of the PA Hypnosis Center is here to help you. He has helped train U.S. Olympic team members control their brains, stay relaxed, focused, and in control, giving them the edge for the gold. He's recognized by many organizations around the world as one of the top hypnotherapists anywhere. He has gotten over 3,000 people to give up cigarettes for good in the last 22 years. He's helped folks even who've tried gastric bypass to lose weight. He can help you and give you a 98% success guarantee. Call 724-934-8446. That's Dan Vitchoff, the PA Hypnosis Center. Mention KDKA and get $50 off any program. But call for a free consultation today, 724-934-8446. The PA Hypnosis Center with Dan Vitchoff. Make that call today, 724-934-8446.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at KennyRoss.com.
The following is a rebroadcast.
In Pittsburgh, Chase is proud to root for the home team because they're our team too. We cheer from the bleachers and on the sidelines. We cheer for gymnasts and quarterbacks. And with more than 25 local Chase branches and 5,000 nationwide, we are right beside you, Pittsburgh. Neighborhood bankers, digital tools, national strength. Chase, make more of what's yours.
JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Heart disease is the leading cause of death in the United States. So when it comes to your heart, there's no room for compromise. At UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute, innovation, technology, and world-class expertise come together to treat the most complex heart cases, redefining what's possible for patients who need it most. Getting your heart checked can save your life. Schedule your appointment with the region's leader at upmc.com/heart.
I love days like these at the pool, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. I'm ready to make a splash with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza. Skyrizi is a prescription-only injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. At 4 months, most people saw 90% clearer skin when measured from head to toe, and many were even 100% plaque-free. People also saw significant improvement in psoriasis symptoms of pain, redness, itching, and burning.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Now there's nothing on my skin thanks to Skyrizi, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI to learn more.
Pirates baseball tomorrow on the station that invented baseball on the radio.
Deep to the wall, and it's a record! A Pirate record! Ryan O'Hearn is homered for the 3rd time. 10 runs batted in.
The Bucks face Arizona at 11:40 with the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show presented by Keystone Custom Apparel on the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The following is paid for by Tri-State Neuropathy Centers.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
I got to tell you, in all the years we've been doing this, this is my favorite because you hear from people who've actually had a life-changing experience by going to see the people in Dr. Sean Ritchie at Tri-State Neuropathy Centers. Tom is up next. We want to welcome him to KDKA. And to get it started, here is Dr. Sean Ritchie. Go ahead, Doc.
Hey, how you doing, Tom?
I'm doing great. The weather's great. All's good.
All's good. Happy Sunday. I appreciate you coming on the radio and telling your story.
Oh, you're more than welcome. I'm kind of excited about it, to be honest with you.
I'm sure. You're pretty excited about getting back to doing the things you haven't been able to do. So when did this all begin?
Exactly. I'll tell you the story. I'm not really sure exactly how long ago it was because I've never had any real major health issues as far as diabetes or back injuries, and I'm guessing it was about 15 years ago, which is a good guess. And at first I thought maybe it was an aging problem, and my family doctor ordered a couple of different nerve tests and concluded it was neuropathy and stated that the cause and the cure were unknown, and my thoughts of it being aging was wrong. It was neuropathy. And I was finding it difficult to walking up and down stairs without railing. Climbing a ladder was a real task. And then walking in the woods during hunting season was a big issue, too. I always gauged it by a good day in hunting was one where I didn't fall. Got to that point. And then riding my bike, even in the woods, was difficult because balance needed during the stop and the start part of it. And going to sporting events and having to climb bleachers, I found was another challenge, more so than I even thought while I was doing it, because that much period of time, you just don't see these things sneaking up on you. And it began, it really, yeah, you know what I mean? It just began limiting me doing things like I do like to do, and that was hunting and obviously some physical activities that I do, and then helping kids. I did a lot of that stuff with home improvement projects, and I actually sold my motorcycle because the lack of the balance in the stop and the start was giving me issues, and it couldn't handle it, so I stopped. I just sold it. And as time went on, the effects just continued to worsen, which I didn't know was going to happen, and became more recognizable to my family and friends, and especially during the hunting season where I was walking different. I remember several times people asked me if I had the gout or I twisted an ankle or something. I thought, no, I didn't do that. But anyway, it was noticeable in the hunting season. But my son heard about you, and he was having the success you were having in treating neuropathy, and through prayer, and that was a big part of it. The good Lord sent you to me, and discussion with family. I scheduled an appointment with you, and the results have been, to me, absolutely amazing. With 15 years of this, I couldn't feel my feet from my knees down, and just making balance so much better. I can now be back doing the things I enjoy. I can dress without having to sit down and put my pants on. I can shower in there, especially you didn't have to lean without worrying about falling. Just little things to some people, but big to me. It's so many things we took for granted. I didn't realize exactly how much the improvement did until I had to climb bleachers. It was because I'm still experiencing stuff. I'm new at it, a baby, so to speak. I'll experience a lot of stuff in the next few years, and I'll really be. But until I attended, I attended graduation for my grandson. And this was really a great association because I was amazed because the same exact scans that I were going in watching him play basketball, and he did play basketball this year because of a D issue. But so I went in December, and then ended up coming to a graduation in May, and I couldn't believe how I could climb the stand. I could stand in them and not fall. I couldn't stand before I stand to clap or anything, and I could actually stand in the bleachers, in the same bleachers that I couldn't do before. So it wasn't like it was different bleachers, different ankle or anything. It just, it was amazing what I could do right there. And actually I can put my swimsuit on without sitting down or, I can stand and put my swimsuit on. So anyway, I just wanted to say that, Doctor, you and your staff are wonderful, always helpful. They took the time to answer questions. I would just 100% recommend anyone struggling with neuropathy to schedule an appointment to ask questions and have nothing to lose. Because actually, like your first visit was free for me. I'm assuming that was still there. And You were very accommodating with travel and time because my distance was a little bit farther away than probably some. And we actually started hoping I could do 50% and get at least 50% back because I was so long. But I would say I'm 95, probably in one leg, probably 100%, and 95 in the other. And I just wanted to, I'm going to preach a little bit here, but the cost was appropriate for my neuropathy diagnosis and therapy needed to heal it. In my opinion, all this is the question for healing is just like my recommended combination is to see you, and if you want to evaluate your costs, the thing is, like you told me, you got to make some time for the therapy. Do you want to do that? Can you have a positive attitude? And to see you, it just seems like an awful natural way to heal without drugs. And I don't know how you put a price on this thing because I'm just a different man now, and I'm so thankful that the good Lord on this Sunday he sent me to you, and it's just been a great experience. And I just, I don't know, I'm just so appreciative, Doctor. I hope that I can touch somebody's heart, to be honest with you, to say, hey, come down here and see you, at least talk with you. I've never seen a guy that's easier to talk to as a friend, as a doctor, just professionally communicate. And I just really appreciate the whole experience, Doc.
I appreciate those kind words, and I do appreciate you trusting in us because, 15 years, you've heard a lot of, sorry, there's nothing that can be done. And as I say to everybody, it just gets worse. And to not be able to go up into the bleachers, and I know you're a hunter, you live up in that neck of the woods. And I think when we were talking, this year, you're probably going to head out there, huh?
Absolutely. That's what I mean. I haven't even experienced some of the stuff that I was troubled before, even with even driving a little bit now with my boots, driving a vehicle up in there with boots and knowing where your feet were sometimes got to be an issue. But I just think there'll be a whole new experience for me there too. And like I said, as time goes, I have 15 years of not having legs now. I can spend a few years figuring out. Because you don't even know what happens. It's like I couldn't do this before, and now I'm doing it. And it's like, wow, I didn't know I couldn't do that. It's just amazing, absolutely amazing. Just seems to be I don't know. I can't believe people just need to find you and get this thing done. It's the way to go.
Yeah, well, I appreciate that. Yeah, and again, thanks for trusting us. I mean, it is something that when you go into it, you expect to get a medication or a therapy of a surgery or something, but when you see the technologies, you might have some skepticism, but as time pays off, just like you did the work at home, and here you are, 95, 100% better, and it's exciting. So I have one question for you. You said you sold your motorcycle. Are you getting a motorcycle again?
I'm not going to.
Too many texters, right?
You got it. It's not me now. It's them. I'm afraid. Getting a little over that way, but I wouldn't, because I sold it probably 10 years ago, and
wow.
It would be another issue with the way people drive now. Even some of the guys I bike. But I'm not going to do that. But I certainly am going to experience some other things. I might have to do more projects a way that I don't know if I want to do, but that's okay too. It's all a blessing.
Well, at least you're free to do it now, right?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Well, I really, really appreciate you coming on and telling your story, and I know that your story is what I hear daily. So somebody out there right now I know is saying that's me. So I mean, your story was a little bit longer with the 15 years. Some people were 6 months. Some people I've had that were 40 years, but 15 years of suffering with this, and here you are, almost 100%. And now you're free to do what you want, right?
Free to do exactly. And I just the way you did it, where I step by step, I think following it step by step must have really helped. To be almost 100% is amazing. I think I'm still going to continue to keep healing, to be honest with you. So
yeah. Now you got a new shoulder too, so you're all set. You're like bionic man now.
Yeah, exactly. Because I think I'd experienced more if I wouldn't have had the shoulder, where I could tell you more about some of the things I could do because the shoulder held me back with some of it now. But yeah, I'll be the bionic man. Thanks to you.
All right, Tom. Tom, thank you. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right.
Thanks, Tom.
We're going to give you some more of those right off the top of his head, those success stories, because he has lived it, he has seen it, and he has helped make it become a reality every single day. Tri-State Neuropathy Centers, Wexford, Monroeville, Washington, Altoona, Weirton, and Morgantown, West Virginia. MaryDanston.com. You can be our next success story. Call 724-940-9000, 724-940-9000 right now. Leave your name and a phone number, and they will reach you next business day. And that first consultation, examination, and treatment is free. 724-940-9000. 724-940-9000.
When you need to know, depend on the news leader. At home, in your car, or at work. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM, AM 1020, and KDKA-radio.com.
Retirement, it's almost here. Are you ready? Well, join Kurt Kanodik and Ethan Lane of Accurate Solutions Group for your retirement blueprint. Let Kurt and Ethan help you plan for your retirement dreams. Don't miss your retirement blueprint, Sundays at 10. Investment advisory services offered through ASG Investment Management, LLC.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. After 15 years and over 50,000 cancellations, I can tell you with confidence, we know how to get you out of your timeshare. Call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit guide absolutely free with all your options for cancellation. Attorneys, this was meant to be funny, so please don't sue me, especially my friend Kenneth from Black River Falls, Wisconsin.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-838-6767. 800-838-6767. 800-838-6767.
Join Rob Pratt every Sunday at 11 a.m. for Black and Gold Sunday, presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer. Rob keeps you posted on Pittsburgh sports with 2 hours of exciting talk. That's Black and Gold Sunday, 11 to 1, presented each week by Coons Market.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Well, our hour is just about up with Dr. Sean Ritchie. He'll be back with us next month, Tri-State Neuropathy Center. Tom, what a bright light he was. So, Doc, if you will, final minutes, how about some more success stories? Go ahead.
Yeah, the success stories are every day. You know, the people that come in for their first exam, we get them started with the program, and some people were super quick, like right out of the chute, can really see some changes. A guy, John, he had been suffering for 4 years. He was diabetic. He was statins. Him and his wife, they loved to hike and just go for walks, and he wasn't able to do that. Just really started to become, I don't want to say lazy, but just because you have balance, you just don't have the motivation. And his worst thing was, just like I mentioned Wendy earlier, he couldn't sleep. Within that first week, he was able to sleep, which was huge. So now his energy levels were different. Another thing that he was struggling with was feeling the car pedals. I get a lot of people that come in that it gets so advanced that they can't tell whether they're on the brake or if they're on the gas. And so that was one of his worries, that he was going to not be able to drive. He was starting to be limited, and his wife was doing the driving. So here he is. We did a re-exam on him. He's over 80% better. He's sleeping. He's walking. He's taking hikes with his wife, and he said he feels the car pedals at 100%. So no worries about driving anymore. So that's a good outlook. I mean, like when he came in, 4 years, he had been to the doctors, he'd been to the neurologist, he'd been through all the tests, and everything comes back that you have it, but you just don't have any options except gabapentin. And he didn't want to take that. So he found us, and here he is. Now he's living life large and doing great. And just love hearing those stories. Like, can you imagine, Rob, going to work and every day that you get to hear these people just like Tom, as super excited. You can hear it. You can see it in their face. Their energy levels change. It's so rewarding.
It is. Listen, before the hour gets away from us, because we had so many things happening, I want to explain why you are a cut above the rest, why you folks are the best when it comes to helping people with neuropathy, Talk about your amazing science behind what you do, the technology, and we'll end on that note. You have a couple of minutes. All yours, Doc.
Absolutely. Yeah. So we do have the most powerful technology on the market today. Neuropathy is the death and destruction of these little nerves in your skin. And they die for a reason, whether it's diabetes, chemo, whatever it is. Even Tom, maybe it's idiopathic. We can't figure it out. But those nerves are dying. And when they start to die, they can stay alive. But the reason that they're not staying alive is they're not getting enough oxygen and nutrients from the blood. Well, here's the concept here. Your heart sends all this stuff out, this oxygen and nutrients to the blood, and it hits this little guy called a capillary. That's where it falls out. It lets all the oxygen and nutrients out into the tissue, and that's what keeps everything alive. Your intestines, your muscles, your ligaments, your nerves all stay alive from that. After it passes there, that's why it's blue in that vein. It goes back with no oxygen and nutrients. Unfortunately, a thing called age takes over, and those little tiny capillaries that let the oxygen and nutrients come out start to tighten up and tighten up. Now, furthest from the heart is the peripheral, your hands and your feet. So these nerves are out there dying, whether it's diabetes or whatever, and they're just not getting any oxygen and nutrients because your vessels have tightened. Our technology, as simple as it sounds, it's a very specific frequency of light, the most powerful prescription grade lights on the market today. Nobody else has them around here. That's designed to produce nitric oxide. Nitric oxide is made in your body, and it depletes when we get older, and it does one thing, and it's a Nobel-winning knowledge that it makes those little blood vessels open. So if somehow, Rob, that we can open those blood vessels and start to water those nerves, what a great simple concept, right? Simple theory, start to water those nerves. It's like grass that hasn't had rain in a while. We're just going to water those nerves. And from there, we have other technologies that can assist with this. We have a very specific electrical waveform that can actually stimulate the sensory nerves and actually re-educate them how to fire. So you got one side growing it, you got the other side stimulated. Now, this brand new technology that we have, when we incorporate in certain cases, we can actually start to drain the gunk out of it, if you will. So all these inflammation and all the chemical irritants that are in that tissue, we can actually start to drain that using a specific electrical waveform as well. So here's the big picture. You got these nerves that are dying and they're starving for oxygen and nutrients. If we can take those blood vessels with the most powerful technology on the market today, non-invasive, you do it at home, you don't even feel it, open those blood vessels and start to feed those nerves. At the same respect, we're draining all the inflammation out of that area. So now you got this perfect tissue environment for those nerves to start to grow. And then we got the little stimulatories that can actually re-educate those nerves how to fire. We even have technologies in our office that we can actually add to the program that can actually improve your microvessel flow. So it's like turning a sprinkler up higher. So we have all these different components. 13 years, Rob, we're not just sitting idle. We are always looking for the next best thing. We are in touch with all these people in Canada and United States that always are advancing things. And we are always the first ones on the market to bring it to the table. So if you're out there looking for an answer for your neuropathy, we definitely have it. Quit looking for those creams or those medications or those vitamins online. That's only a temporary fix. Just be careful what you read and what you see out there. Give us a call. It's a simple visit. And we offer that at no charge.
The thing that I love about this show is that we do give hope where there is none, and we give results where many have said, okay, this is it, and it turns out to be pretty much the same thing. And the medications are nothing more than a Band-Aid. But actually seeing people take the first step back into the rest of their life, and especially now, this time of year, summer, people want to go on vacation. They want to get out and about. They want to enjoy the weather, yard work, playing with the grandkids, just going to the local mall, the grocery store. It's so satisfying, is it not, Doc?
It is. I mean, the simple things of going to see your grandson graduate and going up into the bleachers, right? Just like Tom did, or just going out and gardening. I had a lady called Rosemary. She called me and I called her back. I'm like, what are you doing? And she's like, I'm pulling weeds. I'm like, you're pulling weeds? She's like, I haven't been able to pull my own weeds for years. She's like, I'm out in my own mulch bed pulling weeds. So I'm not the best thing to be doing, but she was able to do it, right?
Well, yeah, but you got to understand, Sean, just that sometimes the things that you miss the most are sometimes the things you took for granted and didn't like when you could do it, and you learn to appreciate things a little bit more. So you're helping people reset the bar and give them a chance to grasp hold of everything that life has to offer. So just know this, always appreciate our time together, proud to be associated with you, and I know how much passion and how hard you all work. So anytime I can promote Tri-State Neuropathy Centers, I'll be right by your side, okay?
I appreciate that, Rob. I appreciate you a lot.
All right. Listen, let me remind everyone, first consultation, examination, and treatment is free. 724-940-9000. 724-940-9000. They're in Wexford. They're in Monroeville. They're in Washington, PA. They're in Altoona. They're in Weirton. They're in Morgantown. And they're there to help you. That's right. MaryDanston.com. You call this number right now. 724-940-9000 and leave your name and number. They'll get back to you next business day. You get the first consultation, first examination, and first treatment absolutely free. 724-940-9000, MaryDanston.com, Tri-State Neuropathy Centers, Wexford, Monroeville, Washington, Altoona, Weirton, and Morgantown, West Virginia. I'm not done. Lots more to go until 1 o'clock today. And coming up, the news at 10 moments away, right here on KDKA. Good morning.
The proceeding was paid for by Tri-State Neuropathy Centers. Information on the program was intended solely to further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information heard in the preceding program.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
University of Pittsburgh head football coach Pat Narduzzi. Have to ask you about Mr. Beast. This guy is worth $2.6 billion on paper. He decides to visit. What was that all about?
I'm still waiting for that check from him.
Okay.
I haven't got the check yet.
Mr. Beast, send the check to University of Pittsburgh football.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for moms.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Still some sun and 75 degrees at Pittsburgh International. I'm Paul Alexander. After a heated debate, City Council gives final approval to creating a new revitalization district for downtown Pittsburgh. News Radio KDK's David Bolorado has more.
Council approved the creation, which, after a $50 million bond is floated, will create a new district to help redevelop downtown, using revenues captured not only from the Golden Triangle, but also the North Shore and part of the Strip. And that is what's sparking the opposition from council members Kahari Mosley, Barb Warwick, and Deb Gross, who unsuccessfully lobbied for a delay in action to get a legal clarification on the zone boundaries. Bobby Wilson accused Warwick and Gross of using mental gymnastics to oppose the plan, saying they've each misrepresented what the district does.
I can only laugh at what's going on here.
Bob Charlin said the move helps to achieve a major goal.
This is a bill that supports affordable housing downtown. And a vote against this is to vote against affordable projects that we want to see, in our downtown.
Though council's vote signs off on the district as far as the city government is concerned, it still needs to be approved by the Pittsburgh Public Schools and by the county. David Bolorado, News Radio KDKA.
KDK Sports, Pirates trail the Diamondbacks 5-0. They're in the top half of the fifth inning. And no matter how well future Hall of Famer Aaron Rodgers plays this year, it's going to be his final year. KDK Sports Director Jeff Hathorn has more from Latrobe.
There was some growing speculation, especially after receiver DK Metcalf apparently was joking on Tuesday when he said Aaron Rodgers might want to play after 2026. The 42-year-old shut that down quickly, saying this is his final year and there is zero debate.
I thought last year might be it. And then Mike got hired and I talked to the wife and she said, you can do one more year. So I said, well, let's see if it works out. And then it kind of all came together.
Rodgers says he hasn't been nostalgic, rather ready to work. With the Steelers in Latrobe, Jeff Hathorn, News Radio KDKA.
And you can check out the Steelers at Latrobe tomorrow. I'm Paul Alexander on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Partly to mostly cloudy for tonight. Still can't rule out a stray shower or thunderstorm, low 63. And then clouds or breaks of sun with a couple of showers tomorrow, high 78. A lot of sunshine by Thursday, high near 80. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Hello, KDKA listeners. This is Carlos, owner of Greater Pitt Tree Service. If you have any concerns about any trees on your property, call Greater Pitt Tree Service, 412-884-TREE. We have an A-plus rating on the Better Business Bureau. To serve your needs best, we have an ISA-certified arborist on staff. We have 32 years experience, 412-884-TREE. We will be your best choice for tree work. Greater Pitt Tree Service, 412-884-TREE. And remember, we did your neighbor's tree.
Your line just went down. Production stopped. A supervisor wants answers. And someone's digging through a binder for the maintenance history. Every one of those minutes costs money. And most of the time, that breakdown could have been prevented. That's where MaintainX comes in. MaintainX catches the failure before it happens. Preventive maintenance plans on every key asset to improve reliability. Work orders assigned and tracked right from your phone. Everyone from the floor to the front office is in the loop. Real-time dashboards give managers instant visibility into what's been completed, what's overdue, and where the bottlenecks are. No more guesswork. Just a smarter, faster maintenance operation. Companies on MaintainX have cut unplanned downtime by over 30% and saved thousands on parts and labor every year. See what it can do for your operation. Try MaintainX free at maintainx.com.
What is life-changing medicine? The discovery of cancer at the earliest possible stage, challenging limits and transforming the impossible into reality, or connecting people to doctors and specialists when they need it most. At UPMC, we believe life-changing medicine is all those things. Our goal is to change the world of medicine and the lives of those around us. UPMC, changing healthcare, changing lives. Life-changing medicine.
Battles aren't won solely on the field. That's a common misconception. Battles are won within. Over enemies of fear, enemies of doubt. In that place where promises are kept. Promises to oneself.
This is a physical training event!
Promises to one's community.
Helping people move debris out of their house.
Promises to one's country. In the heart of every Marine, you'll find a promise. A promise forever kept. A promise of battles won.
Rob Frax on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, here we go. It's your Pratt Pack till 10 o'clock tonight. So, I'm a firm believer if you want to get things solved, you got to work at it and roll up your sleeves and do just that. And I was talking earlier tonight about the city government, and I see some really positive things, and we're going to talk more about that. But right now I want to get the controller of Pittsburgh in the loop here, Rachel Heisler, who joins us now in the Metropolitan Window video screen, where you can see and hear this interview stream live, KDKRadio.com, KDK Watts. It is so good to see you again. How are you?
My favorite.
Well,
hi, Rob. It's nice to see you. Thanks for having me tonight.
Listen, 2025 budget deficit, nonprofit, tax-exempt property, litigation, public service overtime. It's all about spending. No one works harder at it. And we have a lot to get to in this very short segment that we have. So school procurement policy approved last week. Let's begin right there. Go ahead.
So last year, the city, by statute, the city controller serves as the controller of Pittsburgh Public Schools, and I am fortunate to serve in both of those capacities. And we've really dug in on Pittsburgh PPS, Pittsburgh Public School procurement policies and practices. Last year, we did a report on procurement practices. There are very few requests for proposals, RFPs, issued and attached to PPS spending. So we did a report on that. We did a subsequent case study, and then we worked with school board director Emma Yord, and it was introduced about a month and a half ago, June 15th, and just last Wednesday, PPS School Board of Directors, the Board of Education, approved procurement standards for all purchasing at Pittsburgh Public Schools. PPS purchasing will mirror the city's. It is a huge step in the right direction to instill confidence and faith from, kids, families, and city residents in PPS practices. And, we're ecstatic by these changes and are looking forward to working with the administration to implement them. It does take a while, but state law does not require public school districts in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania to have procurement standards. And so I'm really, really happy that PPS did that.
Listen, you wear many hats, but one of the most important is working with Pittsburgh Public Schools. Just explain to the audience who may live outside the city why that's such an important part of who the city is.
So, the reason I think it's important is we have to maximize the value of every dollar. And that's true with the city. And we're working towards that. You did mention the deficit from last year. We'll likely have another one this year while we try to straighten the course. But it's also true with Pittsburgh Public Schools. And, everybody has gone to school. We all have a hand in public education. And even if you don't have children, I don't have my own, there is we need to have that confidence in our school system, because the kids that are in school now will be working and in the workforce in 10, 15, 20 years. And we need to do everything we can to prepare them for the next chapter of their lives. And maximizing the value of every single dollar that comes through the school district should be a priority. So we believe that the procurement standards, which again means that the district is going to effectively shop around for professional services and make sure that the things they're buying are the best deal that they can be. And, that they're maximizing the value of every dollar. And we believe that the procurement standards that were voted on last week will make an effort to do that.
All right, so this is not your jurisdiction, but I'm just going to get to my point, then we'll let you jump in and talk about the city. So I've kind of come to the defense of the Allegheny County Chief Exec. I admire Stephen Zappala for what he's doing with the pension inquiry and everything that's going on, but I said, look, you can't blame Sarah Innamorato or this current council in Allegheny for what has happened. It's been going on for a long time. Obviously, now we bring it to light. Hopefully something will get done. But I also have said people that have done their time and put in the sweat equity, they deserve to get something for their life's work. I know you've dealt with pensions too. Just your thoughts about the city and the pension situation in Pittsburgh and why it's such a very difficult thing to maneuver. Go ahead.
Well, the one thing I will just start out by saying is there is no greater sacred promise that you can have with your employees than to honor that retirement commitment. And in the city and in the county, it's a defined benefit retirement system. And we need to make sure in the city and in the county and everywhere that that commitment can be honored. As you mentioned, pension problems do not happen overnight. That's why it's taken us 20 years to get out of the hole that we found ourselves in 2005. And again, that 2005 problem didn't happen in 2003. So the credit to the health of the City of Pittsburgh Comprehensive Municipal Pension Trust Fund goes to our current Mayor O'Connor, it goes to Mayor Gainey, it goes to Mayor Peduto, Mayor Ravenstall, the first Mayor O'Connor, for honoring that commitment and putting the money into the pension fund. I can't speak to the specifics of the county situation, but I do, and I released a statement applauding County Executive Innamorato and County Treasurer Brusselars for tackling this head on. A problem you can see is a problem that you can fix. And like I said, I believe that promise that we make to our workers is sacred and that we must honor it. And, the county officials are making an attempt to do that, and I applaud them for it.
Well, what's frustrating to me, and I've been around government employees and people who have held office longer than I think you've been on this earth. So I've been doing it I've been doing it a long time. And what frustrates me is that people think government's too top heavy. We need to slash. We need to cut jobs. Well, people don't realize you start removing certain people in government that are behind the scenes, then you've got more trouble. Plus, you put people in the unemployment rolls, and that means in one form or another, government has to take care of them. So how do we move forward and hopefully put all the parts at least in the right path so we can actually maybe see some daylight at the end of the tunnel?
Well, first I'll say that in the city, I have done ride-alongs. I have spent time in various city departments with folks that are behind computers. And our city employees work harder than anyone I've ever seen. I am, inspired every time I go out on a ride-along. My fire ride-along is scheduled for September. I've done EMS, I've done snow removal, I've done police. And I want to acknowledge the hard work that goes into running those departments, serving in those roles, and serving in the ancillary roles that maybe we don't see every day. We have an entire department that works to make sure that people can get around and work on landslides, engineers that dedicate themselves to making the city a more an easier place to be, to get around. And when you think about the topography of Pittsburgh, it's landslides happen. And, we need those folks and those experts in city government to make sure that work can continue to happen. But where there are problems, I think, we need to address them. And I don't know if there's, anything specific that you're alluding to, but our city employees and workers work hard every day. And, I'm not a fan of significant austerity measures. We are in a very lean financial position at the moment. But I do want to make sure that we honor that commitment that we have with workers and retirees, and that, we're aware of our financial trajectory and being prudent when we need to be prudent.
Listen, when I just saw what they did in 17 days with that Commercial Street Bridge, I think anything is possible today and tomorrow and in the future. So give me some positives before I say goodnight to you. Things that you see that are really working and heading in the right direction, not just with your office, but the city too. Go ahead.
The one thing, the bridge is actually an awesome example because you had state partnerships, county partnerships, city government. DOMI, the Department of Mobility and Infrastructure, put up all the signage around the city to help people navigate in and around, neighborhoods and streets that they're not familiar with, right? If you drive in from Monroeville, there's a pretty good chance that you haven't been on Fifth Avenue in the last couple of years, and I applaud that cooperative mindset and the interest in getting things done. Because the other thing to remember is that bridge being closed was a huge inconvenience to a lot of people. 100,000 people come in that way every day into the city to work, shop, eat, go to shows, go to games. So that degree of cooperation and working together. And I saw the bridge moving in because of where I run in the morning, and it's also like, and I'm not an engineer, but in mind-blowing engineering feat, from where I sit, I'm like, I can't imagine that they did that. So I'm really, really happy and proud. And I want to especially thank the workers. We're 2 weeks from that awful wind and that blew down all the smoke from Canada. Those folks, those men and women, were out there 24 hours a day. People were working on that bridge and those lights were on all the time. They didn't take time off for those what I would argue are hazardous conditions. And I think, we have a lot to be thankful for in terms of the cooperation that we saw, the intense man hours and manpower that we witnessed. And, thanks to all of that, the bridge is open, and it's a huge win.
A lot of good things are happening, and you just got to look for them. Always a pleasure. And you run, too. Is there anything you don't do? You're amazing.
I don't sleep much.
Listen, that's how I spent 20-some years of my life, so try to get some rest every once in a while because it'll pay dividends in the long run, okay?
Thanks, Rob. Proud to be a member of the Pratt Pack.
There she goes. Rachel Heisler, always on point and working hard for the city of Pittsburgh. Coming back, lots to get to, including the way it once was when the Steelers went to training camp during the Super 70s. You do not want to miss Bob Dvorak after ABC News Radio at 9.
Now more than ever, we're the station you can trust for the information you need. KDKA.
And Doug. Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons. And lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen. And oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live. And you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Summer is better together, and nobody does community like Legends Senior Living. As one of Pennsylvania's largest senior living providers, they invite you to fun summer events across Pittsburgh area communities and experience the vibrant lifestyle that awaits. Meet new friends, learn something new, and explore topics that matter to seniors and their families. Enjoy chef-prepared cuisine, meaningful conversation, and the warm hospitality that makes Legends so special. Visit legends.seniorliving.com/PGH to browse summer events, RSVP, and start filling your social calendar.
Folks, we're joined again by John Diagardi of Rome Monument. John, what is bundling?
When a family is planning a funeral, sometimes cemetery salespeople will talk to them about bundling or combining products with their services. They may pressure a family, telling them they can get a substantial discount by buying everything from the cemetery.
Is this not a good idea?
Not when it comes to the monument. When there is a middleman involved, you're paying an inflated price, even when you think you're getting a discount.
John, this is something families really need to know.
I'm going to be as direct as I can be about this. At Rome, we are the manufacturer. No middleman is involved. Our artists and craftsmen make your memorial from start to finish right at our facility. You've eliminated the middleman and saved as much as 50%.
Friends, you can learn more at one of Rome Monument's 9 showrooms or visit RomeMonuments.com.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at KennyRoss.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Everything you need, every time you listen. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, before we do anything, I want to say welcome to Michaela Makonda. She is now producing, a member of your Pratt Pack, our Tuesday night edition. She's been doing a great job, and it's nice to have her a part of this legendary brand that is KDKA Radio. All right, so here's the thing. I absolutely am all in on what's happening in the city of Pittsburgh. And this has nothing to do with me being a Democrat, okay? Just bear with me. And if you want to punch back a little bit, or if you've got some thoughts, that's okay too. 866-391-1020. I've got some other things, but I want to lead off with this. What I see in Rachel Heisler, I see progress. What I see in Corey O'Connor, I see progress. And David Ballarado, covering the story that I'm about to talk to, I heard that little clip during the newscast with Paul at the top of the hour. We're actually doing stuff now. We're moving in the right direction, and we have been on a roll with butter, as we used to say back in the neighborhood. I mean, this bridge story, for those of you who live in Squirrel Hill and Shadyside and Wilkinsburg and Forest Hills and Greenfield, you're so lucky. You are. Honestly, if I had my life to do over again, and I was in my 20s, and as I was when I started at KDKA Radio, I would have left my beloved Beaver County. I really would have. I would have been closer to work, and I wouldn't have had to get up 2 hours before I was on the air or leave my house 2 hours before I was on the air. And I think now about Washington's Landing. Could have lived at a place like that, came right across one of them bridges, been in the Golden Triangle. But what I love about orange cone season is I have to kind of, go a little bit differently, different direction. I was up in North Hills the other day, and I was near Shaler, did a little stuff in Shaler the other day, was on Ferguson Road doing some social media stuff at Coons Market. This is a great city. This is a great region. I'm going to be up on McKnight Road Thursday after a long day doing some work at Coons Market on Thursday. I can't wait to go to McKnight Road. I just love this city. And, you can feel it in the air. It'll be time for kids going back to school, high school football coverage on KDKA, which I'm a huge fan of. But if you live in the city, man, you're so lucky. There's so much good going on. And now you got that team working together that's full of energy and youth. And believe me, when Rachel says she doesn't sleep much, I guarantee you that's a fact. And she's not looking for a pity party or a pat on the back, but I see these people everywhere. And Corey O'Connor, I don't need to talk to Corey anymore. I used to talk to that family all the time. I hear him. I don't need to have him on the radio. He's everywhere. No matter what I could get out of him, he's already done it 10 times over. Who's ever running the social media for the city, it's great. I saw a piece yesterday at the bridge. He's doing a spiel, and I'm not saying that they're going to make a living being comedic actors, but Josh Shapiro enters and he says, look, you got to get off the bridge here. We got to get this bridge open. I mean, I was laughing so hard here at KDKA when I saw that last night off the air. I had to gather my composure. But what I'm saying is they're everywhere. Even if Corey has his beautiful wife and kids, he's out there. He's promoting. He's stepping up to the microphone. There's nothing you can't ask him. He will answer. There's nothing I can't answer or ask Rachel Heisler about money. She just says it the way it is. She was on these problems before anybody was even thinking there was a problem. And I mean, that's her job, okay? But, you know, sometimes you're better off not saying anything, right? But that's the problem. That's why Allegheny County's got a pension issue. That's why Pittsburgh has got a deficit. And I'm not pointing the finger at anyone, but I see right now in government, Allegheny County too, Sarah Morano comes out and says, look, assessment, we got an issue. I mean, we've got to stop the bleeding. We've got to stop people leaving this region. And I'm going to give you details on this transit revitalization investment, why it's so crucial, why it's a bright idea. And it's like, let me just give you an example. All right, so say you live in a home that's been around 100 years, okay? You move in, and you're like, we need new windows, we need a new roof. This place needs a paint job. If you get a little equity into that house, you wait, and then you get a little home equity loan. Or you look for a better rate to refinance. And what you do, you invest back into your home. And I don't care where you are right now listening to me on KDKA Radio. Pittsburgh's your home. Pittsburgh's my home. You know, when I'm not on the radio, not that I need more to do, but I really go out and do all these videos because I just love this region. From mountain, of course, of West Virginia, eastern Ohio, that flat land of the Buckeye State, western Pennsylvania where I grew up. But I'm seeing parts of the city that I haven't seen in a long time. Even though I was in downtown every day for 20 years, it was the Golden Triangle. That's what it was. Penn Avenue, Stanwyck Street, Liberty Avenue. That's it. Golden Triangle, Gateway 1. But now I've been going into Lawrenceville and Bloomfield and the Hill District, Center Avenue, Fifth Avenue, Squirrel Hill, Shady Side. There's so much. And I'm hoping that all of you who had to jump off of 376 and make your way through this incredible city, you're seeing some of those places too. Like I was in Forest Hills for the first time about 2 months ago. I couldn't believe how beautiful it is. Swissvale, Rankin, I look for the best. Kennywood, Duquesne, Braddock. I look for what's wonderful. Swissvale, these places mean so much to me. I hope they mean a lot to you, too, because we need to get pride back in our neighborhoods. We need to start working together, people from all walks of life. And I like what they're doing in the city under the leadership of Mayor O'Connor. He does remind me a lot of his dad. But what I love the most about everything, we're doing something, and that's important. We'll be back.
When summer heat hits, the right replacement windows will help your home feel more comfortable. At PJ Fitzpatrick, you get American-made, energy-efficient windows that are beautiful, affordable, and built to last. That's PJ Fitzpatrick, backed by 45 years of experience, thousands of 5-star reviews, and a lifetime materials and labor guarantee. Schedule your free design consultation at trustpj.com. That's trustpj.com.
Life moves fast, and having a primary care physician who knows you means someone is keeping pace with your health. At Independence Health System, your primary care doctor knows your history. They're your first call for checkups, screenings, telehealth visits, and everyday concerns, connecting you directly to a network of trusted specialists across our system and hospitals, all here for you. Find expert care here at Independence Health System.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
When you enter a place of business, you're owed a legal duty that the place of business is safe for you to shop in. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you suffered an injury at a place of business, our duty is to protect you after that harm. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Hearing the news every day is one thing. Hearing it hit home is something altogether different. That's the difference you hear every day on KDKA Radio. We go beyond the benign.
ABC News, I'm Dave Packer. Tonight, Jay Clayton confirmed to be National Intelligence Director. To vote along party lines, Democratic Senator Ron Wyden voted against the confirmation.
It has been clear for months that under this administration, the main qualification to be DNI is the willingness to use the position to spread conspiracy theories about elections and to help Donald Trump make it harder for Americans to vote.
During his confirmation hearing, Clayton refused to acknowledge that Trump lost the 2020 election. With Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky overlooking the floor, the Senate tonight overwhelmingly advancing a Russian and Iranian sanctions bill named in honor of Senator Lindsey Graham. Zelensky attending services for the late senator earlier today. Japan's public broadcaster NHK is now reporting at least 2 people have been confirmed dead in the partial collapse at a shopping mall following today's powerful earthquake. This is ABC News.
The Pittsburgh Speaker Series at Heinz Hall, presented by University of Pittsburgh, announces its 26-27 season. 7 evenings to deepen your understanding of the world around you, featuring Anderson Cooper, former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, financial journalist Andrew Ross Sorkin, former NASA Administrator Charles Bolden, and the former U.S. Ambassador to China Nicholas Burns. The series is sponsored by News Radio KDKA and the Spanos Group of Raymond James. Tickets on sale now at pittsburghspeakers.org.
Here's the latest from the KDKA Community Message Board.
Experience Pittsburgh Earth Day's signature event. The 11th annual Ecolution Fashion Gala comes to the Pennsylvanian Wednesday, September 30th. See stunning wearable art inspired by pop couture, fashion fame, and obsession. Tickets on sale now at pittsburghearthday.org/Ecolution. Runners, walkers, families, this is your weekend. Friday, August 7th, kick things off at North Park with the Passivant Hospital Foundation 4K and 8K. Then Saturday, August 8th, it's all happening at Graham Park in Cranberry Township. 2 days, all heart, one incredible cause. Sign up now at PassivantHospitalFoundation.org. Pittsburgh Public Schools and Odyssey have teamed up again for the Pittsburgh for PPS Back to School event on Monday, August 17th at Acrisure Stadium. This is a drive-through and in-person event brought to you by Target Freight Management.
Details at KDKARadio.com.
I'm back to doing what I love and more, thanks to the Good Feet store.
Do you spend half your day walking or standing while working? If you have foot, knee, or back problems, the Good Feet store wants to help you like we help Tony.
The pain that I experience the most is foot pain from being on my feet all day. You're having to kind of talk to yourself through the whole shift, like, I got this, I can do this. Before, I felt defeated. Now it's like, all right, let's go. I'm ready. Like sunshine coming on.
And how about working more comfortably like Dennis?
Working at an amusement park, it's always on your feet. I just couldn't take it, but I didn't have a choice. I just couldn't believe that putting these arch supports in made that much of a difference that quickly. I could do my job and I could take care of my family. I know what my tomorrow is going to be. It's going to be positive.
You deserve a better life too. Stop in the Good Feet store today. Visit us in Cranberry Township, in Robinson Town Center, in the waterfront, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, and at goodfeet.com.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
We'll have some clouds around for tonight. There still could be a shower or thunderstorm at a few spots, low 63. Clouds and breaks of sun with a couple of showers around tomorrow, high 78. And more sunshine for Thursday, high 80. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
There are many reasons to hire Morgan & Morgan for your injury case. Here's reason 17. In today's new world, many law firms have had money injected into their firms by Wall Street, private equity, and other lenders. This money usually comes in at very, very high interest rates. It's one of the reasons you see so many lawyers advertising. I'm John Morgan. This money is expensive, and the interest compounds quickly. These law firms can have a huge need for cash just to pay that debt. Why does it matter to you? My fear is your case is settled early and for far less than it's worth, just to service the loan that has mafia-like rates. Our financial strength is your advantage. That plus our reputation makes our firm your firm. Visit forthepeople.com to see our results and verdicts. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, 603 Stanwyck Street, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2026 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Are data centers and artificial intelligence going to destroy us? We'll talk to a guest who says yes. Is data centers and artificial intelligence going to save us? We're going to talk to a guest who says yes. We'll talk to both on the next America at Night with me. I'm McGraw Millhaven. Plus, our National Park Series continues tonight at 10 on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Have you ever thought things are really happening for a reason? And, you know, we've been all in on this data or data centers, however you want it. It's like yin and yang, right? Creek or crick, tomato, tomato, potato, potato. But when you think about all of that stuff making news, these incredible places that we're dealing with nuclear energy and natural gas and Nippon and U.S. Steel, the Commercial Street Bridge, our new airport, and the city has got some, as my grandmother would say, oomph to it. I mean, things are happening for a reason, and there could have not been a better time to have some of these people who are in government right now. Look, as much as I want to give you hope, and I have been all about hope, especially because what I know most, because it was what gave us hope when I was growing up. And I'm still a big believer in dirt under the fingernails and manufacturing. You got to build it and they will come. But I'm starting to understand some of these younger minds and what they're trying to do with technology and meds and eds and all the other things that really, I'm sure, keep them up at night, too. If I were either Corey O'Connor or Rachel Heisler, I would have a notebook or pad by my bed because I would be thinking one thing after another. But you have to know, when I first came to KDKA, we were still a city of like 30 Fortune 500 companies, Mellon, Gulf. I can't tell you what it was like being on the radio in the mid-'80s in downtown Pittsburgh at the pioneer broadcasting station to America. I mean, I was in my 20s. Everything was big, and I can remember many nights coming out by the fountain. If you know downtown, Gateway Center, there's the fountain, Gateway 1, 2, and 3, and there would be a full moon, and I used to have to park across what was then the Hilton, which is now the Wyndham Grand, because I didn't have parking under a building yet, which I eventually did. But I can remember many nights, you know, working until midnight, or even leaving at 5 a.m. when the moon was still out, walking past that fountain towards my vehicle, and I would look up and I would see these skyscrapers, and I would get out on Liberty Avenue and I'd see U.S. Steel, I'd see Gulf, I'd see Mellon, and I used to think, how lucky am I? And now I see Highmark, I see UPMC, I still see that U.S. Steel Tower. I still am a big believer in Pittsburgh. But for the first time, I have to be honest with you, I'm drinking the Kool-Aid because I see things getting done. And when I heard about this story, and it was the first thing that I dove into when I got up today and was starting to prepare, and then the vote came through and it was approved, I thought to myself, what another brilliant idea. So the transit revitalization investment, right? Among the development groups and legislators, it's supposed to have, spurred at least new development in downtown while also putting money into transit infrastructure upgrades. The tax diversion will require the city to take out $50 million in the way of a bond, of which only $10 million will go towards transit upgrades. The remainder will go to projects like office to residential conversions. Listen, we need the PRT. We need transit. We need to continue to evolve with that. The channel that goes under the river, all of it, right? But we've got to put a fresh coat of paint, literally and figuratively, on these buildings. It's like one of the things that I enjoy looking at, and I saw a friend of mine many, many, many years ago who, her father was so far ahead of his time. He was an auto body guy, but he started buying real estate back in the day. And now she, carrying on his legacy, basically has a lot of that rental property. There's nothing better than you're looking on Facebook or wherever and you see rental property and it's got a brand spanking new fresh coat of paint. The kitchen's been redone. The floors are there. Everything's ready to go. It's like, wow, I'd love to see that. Well, I am seeing it happen in downtown Pittsburgh. And it's just ironic that I've been traveling around doing all of these videos on my own dime just to help people. And I'm seeing over the last 10, 15 years, seeing places that I've never been to. And I worked in this place that is Pittsburgh and now Green Tree. I mean, add it up. It's 2026. That's 41 years. And I'm seeing places of Pittsburgh that I've never seen before. Beautiful places, incredible places. And I really think something big is going to happen. I don't know what it is. But you don't get Nippon Steel, at the time the fourth largest steel maker in the world, paying $15.9 billion for U.S. Steel unless there's something in it. Look, everybody wants to get the deal done, but you got to make sure that the bottom line continues to become more of a upward sign than a downward spiral. And you know, my birthday, a couple of years ago almost, I celebrated at a place called Goodfellas in Swissville, a cool little bar. The mayor, actually of Swissville, has part ownership in it. And I was with all these mayors from these great places, East Pittsburgh, Braddock Hills. I mean, just cool people. Swissvale, West Mifflin. And we were trying to, get this Nippon U.S. Steel deal to the finish line. And I must tell you, what was really cool about it is the fact that I got to talk to these people who have put themselves in the line of fire being a mayor of these towns that have seen better days. And these are the towns that really built Pittsburgh. These are the historic towns. You know, the ones that I mentioned just a few minutes ago, like Greenfield and Wilkinsburg, and talking about Swissvale and Rankin and Churchill, they were the power brokers of this city. And then, of course, the north side, the south side, the Hill District, Bloomfield, power brokers. And what I love, we have this recipe, not only of this revitalization thing that I've been telling you about, but they're making smart deals money-wise, and they're minding the books. And Rachel is going over it with a fine-tooth comb. And Corey has been able to get to people like PNC Bank and UPMC and say, look, we need your help. And guess what? Those people are opening their checkbooks because they're investing back into Pittsburgh, which has been good business for them. So just maybe all of these shows that I've been doing for years and really riding the coattails of anybody who would talk manufacturing, maybe this grizzled veteran is starting to listen to the young voices that are out there. And they're not that young, but to me, they are. I mean, they're in their 40s, some of them, late 30s, but they're making a difference, and they're not running away. They're facing problems. You know, I've always admired people that work hard, you know, and that's been my motto since day one. And I know maybe I push the pedal to the metal a little too much, and I'd like to ease off a little bit, but there's so much work to be done. There's so many stories to be told. So I want you to just answer me this. We're going to open the phones up here in this final segment before 9 o'clock. Do you think we're headed in the right direction in the city? Do you think we're headed in the right direction in this region? Is it just me, or do you see things that are happening that actually are positive? We're not just filling in potholes. We're paving new streets. I don't know where some of this money is coming from, but I can tell you in the valley that I call home, there's all sorts of projects underway. And with what's going to happen in Shippingport with the data center and the old Bruce Mansfield coal-fired power plant, I know we have to figure it all out, but I see new stuff happening. So is it just me, or are you as excited as I am? Because I at least see people that are up working hard, and that gets my attention. 866-391-1020, your Pratt Pack. Coming up after the news at 9, Bob Dvorak, longtime PG sports writer, taking us back to the Super 70s and what Coach Knoll used to put the world champion Steelers through when they went to St. Vincent. All of that still to come tonight. KDKA.
When the weather turns bad, turn to us for the best news, weather, and traffic information from the KDKA Radio Storm Center. Presented by Duquesne Light Company. Larger than light. Online and on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. But at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited everything for just $35 a line. That's $35 a month for unlimited talk, text, and data. Switch to the carrier ranked #1 in network coverage and customer satisfaction and get unlimited everything for just $35 a month. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit Consumer Cellular online or in-store today. Price includes $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes and fees apply. Data speeds reduced after 35 gigabytes. Rankings done by 2025 ACSI survey.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
In Pittsburgh, Chase is proud to root for the home team because they're our team too. We cheer from the bleachers and on the sidelines. We cheer for gymnasts and quarterbacks. And with more than 25 local Chase branches and 5,000 nationwide, we are right beside you, Pittsburgh. Neighborhood bankers, digital tools, national strength. Chase, make more of what's yours.
JP Morgan Chase Bank, NA member FDIC.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Rob Fracks on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
You know, the thing that amazes me is that we've been all so caught up on what's been happening in Washington. Even me, to where we've really taken our eye off what matters most. It really begins at home. And I don't care if you're in Washington, Beaver, Lawrence. I don't care. Ohio, West Virginia, wherever you're at, especially this time of year when you go on vacation, somebody said, "Where are you from?" Well, you say, "I'm from Pittsburgh." I am excited because that Commercial Street Bridge, it ignited this fire in my belly again. I've always loved talking about the building trades, and I've always been a fan of PennDOT. And no, it's not just because of snow removal, but I got to tell you, 40 years, they're the reason why I got to work in some really crazy weather. But government really can work. It really can work. And here's what's happened. Because we've had so much negative that people have lost trust in government. And if somebody is struggling in their profession, not that they want to drag people down with them, but they really become fair game, those who are doing okay and are really on their way, that trajectory to get them to a finish line to where they have a pension and they have good health benefits. But you have to understand, we also live in the greatest country in the world that we get a little thing called Medicare and Social Security. I still can't believe how great Social Security is. I remember my parents talking about it, and I'm like, come on, let me buy you a steak dinner, okay? How good can it be? But it's the little things that you really learn to appreciate the older you get. Government is a good thing, but we have lost sight of the most important thing, and that's Pittsburgh. The ball has been put on the tee for us to swing away. And if you're a Republican, you should be hoping for Pittsburgh to not just survive, but thrive. That's why this revitalization project is a smart piece of business. And here's the other thing that it does, just like PennDOT, the building trades, and that Commercial Street Bridge. Do you know how many groceries that's going to buy for families? Do you realize how many mortgage payments that's going to make for families? Not just those who worked on the project, but the 100,000 or so that Rachel and I were talking about who come in to go to work every day in Pittsburgh and take all of that stuff back to the east to where they live. You know, anytime I would go through the Squirrel Hill tunnels, I would love getting caught in bumper-to-bumper traffic. Now bear with me, because I could look over in the distance and see the Cathedral of Learning, one of my favorite places, the University of Pittsburgh. And I thought, do you realize how long people have been looking at that? I mean, when Jonas Salk was doing his thing to discover the vaccine for polio, people were stuck in traffic. And maybe because of the mills, there were certain times you couldn't see it as clear as you can now. But if you look beyond everything that this city has been through, we've survived. We have survived, and we've always been a focal point as far as the future of America is concerned. Always. So what I'm witnessing right now, a renaissance, if you will. You know, I remember the late Mayor Richard Caligiuri, loved the family, loved him, when he decided to, let's clean it up. Liberty Avenue changed. A lot of the so-called, shot and beer joints kind of went in a different direction. The cultural district started to light up. But now I'm seeing a lot of that grit come back. You have these breweries going up. I know people that live like in the Strip District who just rave about the restaurants and the places to go in downtown Pittsburgh. Just rave about it, right? And that cultural district, Heinz Hall, the Benedum, our symphony, our ballet, our opera. There's so much happening. And you got Little Italy Days coming up next month in Bloomfield, right? That's a big ticket event. If you've never been there, you got to be there. It's amazing. One of the best events of the entire summer. But now with the Ferris wheel and all the things they're talking about downtown, it's incredible. Listen, Jack Hunt of Johnny Angel and the Halos has a Ginchi Museum over there on the north side. And we did a 2-hour blog months ago. Obviously, Rachel, works here, his daughter. And him and I did the deep dive, not just about rock and roll in Pittsburgh, but the north side, the history over there from when he was a child and where, it's at now. And guess what? I drive through the north side, Brighton Heights, 5-6 days a week, purposely, because I just want to see what's going on. Mexican War Street, Federal Street, North Side, AHN, Allegheny General Hospital, Pittsburgh's first hospital. Every time I see it, I just embrace it. And I see all the young people, and I see the young couples and baby strollers, and I think of the aviary, our zoo. We have so much going on right now, but the thing that's going on for the first time in a long time, progress. We're actually making a dent. And the thing about Corey O'Connor that I can't get enough of, he'll talk to anybody, but he talks. He's a communicator. And I'm sure he knows it because I'm not the first one saying this. That's what made his father so special. That's what made his mother, Judy, so special. because they talk to everybody. They could strike up a conversation with anybody. Heidi, Father Terry, anybody. And the people that his dad had around him, Dick Scringer, I absolutely love that man. Dennis Regan, love him. Tough guy, but I loved him. And I see Corey has surrounded himself with such a great group of people. So, listen, I'm going to call out. Like, I think they need to get more into the manufacturing type of thing, but that's okay. We can agree to disagree. But I see people getting up every day and going to work and trying to change the course of history in Pittsburgh. And I think they've taken it on as a challenge to where they want to prove everybody wrong. You see, here's the thing. We may never get back in my lifetime to where I remember in the mid-'80s walking out to my car after doing a radio shift at KDKA, the most magical days of my life. And I still love being on this radio because I still have a lot to say. I still believe in hope, and I call it the way I see it. But I can tell you this, with this current regime and this latest revitalization project, we are headed in the right direction. So my children and grandchildren are going to have a chance, I believe, in their lifetime to see Pittsburgh take flight again. And whether you want to face this or not, they can talk about Philadelphia, which I love, or New York, or Chicago, St. Louis, all great places. But Pittsburgh is going to be the beacon of hope for this country. What happens in Pittsburgh over the next 10 or 15 years, especially in manufacturing and technology, meds and eds, it's going to drive this country from sea to shining sea for generations to come. I truly, truly believe that. Bob Dvorak looking back at training camp in the 70s next.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
University of Pittsburgh head football coach Pat Narduzzi have to ask you about Mr. Beast. This guy is worth $2.6 billion on paper. He decides to visit. What was that all about?
I'm still waiting for that check from him.
Okay.
I haven't got the check yet.
Mr. Beast, send the check to University of Pittsburgh football.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Here's the deal. The government is over $38 trillion in debt, which means the IRS isn't slowing down. And the tax code is complex and unforgiving. So it's not surprising if you're one of the millions of Americans that owe back taxes to the IRS. Unfortunately, they're the world's most powerful collection agency, with the ability to garnish your wages, seize your bank accounts, and even take your home or business. But don't be stressed or worried any longer. We're Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. We have resolved over $3 billion in tax debt for our clients. Our award-winning professionals deal with the IRS every single day, protecting our clients and preparing them for the best possible resolution. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, give Optima a call today.
Call 800-746-0155. That's 800-746-0155. 800-746-0155.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
When it comes to family law, a lot has changed in recent years, so assumptions can be costly. If you see or sense a change coming in your family life that could have legal implications, it's important to know where you stand. Getting good legal advice early is never a bad idea. I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. If you or anyone you know is facing a family law issue, start with a consultation. Visit CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
Workdays work better with food. And not just any food, the good stuff. That's why there's Easy Cater, the workplace food platform where you can order from a huge variety of great restaurants for any group size, anytime, anywhere, all in one place. Whether it's gourmet deli trays for the client meeting, spicy noodles for the night shift, tacos for the weekend crew, or a big box of brownies to tell your team, thank you. Just use Easy Cater. One platform to feed them all, and feed them well. Start an order at easycater.com.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Covered Powered by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company.
Hello, KDKA listeners. This is Carlos, owner of Greater Pitt Tree Service. If you have any concerns about any trees on your property, call Greater Pitt Tree Service, 412-884-TREE. We have an A+ rating on the Better Business Bureau. To serve your needs best, we have an ISA certified arborist on staff. We have 32 years experience, 412-884-TREE. We will be your best choice for tree work. Greater Pitt Tree Service, 412-884-TREE. And remember, we did your neighbor's tree.
Ready to start thinking like Wall Street without leaving Main Street? Tune in Sunday mornings at 6:30 for a slice of advice with Kelton Burgess, right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
From ABC News, I'm Dave Packer. With Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky overlooking the floor, the Senate tonight overwhelmingly advancing a Russian and Iran sanctions bill named in honor of Senator Lindsey Graham. Earlier, Zelensky said the sanctions bill is particularly important.
First of all, we are very thankful to senators and we are very thankful for this discussion. The discussion was with details how to help Ukraine, and we are thankful that this bill.
Zelensky met with President Trump today, as did Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
The two have had a bit of a tense relationship in recent weeks as it relates to the war with Iran and, of course, Israel's recent strikes in Lebanon, which have complicated the situation as the U.S. has tried to reach a deal with Iran.
ABC's Karen Travers. Both Netanyahu and Graham were in Washington to attend services for the late Senator Lindsey Graham. Graham died nearly 2 weeks ago at age 71. Jay Clayton, the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York and a former Securities and Exchange Commission chairman, confirmed tonight to be National Intelligence Director. The Senate vote along party lines. A trail of devastation in Menasha, Wisconsin, after Monday's powerful tornado. Police Chief Matthew Albright says he knows people want to get home as soon as possible to assess the damage, but
for the next several days, there will continue to be a curfew from 10 p.m. until 5 a.m. This curfew will be established for the city of Menasha.
With the expiration of temporary protected status, the Trump administration could potentially deport 350,000 Haitians who've been living and working in the U.S. legally. Pastor Carl Ruby of Central Christian Church in Springfield, Ohio.
We are asking everyone to apply for asylum because if a person has an asylum pending case, it at least slows down the process.
You're listening to ABC News.
If you haven't switched to Pure Talk because you're not sure their coverage is every bit as reliable as Big Wireless, why not take them for a test drive? For a limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited data plan. No contracts, no commitments, just a great deal on a high-speed network with unlimited data from an American wireless company. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
These days, heading back to school means more than pencils and notebooks. It means laptops, tablets, online accounts, and a lot of personal information moving across the internet. WebRoot Total Protection gives families powerful online defense tools with antivirus, VPN, cloud backup, identity protection, and more, helping keep your digital life secure throughout the school year and beyond. Go to webroot.com/radio and get 60% off today. That's webroot.com/radio for 60% off. Live a better digital life with WebRoot, because peace of mind shouldn't be optional.
Yesterday, Apple overtook NVIDIA to become the most valuable company in the world. And now Apple has a new offer for consumers.
Apple Upgrade is a new program that lets customers lease certain devices for up to 3 years. The company says it will cover iPhones, iPads, Macs, and Apple Watches. Apple is partnering with Klarna on the program, saying lease deals on iPhones will start at $17.99 a month. It comes after Apple announced significant price increases on many of its products, citing an ongoing shortage in computer memory, driven by increased demand from the AI industry. Mike Dubusky, ABC ABC News.
The Federal Trade Commission confirms it's investigating the online fashion retailer Shein. It's not clear why the company's being investigated, but disclosed the information in a filing in Hong Kong. Not all that FIFA merchandise sold during this summer's World Cup was legit.
With the championship series in the rearview mirror, Customs and Border Protection has finished tallying up the counterfeit FIFA-related merchandise seized before, during, and after the North American matches. Customs agents intercepted 445,000 items, from soccer balls to umbrellas. The most commonly counterfeited item, according to CBP, Lionel Messi's number 10 Argentina jersey.
ABC's Jim Ryan. NASA says astronomers have captured a rare image of a black hole devouring a star in the outskirts of the galaxy far, far away. Dave Packer, ABC News.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Partly to mostly cloudy for tonight. Still can't rule out a stray shower or thunderstorm, low 63. And then clouds or breaks of sun with a couple of showers tomorrow, high 78. A lot of sunshine by Thursday, high near 80. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
In Pittsburgh, Chase is proud to root for the home team because they're our team too. We cheer from the bleachers and on the sidelines. We cheer for gymnasts and quarterbacks. And with more than 25 local Chase branches and 5,000 nationwide, we are right beside you, Pittsburgh. Neighborhood bankers, digital tools, national strength. Chase, make more of what's yours.
JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Are you prepared for winter storms and possible power outages? Duquesne Light Company urges you to prepare your emergency kit ahead of the next storm. Stock up on bottled water, non-perishable food, flashlights, batteries, a first aid kit, and warm blankets to keep you and your family safe and comfortable. And don't forget to charge your devices. A little preparation goes a long way. Learn more about how to prepare for storms year-round at DuquesneLight.com/stormplan. That's DuquesneLight.com/stormplan.
You know the feeling. That rush when you reach that goal. Make somebody brag a little back home. That's success. And at University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why UMGC offers an accredited skills-based education that helps move your career forward. We'll teach you how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science, plus build your skills in leadership, communication, and critical thinking. Explore more than 100 degrees and certificates in business, cybersecurity, healthcare, and more. With affordable and online programs, you can unlock new opportunities to help you succeed again. At UMGC, success is yours for the taking and the making, and nothing should keep you from it, especially not an application fee. Apply now and we'll waive your application fee. Classes start August 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
All right, here he is, longtime beat writer for the PG, world-renowned author, good friend. Got the terrible towel rocking tonight, Mr. Bob Dvorak, Metropolitan Window Video Screen. Click on KDKRadio.com, KDK Watch. We're not going to get into the medical procedure, but I'm going to give you a chance to talk about the doctor who really helped you. You just went through a bit of a setback. You're good now, but who should we give a shout-out to tonight? Go ahead.
Well, let's give a shout-out to the whole crew at UPMC. I got a primary care physician, Kathleen Werner, and an orthopedist at St. Margaret's Hospital, UPMC, Dr. Klein, and all the wonderful aides and nurses who helped get me through this. So it's wonderful health care, and I'm privileged to have it.
All right. Now, the other thing, and you haven't done it yet, and you don't need to give the date out that you're gone because you're such a superstar. They're going to miss you in that community that you call home. But, you know, I do this little travel show with AAA, and what you told me you're about to embark on, I'm jealous. You're going back to the old country, huh?
I wish I could take you with me, Rob. Going back to Slovakia to visit the 4 villages where my grandparents came from.
Incredible.
And really looking forward to this. This is a trip of a lifetime. We fly into Prague, take the train to Bratislava, then we got a rental car through the back regions of Slovakia. Got a great friend going with me, Gloria Ruane, and she planned the whole trip. So it's really something that I've waited years and years and years to do.
Think about this, though, Bob. Your grandparents, full circle. I mean, what they came to this country with, pretty much nothing. Your parents and how you were raised in the farming, and then your dad goes into the coal mines. And, I mean, all these years later, you grew up to be an award-winning journalist, but now you're going back to where it all began. That's pretty surreal, isn't it?
Pretty amazing, isn't it? It's almost, miraculous, I guess. Yeah, they came here really with nothing but the clothes on their backs and a dream. And this was the place, this was the land of opportunity. If you work hard, and they had to work hard, you can make it. So I want to make that trip in reverse and go through some of the perils that see some of the perils that they had to go through, and also see what they left behind. Back in the 1880s, 1890s, the poverty was just grinding. There was no way to really make a living. So the recruiters were working, said, "Hey, we got jobs in America." Next thing you know, they're on a boat from Bremen, Germany, to New York City. So this is going to be quite a journey of discovery. I call it going home. There's a great Czechoslovakian composer, Antonin Dvorak, and I say we're related because he wrote symphonies, and here I am on the radio. So there's got to be a connection somewhere.
Well, any place that could give us somebody like Pauline Porzakova, the great model, I'm all in. She just recently got married, so I was very sad to hear that because I thought maybe I had a shot. But I'm fascinated by that part of the world. I'm fascinated by a lot of things. But you being a great author, and I know you've already got more to do, but that's one book that I would love to see written about your journey back. That would be incredible, Bob.
Well, I'm going to take a journal. I'm going to keep a journal, and who knows how this is going to develop. But as I say, we fly into Prague, which was one of the few cities in Europe that was untouched during World War II by the bombings and the air campaigns. One of the really prettiest cities in the world, and then back to the home country where hardy peasant stock, but boy, their work ethic made it work. And this is a way to thank them. Plan to stop in a church in every one of the villages along the way, just light a candle and say, "Thank you, grandfather. Thank you, grandma," on both sides of my family, and because they made it possible. And I don't take that for granted. And I just want to show some appreciation.
Well, the real reason they made it through all the hard work and the really tremendous travel was the Slivovitz. That's what got them through all of this. A couple of shots of Slivovitz, they were good to go. So I can't wait, and I hope to do maybe a nice little hour-long video with you when you get back to talk about your journey. That's going to be really exciting. So, listen, I don't know about you. Look, I'm an entertainer. You're a journalist. But when I was told I was covering the Steelers back in the 90s for the first time and was going to training camp, look, I knew I had a job to do, but I was in awe. Because these were my heroes, and who doesn't love the Steelers and the great memories of growing up in the 70s? And my father, who hated sports all until the 70s Steelers showed up, and then he became the biggest fan of football. So your early memories as far as training camp, what time period are we looking at for you?
Oh, I started at the Uniontown Morning Herald in 1967. I think I made my first training camp in Chuck Noll's first year, 69. And I wasn't what you would call a regular up there, but I would go up periodically and just see what's going on and see how the team's doing. I was a diehard fan back before Chuck Noll even was a name that anybody had heard of in Pittsburgh. So, I go back before him, and then when he arrived, boy, everything changed. And talk about the changes that have gone on at St. Vincent since. It's a different world. I'm dating myself. Your audience is in luck. You get to talk to a fossil.
Well, a guy who's seen a lot, so that's why you're here tonight for these two segments. So I saw Jack Lambert at training camp, a picture in the PG, and I thought, because this is a big deal. Tomorrow practice begins. Mike McCarthy, Aaron Rodgers, all the bells and whistles, the thousands that will go to Latrobe and the gateway to the west, Westmoreland County, taking the turnpike. And I thought, boy, it has changed. Even when I was covering it in the 90s, they were still carrying in the fans. There was no air conditioning. But I want you to talk about what a typical training camp was like. Even though they were winning Super Bowl, Chuck Noll made sure you came to work or you would have to get on with your life's work. So what was it like training camp circa the 70s with the Emperor Chuck Noll?
Well, yeah, one of the real things that they don't do anymore because it's just too physically demanding in the heat and humidity. Chuck Noll was on Don Shula's staff, and Shula loved to do these training camp drills called gassers. Have you ever heard of these?
I have.
You had to run 7 100-yard dashes, 8 80-yard dashes, and 6 40-yard dashes with 15 seconds in between. And I mean, I think if you survived that kind of stuff, Chuck would give you'd have a number on Sunday, as they say nowadays. The physical training was just so much different. Now all of that's done during the off season with organized team activities and everything else. But they would separate the wheat from the chaff very early on in camp. One of his favorite drills too, Rob, you ever heard of this? The Oklahoma drill. And you mentioned Lambert. They put a running back on this side and a linebacker on the other side. Coach would blow a whistle, and the two would collide. And I mean, some of those battles were just titanic. Steelers had a running back named Walter Abercrombie. He was the #1 pick.
Right.
He got in the pit with Lambert, and he really earned his NFL stripes that day. I'll tell you,
So
I'll tell you that.
We're going to take a break, but the timeline, correct me if I'm wrong. So this is when Shula's Colts lost to Namath and the Jets, and then he goes off to Miami eventually. And does he recommend Chuck Noll for the job with the Steelers? Is that how that went down?
Chuck Noll, Don Shula was the coach who recommended Chuck Noll to Dan Rooney and said, look, you're looking for a coach. This is 1969.
Right.
You're looking for a coach. You hire this guy. He's smarter than anybody on the field.
Wow. Did it. All right, Bob Dvorak, one of the smartest people I know, getting ready to head to Slovakia. That's pretty cool stuff. All right, we're going to come back. We're going to talk more about those 70 teams and what they went through. And, boy, it's a whole different ballgame today, but it's still not for the faint of heart. It's the National Football League. Back with more in a moment.
Your source for official traffic information. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
Runners, walkers, families, this is your weekend. Friday, August 7th, kick things off at North Park with the Passavant Hospital Foundation 4K and 8K. Fresh air, great course, and a chance to support life-changing care right here at home. On Saturday, August 8th, it's all happening at Graham Park in Cranberry Township. The 5K is now timed, so bring your speed or just enjoy the run. Stick around. The kids' race follows. 2 days, all heart, one incredible cause. Sign up now at PassavantHospitalFoundation.org. See you at the starting line.
Heart disease is the leading cause of death in the United States. So when it comes to your heart, there's no room for compromise. At UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute, innovation, technology, and world-class expertise come together to treat the most complex heart cases, redefining what's possible for patients who need it most. Getting your heart checked can save your life. Schedule your appointment with the region's leader at upmc.com/heart.
The Super Summer Savings continue at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, boneless chicken tenders are $1.99 a pound. In the produce department, fresh sweet blueberries, 1-pint packages, 2 for $4. In our deli, plain or garlic Eckrich bologna is $3.99 a pound. And additional savings this week, selected varieties of Stone Ridge Creamery ice cream, 48-ounce cartons, $2.99 each.
At Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
I'm back to doing what I love and more, thanks to the Good Feet store.
Do you spend half your day walking or standing while working? If you have foot, knee, or back problems, the Good Feet store wants to help you like we helped Tony.
The pain that I experience the most is foot pain from being on my feet all day. You're having to kind of talk to yourself through the whole shift, like, I got this, I can do this. Before, I felt defeated. Now it's like, all right, let's go. I'm ready. Like sunshine coming on.
And how about working more comfortably like Dennis?
Working at an amusement park, it's always on your feet. I just couldn't take it, but I didn't have a choice. I just couldn't believe that putting these arch supports in made that much of a difference that quickly. I could do my job and I could take care of my family. I know what my tomorrow is going to be. It's going to be positive.
You deserve a better life, too. Stop in the Good Feet store today. Visit us in Cranberry Township, in Robinson Town Center, in the Waterfront, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, and at goodfeet.com.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Summer is better together, and nobody does community like Legends Senior Living. As one of Pennsylvania's largest senior living providers, they invite you to fun summer events across Pittsburgh area communities and experience the vibrant lifestyle that awaits. Meet new friends, learn something new, and explore topics that matter to seniors and their families. Enjoy chef-prepared cuisine, meaningful conversation, and the warm hospitality that makes Legends so special. Visit legends.seniorliving.com/PGH to browse summer events, RSVP, and start filling your social calendar.
Everything you need, every time you listen. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, back with Bob Dvorak. Being that tomorrow's the first day of practice at Steelers training camp, we thought we'd kick off tonight by talking about what it was like back during those Super Bowl years. And look, it was like a boot camp. They didn't make it comfortable for them. And if you didn't get that meal at the cafeteria, you weren't eating, and you didn't get out and gallivant and have free time. And it didn't matter if you were the MVP of the Super Bowl. When you had to represent Chuck Noll, you had to give him everything that you had to stay on that team. And that went from Bradshaw to Swan, the stalwart, the Mean Joe Green. Didn't matter who you were. Everybody had to earn it, right? Right, Bob?
Oh, absolutely. There were no passengers. Everybody was on board on this stuff. You mentioned, Bradshaw and some of the names that became just absolute superstars. They're out there sweating with the rookies and the draft choices, just like everybody else. If I could tell you a real quick story, what it was like in 1969, Steelers had a 10th round draft choice named L.C. Greenwood.
Right.
And he and a teammate from a small college in Arkansas, where they went to college there at training camp, and Clarence Washington was his name. And he says, this is like a couple of weeks into it. They're in the mountains of Pennsylvania, and the heat and the humidity. And Clarence Washington says, hey, LC, why don't we just pack up and get out of here? And LC thought about it, and he said, you know what? That's probably not a bad idea, but I'm going to stay here till they tell me to go. And LC played for 10, 12 years after that, is in the Team Hall of Fame, 4 Super Bowl rings, and part of one of the greatest front fours ever, the Steel Curtain. So it just goes to show you what St. Vincent's can do to a soul.
Well, it's nice. They've been talking a lot about Myles Garrett with the Rams and the possibility of Penn Hills native Aaron Donald coming out of retirement. And one of those talking heads brought up, he said it'd be like adding Mean Joe Green to the defensive line. And it was nice to see that number 75 got a little love. I don't think people realize, because it's been a few years, a lot of these guys that we're talking about, you could suit them up today. Obviously, it'd have to be a lot younger, but their skill set would work today as much as it did back in the day, especially people like L.C. Greenwood.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Our good friend, the late Mike Wagner.
Yes.
Was a long shot draft pick. And Jack Ham will tell you that training camp he was there, his first training camp, he was clotheslining people out during practices. I mean, he was a fanatic, but, that's how you get noticed. And Wagner made that team, was a starting safety for all those Super Bowls and quite a bit longer. So, I can pick you out some names. One of the differences then, Rob, was they lifted their weights outside off the sides of the field. And the fans would be on the hillside egging them on, with Mike Webster and John Kolb, and they're just counting the reps on the bench presses, and the crowd was into it, the players were into it, and Chuck Noll shut that down. He says, I'm going to lose control of these people. They're just going to be too much of the crowd pleasers. So, they worked at it, but they were, you could get closer to them back then, but they were legit people, just good people, good football players.
You know, because of your connection to the military, you can't help but have to think about what Rocky Bleier did. I mean, to think about where he was, Notre Dame, Vietnam, wounded. The chief says, let's give him a shot, ends up there, and the next thing you know, he's on 4 Super Bowl championship teams, and he and Franco one magical year each rushed for 1,000 yards, which back in the day, 14 regular games during the season meant a lot. Rocky Bleier is still a real superhero, is he not?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, there weren't that many NFL players subjected to the military draft, the selective service, but when Rocky's number came up, he went, and he didn't try to get the Steelers to get him an exemption or get him out of it or anything else. He went, was wounded, and in his heel from shrapnel, from a grenade, and his career just seemed to be over. And it was probably, maybe the chief gave him an extra break, and they kept him around a little longer, but lo and behold, he built his strength back up and became part of that team. Special teamer at first, then he became a starting running back. Now, he's still one of the great Cinderella stories of all time in the NFL, in my opinion.
You know, I call you the Ernest Hemingway because you are a guy that can really write. But when I think of great legendary sports writers, I think of so many names at the PG, and we've got Ray Fittipaldo who's doing a lot for us on the Black and Gold Sunday show, doing great work. But you got to admit, when it came to the NFL beat, the creme de la creme, Eddie Bouchette, I don't know if there will ever be anybody as good as that guy.
Oh yeah, and you go back a little bit before that, Phil Music, and with the press, Pat Livingston, and oh boy, I'm going to forget him. And he was one of my great inspirations. Their writers were just so good. And I would read, couldn't wait to get the Post-Gazette, the press every day, to read up on the Steelers and then also learn how to write by some of these great sports writers that they had. And don't forget, I'll tell you a real quick story about Myron Cope, the late Myron Cope, the legend.
The best.
After a hard day of practice, people were looking for a little place to go, maybe a little watering hole down the road, and replenish some of the fluids that they had lost during the heat and humidity. And Myron was coming back to St. Vincent's one night, and there's a booth there, where the guy would welcome you on the campus. And Myron stopped there, and he was reaching into his pocket, and he said, "How much is the toll?" He thought he was on the Pennsylvania Turnpike.
Listen, because of Myron Cope and that terrible towel, Allegheny Valley School, millions and millions of dollars. He is such a class act. And I'll tell you, the very first person that befriended me at my first press conference covering a hot stove luncheon when Doug Drabick came to Pittsburgh, he was the first one that came over to me, and I never, ever forgot that. Bob, listen, just know this. Because of the stuff that you have done, putting paper to pen through the years, and especially during your days covering sports, it created a world for me that was fantasy that became a reality. And to have had this chance for so many years to work with you, it's been a real blessing, and I consider it a privilege anytime you're on the air with me. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Stay happy, stay healthy, and have a shot of Slivovitz or two for me when you're in Slovakia.
Well, don't forget what they say over there, Rob. Hold the pizza, hold the Pepsi, hold the pizza. All I want is Slivovitz. So we got it.
Oh, enjoy yourself. The great Bob Dvorak. We'll come back to wrap up tonight's festivities. We're going to open the phones up. Got a couple of other things I want to get to before we say goodnight. But I'm going to explain to you why the Steelers, I believe, have become such a part of who we are. I'm going to tie it all together and why it really is like another holiday when they begin practice, as they will tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. with that Greenfield kid himself, Mike McCarthy. Stay with us.
My house has a new glow. I love my windows. Universal Windows Direct.
Right now, buy 4 windows, get 4 free. And 48 months with 0% interest. The same as cash. Restrictions apply. Call 412-545-6003. Like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
I love my my windows. They've got that brand new home effect. Universal Windows Direct.
Tickets are on sale now for the upcoming season of the Pittsburgh Speakers Series at Heinz Hall, presented by University of Pittsburgh, with Anderson Cooper, former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, historian Anne Applebaum, financial journalist Andrew Ross Sorkin, former NASA Administrator Charles Bolden, and acclaimed war photographer Lindsay Addario. For information and tickets, go to pittsburghspeakers.org. Sponsored by News Radio KDKA and the Spanos Group of Raymond James.
Planning for retirement isn't easy. If you don't know where to start, join Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors every Saturday at 1 for the Net Worth Financial Hour. Beth shares helpful tips and strategies that just might change the course of your retirement. Listen every Saturday at 1 to the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors. Net Worth Advisors, LLC, is a registered investment advisor.
Get connected. That's the Inside Connection this Saturday morning at 9 with your local Medicare experts from MediConnect. If you're turning 65, hear all the inside information available to seniors on the Inside Connection, presented by MediConnect. Medicare made simple.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Pirates baseball tomorrow on the station that invented baseball on the radio.
Deep to the wall, and it's a record! A Pirate record! Ryan O'Hearn is homered for the third time. 10 runs batted in.
The Bucks face Arizona at 11:40 with a North Shore Tavern leadoff show presented by Keystone Custom Apparel on the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
ABC News, I'm Dave Packer. With Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky overlooking the floor, the Senate tonight overwhelmingly advancing a Russian-Iran sanctions bill named in honor of Senator Lindsey Graham.
First of all, we are very thankful to the senators and we are very thankful for this discussion. The discussion was with details how to help Ukraine, and we are thankful that this bill.
Zelensky met with President Trump today, as well as Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. The Prime Minister's office says the two leaders reaffirmed their ironclad commitment to ensuring that Iran never has nuclear weapons. Both Netanyahu and Graham were in Washington to attend services for the late Senator Lindsey Graham. Graham died this month, age 71. Jay Clayton, the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York and a former Securities and Exchange Commission chairman, confirmed tonight to be National Intelligence Director. This is ABC News.
Support St. Anthony school programs and help students with special needs achieve their full potential through inclusive education, therapy services, and job skills development. Serving students ages 5 to 21 with Down syndrome, autism, and other intellectual disabilities. Find them within select Catholic schools in the Pittsburgh area, including a post-secondary program at Duquesne University. For over 70 years, St. Anthony school programs have empowered students of all faiths to live independently and contribute meaningfully to society. Learn more or donate at stanthonykids.org.
Life's best moments start with perfect choices. For Connie Nowak, it was a trolley ride and a 67-year love story. A life of family, smart decisions, and companionship with Chester the cat. Her retirement choice? The Village at St. Barnabas. Recreation, healthcare, close to family, everything on her list. Plus, it's an exceptional retirement value with a flexible entry process and affordable rates. St. Barnabas Retirement Communities, stbarnabascommunities.com, or call 724-444-5568.
Butler Memorial Hospital Foundation will hold Summer Soiree, a fundraiser, on Saturday, August 29th at Butler Country Club. The evening will include a cocktail hour, dinner, fundraising activities, dancing, and other summer-themed festivities. The cost to attend is $175 per person. For more information, visit the Butler Memorial Hospital Foundation giving page at independence.health.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine. and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
We'll have some clouds around for tonight. There still could be a shower or thunderstorm at a few spots, low 63. Clouds and breaks of sun with a couple of showers around tomorrow, high 78. And more sunshine for Thursday, high 80. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us tomorrow in the Big K Morning Show, 5:30 until 10. In our 7 o'clock hour, Rich Fitzgerald with news around the 10-county region and the city of Pittsburgh.
You know, I don't know what happened tonight. The stars were aligned, but it's all Pittsburgh all night long. But I like that. I really do. I just saw this in the PG. I saw it a couple of hours ago, but it popped up again, and I decided to read a little bit more during the news break, and I want to talk about it. Standing on the future stage of Citizens Live at the Wiley, wearing a hard hat and a safety vest, Sarah Silvestri sees not just a construction site, but a cultural monument. I love this story, and I love the Hill District. It's not just another venue for music, said Silvestri, design manager for Live Nation's Blueprint Studio. We are telling a story here, so we build a space that is paying homage to the Hill District and its iconic history. In October, Live Nation is scheduled to open Pittsburgh's newest concert venue, Citizens Live at the Wiley. Man, I got to get a ticket for this. During a media tour of the space today, Silvestri pointed out features that will celebrate the Hill District. Wallpaper matching the decor of the famed jazz club Crawford Grill is already up behind the bar spaces. Listen to me. If that doesn't give you hope, I don't know what is going on with you. Do you understand the history of the Hill District when it comes to music? Billy Eckstine, Pittsburgh's own, massive, big, some of the biggest names in music, jazz, came here. Billie Holiday, the legendary Billie Holiday, the movie Mahogany, Billy D. Williams, Diana Ross. I think the only way that you are able to sustain future generations, you have to remind them about the recipe for success. And in my opinion, this is going to be something absolutely spectacular. Now, look, I know you're saying the glass is half full. So much more needs to be done. But can I at least bask in the glory of something good? And if we do nothing to help these communities that built Pittsburgh, then we will leave nothing for future generations, because the recipe for success, even though we need to add a few more ingredients, is still what it was then, and it is now, and it will always be the heart of the city of Pittsburgh. It is truly the heartbeat of this region. And just maybe stories like this will take hold and catch on. And future generations will be saying, I'd like to get involved. How do I help? Because the more people we get together, the more hope we can create. All right, let's go to the phones. Here's Mike. Mike, I knew you would call me tonight, and I'm hoping that you're going to give me a little bit of love on that story before you wail on me. Good evening. How are you?
No, I'm not going to wail on you. It's just that I don't see the progress the way you see it.
I know. I'm not living there. I know that.
There's nothing happening up here.
I know.
You know, there's with the places where the senior citizens live at, they ought to be ashamed. These city people, McCoy O'Connor, They ought to be ashamed of themselves for not renovating these places. These places have been 60, 70 years old.
Well,
they haven't done anything.
Now, Corey's only been on the job. No, wait. No,
terrible.
Mike. Corey's only been on the job for a short period of time. I mean, give him a chance, okay?
Robert Lavelle. A lot of these people live up here. The guy who just lost his, they're not even aware of the problem. They don't care because it's older people, it's senior citizens. Most of them have a lot of contempt for senior citizens, for the black seniors.
Well, listen, not me, because I'm one of those seniors, and if there's anybody understands the plight, I do. So, in a perfect world, and not even a perfect world, because nothing's perfect, what do you think is the top priority? What needs to be done yesterday, in your opinion?
They need to renovate these senior citizens' high-rises most of them are dangerous for the people who live there. The lighting is bad in a lot of them, and there's no heat in the winter. No air conditioning in the summer. The places are filthy, especially the one up here at 2700 Center Avenue. I wanted you to get hold of Megan Schiller and have her bring a camera crew and some people from the health department up here.
Listen, you can call. Hey, you can call her. You can call her directly. I mean, she's down there. She's good at what she does. She's good at what she does. She's one of the rising people in media who's going to be around and be a watchdog for generations to come. Let me just say something to you. I totally understand where you're coming from. You and I are pretty close to the same age. So let me tell you what happened the other day. And I'm not going to name the place because it's already been on the news. But I was back home getting some gas and doing a few things. And I started to head home. And I ended up, because of some road construction, I was at a stop sign longer than normal. And I looked up and I saw a facility that I'm very familiar with, which is now a senior citizen's dwelling. And it was absolutely frightening. And because of just whatever, because I kind of know the backstory because it's been in the news, and I'm not making allegations or accusations, but I'm just saying for that moment, this is what went through my mind, Mike. I went, but
they
for the
neglect those places. And they neglect the people.
I know. Let me finish my thought, bud, real quick. So what went through my mind was, but for the grace of God, please help these people. And then I thought to myself, I could very easily end up like that. My kids are grown. I don't have anybody, a significant person in my life. I mean, I've got a few shekels, but, it is what it is, what it is. And if you become incapacitated and you can't take care of yourself, your kids got to go to work. They got families to raise. They're not going to take you in. And then I thought to myself, how quickly I could end up like someone like that. But I see it firsthand. Look, I have been in facilities, which will remain nameless, that have absolutely been frightening. There's some great ones out there, some fantastic ones. But I know what you're talking about. And here's what worries me. And if I was in public office, what I would do, I would continue to at least find ways to give them transportation to go and do their banking in person, because people of that age, not like me, because I've been embracing technology forever, they still want to go to the teller and talk to the teller. They want to go pay their electric bill. They want to go get groceries, but they've got to have a way to get those groceries back. So a lot of those people, not just in the Hill, but elsewhere, are basically prisoners within their own home. And that absolutely disgusts me.
Everybody can get around pretty good, Rob, except for going downtown. That's an excursion that I dread going downtown. I have to go downtown tomorrow. They took something I wanted to go run in Target tomorrow and just come back. Now I can't really do that too, but I have to walk all the way around from Fourth Avenue, all the way to Fifth Avenue to where Target is at, where old Kaufman's used to be.
Yeah.
And they just have messed everything up here on the Hill so bad. And these things are easily remedied. I just don't know why they even did that. And the building you're talking about on Wiley Avenue, we don't consider that the Hill anymore.
Okay.
See, that's gone. That's the past. The Hill is up where we hang at. Center and Aaron Street, Center and Janella Street, Center and what's that street? De Villiers Street, Center and Wiley. That's the old Hill. They're trying to make people feel good that we'll put this. Most of us, the guys I hang with, we're in our 70s and 80s. We won't go down there. We won't go down to that place. They maybe go take a look and look inside, but that's not the type of place.
Mike, let me ask you, how's your health, buddy? How are you physically?
I'm a cancer patient.
Okay.
I have a blood disorder, but I give it to God, and He's had me here for the last 20 years.
Ah, jeez.
I'm surviving. I get out when I can, go do what I have to do, and every now and then I might stop past the state store, get me a small bottle of cognac or something.
That's okay.
Talk to the guys. The guys be sitting down there across from the Black Beauty on Center and Aaron. They don't go in the bar, see, because the drinks are too expensive. We just sit out there. But it was an old basketball court up there.
Right.
Then Danny and them, they didn't do nothing to fix it up. Just then went to the workers parked their cars up in there now. But I can remember being out there playing ball when I was 15, 16, and the All-Pro Chicken place was open in the old Ellis Hotel.
Right.
And we were waiting until the game, it was broadcast on the radio, we were waiting until Starkville came up, this was 71.
Right.
And run in there and act like we was ordering chicken to see if we could get some chicken on the hill with Will,
Well, let me tell you something. Growing up in New Brighton, Beaver County, when I would listen to the games on KDKA radio, I just wanted to be with all you folks in the hill. I wanted to be out in front of that All-Pro Chicken on the hill with Will. And when Wilbur Darnell Stargell hit a home run, I wanted to be sitting right there with you guys eating chicken. So let me just ask you this in closing. How long have you been retired?
I stopped working when I was first diagnosed with cancer when I was 55, and I'm 70 now.
So how you living on Social Security? You have a little bit of a pension. How are you making ends meet?
Social Security. I do a little bit of hustling from time to time.
Right.
But, it ain't no real big money and nothing like that. It's just something I have a few people who come to me for certain things.
Right.
And if I have the product, I can give it to them and sell it. And if not, it's just not the same because I don't have the patience to haggle with people and all that stuff anymore,
Well, listen, I promise you one thing. You will be in my thoughts, and we'll keep pounding the message out. Hopefully you'll get some of this stuff solved. But I know it's frustrating. It's very, very frustrating. Look, I see things where I live, too, and the older you get, sometimes you become an afterthought. But you're not an afterthought with me. I just want you to know that.
Well, thank you very much, Rob, and keep me in your prayers, and I'll keep you in mind.
Believe me, that's a mutual agreement. Thanks, Mike. There's Mike. Look, see, this is the type of stuff that I just wish I had deep pockets and I could just scoop all these people up and help them. I do, because I know there are a lot of people that are downtrodden. And I'm going to get to that Steelers story and why I think they mean so much to us. But I wanted to get Mike on here because of that story that I saw, and then obviously Mike from the Hill. So I wanted to take care of that. We'll come back, wrap it up, and I'm going to tell you in the final segment why the Steelers matter so much all these years later from those great teams of the 70s. Stay with us. It's your Pratt Pack.
It's the little things, the information you need, people you know, the little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Last year, we had 295 trials where we'd been offered a total of $90 million on all those cases. When the dust settled, we had recovered over $1.1 billion in verdicts and mid-trial settlements. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. We became America's largest injury firm for a reason. We won a lot, $30 billion and counting. The best part of all those wins is that it helps you when you hire us. All those wins allow us to let the insurance company know we mean business. And believe me, they know who we are. If you've been injured, Google Morgan & Morgan results. You're not bragging if it's a fact. 3 million people tried to hire us last year alone. That happened for a reason. Visit forthepeople.com and let's get started this minute. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, 603 Stanwyck Street, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
And Doug. Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons. And lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen. And oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live. And you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Summer heat, storms, and heavy rain can put your roof to the test. Don't settle for anything less than expert care. PJ Fitzpatrick brings more than 45 years of experience, and they've earned thousands of 5-star reviews, delivering American-made, CertainTeed premium shingles. Most roofs install in just one day, and all come with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. Flexible financing makes it easy to protect your home this summer. Visit trustpj.com today.
In Pittsburgh, Chase is proud to root for the home team because they're our team too. We cheer from the bleachers and on the sidelines. We cheer for gymnasts and quarterbacks. And with more than 25 local Chase branches and 5,000 nationwide, we are right beside you, Pittsburgh. Neighborhood bankers, digital tools, national strength. Chase, make more of what's yours.
JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Where Pittsburgh comes to talk. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
You know, as much as I'm talking about the Steelers, I'm checking in on the Pirate game, and they're tied in the bottom of the ninth, 6-6. They play tomorrow afternoon, 12:35. You can hear it here on KDK Radio. Man, my Pirates, our Pirates, they're doing some good, man, right now. They're doing some good. And we're going to get O'Neal Cruz back. Connor Griffin will be here in a couple of weeks. Maybe they make a deal. I'm going to tell you right now, if they sweep Arizona, look for a blockbuster trade by the Pirates. Remember where you heard it. And by the time we get together on the Coons Market Black and Gold Sunday show, if they sweep Arizona, I would not be shocked if Mason Miller is not in a Pirate uniform once this trade deadline comes and goes. The kid from Bethel Park with San Diego, best reliever in the game, comes back to Pittsburgh. If they sweep Arizona, remember where you heard it. All right, listen. So why would the Steelers mean so much to so many? I mean, this is such a big deal. That's why tomorrow night, Greg Diolis will be here, 9 o'clock, right after the first day of practice, heading into the season. Joey Porter Jr., does he get the new deal? The future as far as who does back up Aaron Rodgers. Is it Drew Aller? Is it Will Howard? Who will? Is Mason Rudolph going to be here? We're going to do all of that. But imagine what's going through Mike McCarthy's mind right now. I mean, imagine he grows up in Greenfield, so he can see the stadium pretty much from his back porch back in the day, right? Three Rivers, my age, grew up loving him in the 70s. Full circle, wins the Super Bowl while the coach of Green Bay, Aaron Rodgers, is quarterback against our Steelers. That had to be surreal enough. But now, you know, his mom and dad, their bar, Greenfield, he's back home. Imagine pulling up to St. Vincent today, realizing you're the coach. That's incredible. But in the 70s, when the mills were booming, right, and life was good, the Steelers were winning Super Bowls. The Pirates were winning World Series. We were the talk of the entire United States of America. You had Bradshaw and Willie on the cover of Sports Illustrated, long before there were 24-hour cable sports channels and sports talks like, of course, 93.7 The Fan. That's all we had, right? It was big. You had the Post-Gazette, you had the press, you had KDKA Sports, and you had KDK Radio, meaning television and radio. That's it. But here's where the Steelers really became a part of who we are. And a lot of people don't look at it this way, but I do. And this is why I will always be grateful to that ownership, the Rooneys, and obviously that franchise. And I will go out of my way to promote them. You see, you're a product of the 70s like I am. Wasn't a good student. I thought, no problem. I'm going to graduate from New Brighton High School, and I'm going to go work in the mill or maybe the railroad because I wanted a new Monte Carlo, okay? I wanted a new Monte Carlo. And my dad took me on a little ride one day. We're going through the neighborhood, and he said, you see that, you see that, you see that, you see that? And he said, what do they have in common? I said, they're painting their house. He said, I'll tell you what they have in common. They got 13 weeks vacation because they've been at the mill for 20 years. You can't sustain giving somebody 13 weeks vacation. A lot of these guys took the whole summer off. So what happened, it became a reality. It started with rumblings in the early 80s, and the next thing you know, great communities like Aliquippa, Ambridge, others that I knew lost their steel mills, lost their heartbeat. lost everything. Those millions of dollars worth of paychecks were gone. And all of those buildings were nothing more than broken windows and weeds. That was it. And I saw what happened. Everything disappeared. It was horrible. It was so sad. And I saw men literally brought to tears, would drink themselves to sleep at night. And many of them kept saying, they'll come back, they'll come back. They never did. But the one thing they had, the Steelers. They had that connection to the Steel City of what we once were, that logo, the Steelers. And because of Dan Rooney and that ownership group and people like Chuck Noll and the sweat equity that they put in at St. Vincent, it reminded all those men about the sweat equity that they put in the mill. And because of that work ethic, then somehow they would overcome. I truly believe this. I believe why the Steelers are important to us. It's much more than just football. It's what they stand for and what they've always stood for. Hard work pays off. If you work longer and harder and outlast everyone, sooner or later, you're going to reap the benefit. And I think because of the Steelers, and a kid from Crafton comes in to replace Chuck Noll, and then Mike Tomlin comes in. Work ethic. But now full circle, as this community of ours is starting to take giant leaps forward in industry and meds and eds and technology, you get a kid from Greenfield. And I'm going to tell you right now, I wanted Don Shula's grandson, the defensive guy out in Los Angeles. I never even thought about Mike McCarthy. But just like the work ethic of the Rooneys and that ownership and the Steelers and people like Tom Donahoe, people like Kevin Colbert, Omar Khan now, I see it happening. It's like we're planting the seeds. It's like one of those gardens in back of a row house in the shadow of a steel mill where they were making all sorts of great things, including vegetable soup, because of the giant tomatoes and cucumbers and radishes and onions that they were growing. You see, people worked hard in the mill. They worked hard at home. But the one pleasure they had, here we go. And that's why great-grandchildren now are feeling the excitement that they felt when they were just children because of their parents, their grandparents, going to Latrobe, experiencing what Steeler football is all about. I can tell you, if you've never been to Latrobe, you got to go. Because there's nothing better than a hot summer day, hearing those pads just going at it. And the whistles and the coach chatter and all of the things that you see, the ball being tossed around, them walking onto the field. And the backdrop, beautiful St. Vincent College in Latrobe. Westmoreland County, the gateway to the West. So remember, we love football for the X and O's, but it really is the Steelers and their history and what they have meant to this region. Much more than just a game. They really have meant the game of life. And it's why we're still here today and why we are still the Steel City. And that means a whole lot. It's your Pratt Pack till tomorrow at 6. Good night.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
University of Pittsburgh head football coach Pat Narduzzi. Have to ask you about Mr. Beast. This guy is worth $2.6 billion on paper. He decides to visit. What was that all about?
I'm still